Hello, 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 folks. I hope everybody is having a good day, a good Saturday. And I don't know about you, but it's a beautiful day where I live today. So I hope you're able to get outside if that's your thing. Hey, Rascal, welcome. I hope everybody is excited for the 100 Dev Super Review tomorrow, the conclusion of that. Hey, Renzi. Hey, Hertz. All right, we'll get started here in just a few seconds. Good to see everybody this morning, or, well, no, afternoon. All right. Renzi says, my new strategy is skipping the Traversy videos and coming straight to your stream because you explain it better. Well, thank you. I'm honored. Yeah, I think the Traversy tutorials are great, like content wise. I think sometimes he goes a little fast. He's obviously an extremely experienced developer, and sort of like what Leon has said in the past, where um, sometimes when you've been working with something for a long time, things just feel second nature and natural, whereas some of the basic steps may not be obvious to someone who's just learning. So we use the Traversy tutorial as sort of a framework, and then we go through. If you haven't been here before when we've done these, we usually go through the video. We'll pause regularly, allow people to have time to catch up, maybe stop and talk about some concepts if they aren't immediately obvious, and just kind of take our time a little bit more. So, hey, Madeline. Yeah, good morning. Just had a waffle breakfast. Ooh, I am jealous. I am jealous. Now ready to react. Nice. Hey, Hazel, welcome. Hey, Boosma. And my alerts there on screen just reminded me. I wanted to thank. I don't know that Dav is here, but I wanted to thank Dav for resubscribing, for renewing their subscription. So thank you so much, Dav. As always, love to see you. Hope you're having a good day. All right. So we might have a lighter turnout today, and that's totally fine. This is not my usual stream day, not my usual stream time. And it is a beautiful day outside. So I wouldn't blame anybody for just, going outside and enjoying the day. I actually did take my dog for a walk beforehand. So we've had our exercise, and he's currently snoozing on the couch here behind me. So we should be fine there. But yeah, as always, if you can't stay the whole time, that's totally fine. You can come and catch the VOD. All of my VODs, I've had a lot of people ask me lately, so I just thought I'd say again, all of my VODs are recorded on Twitch and they'll be available on Twitch for 60 days. And then I also always will move them to my YouTube channel, where you can go and watch them there as well. So if you want a link to my YouTube channel, you can type !YouTube in chat. That will give you a link to my channel, where you can see all of my older streams. But again, a lot of my stuff is still on Twitch, for 60 days, which is a pretty long time. And so you can watch it there as well. Dreary day in Connecticut today. Jazzy says, I have my laptop outside. Hey, Jazzy, that's a great idea. Yeah. It's literally bikini weather here in Canada. Wow. Okay. I didn't think Canada and bikini weather are not two concepts that I would have thought go together, but okay. All right. I'd still rather be chilling with the Wolfpack. Oh, thank you. Hey, Frazee. Hey, Zena. North Florida has had beautiful days all this week. Yeah, and obviously there is the hurricane and the remnants thereof that are still making their way across the lower northeast of the United States. So I hope everybody is staying safe and dry if you're in the Carolinas. And obviously, if you're in Southern Florida, I hope everybody's safe down there. Ty says, I'm sitting out back with my dog. Aw. Bikini weather by Canada standards. Okay, that's fair. All right. Hey, happy Hunttober. Yeah, absolutely. We are officially in Hunttober. So, um, we have, folks have until Tuesday to turn in their Hunttober materials. So I'm sure that we got a lot of folks grinding on that this weekend as well. And I was like, when Leon assigned 2 homework assignments and then was still like, hey, all your Hunttober stuff is due on Tuesday. I was like, man, that dude does not want us going outside on the weekends. So, well, Athena says, I woke up right on time. Good timing, Athena. Yeah. Okay, so we got a reminder to turn on closed captions. Thank you, closed captioner. Let me do that real quick while we got folks still trickling in here. Bobby says, I'm not building another React task app, but I'm here for emotional support. That's fine too. Got all that homework and finish your client site. Yeah, I was like, wow, okay, Leon's piling it on. All right, that's fine. Huntover is real, I guess. Okay, so what are we building today? Well, we are building a task tracker, and this is currently a little bit behind my head, so I'm going to see if I can move it over just a titch. Yeah, we'll do this for now. I'm going to be moving things back and forth, I think, in order to use space effectively on the screen. But this is the example of the finished product. So um, it's just a plain task tracker, and it lists out some tasks. But the neat thing is obviously we've built this in React. And so what React allows us to do is it allows us to essentially make changes to the UI, right? Without reloading the entire page each time. And so what we've been used to doing so far is, every time we make a change, every time we add an item, every time we change a color, we reload the entire page in order for that change to display. But the cool thing about this is that I can click add, and that populates a whole new section of the form um, without reloading the page. It's just modifying the UI itself. And so we can do things like I can double click on a task um, to highlight it. So we got that little green highlight there. That's like a call out or like a reminder. I can even delete tasks. So I could remove this task if I wanted to, delete that task, and then I could add an additional task. 6. Set a reminder here. And all these actions that I'm performing are happening without the page ever reloading, which is the cool thing about React, right? That's the advantage, is that we are making sort of self-contained changes within individual components. That's our buzzword. Our individual components are being changed, but the entire page doesn't have to be reloaded each time. So imagine if you had a UI with a bunch of these types of components on it, instead of refreshing the whole page every single time, you would just be making changes that are specific to the thing that's being changed. So again, that's the advantage of React. And here we're even doing a little bit of basic routing. If I click this link here, it takes me to some additional details about the particular task. I can go back. I can click an about page here and go back. I don't know if we'll get to the routing portion today, to be honest. I think that's a sort of like extra credit. But well, at least we're going to get through at least the basic tutorial. And then if there's time / if we feel like it / if you're not all fried, then we will see about doing the routing portion. So I'm going to turn up my light a little bit. I'm kind of shadowed because it's so bright and sunny outside. It's a little better. Okay, that's as far as it goes. So that'll have to do. Zena says, I haven't watched Brad's video yet. Should I code along today? Zena, I mean, we're going to do it from scratch anyway. So we're going to do it kind of like we did the storybooks tutorial. Same thing. We're going to watch a little bit, pause, code, kind of build it together. And so if you were able to follow along with my storybook stream, you should be fine. I mean, we're gonna kind of take it much slower than Traversy does. We're not just gonna watch the thing all the way through without stopping. That's physically impossible. We're gonna be stopping regularly, catching up, and coding. Yeah, that's a good question though. Got to be rebuild every piece of non-static front end code in React. Oh, rascal. Are we installing stuff locally today, or did you do that previously? So we are going to be just installing stuff locally today. And so I should, I have this fresh project here on screen, and we should just be able to follow along. So yeah, we're going to be we are going to be installing a few things, but it should all be local, so we can all do it together. Dev says, I need to figure this out, this React. I want to have DMs and chat feature for 100 hours. Kind of hard without something like React. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure you could find some pre-built React stuff that could help you do that. But yeah, obviously you have to understand how to implement it. So that's important. No worries, Champo. That's why we have VODs. No worries at all. Angram says, hi, ready to level up. That's a good philosophy. And we talked about routing. Client-side routing is a totally new concept. Few different ways to do it in general. Yeah. Like I say, I watched the routing portion. I did the routing portion. At this point, like I'm kind of on the fence as to whether we'll talk about it today on my stream, just because I don't feel like it's entirely necessary to grasp the basic concepts of React. And we've done routing the way that we know how to do it, like already. And so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know better, worse, whatever. Um, and Jazzy says the routing is technically outdated too. Yes, it is technically outdated. However, he did release an update video, um, which I followed in order to actually make this work. Because if you try to implement the routing in the video as is, it breaks your app. It errors out. It doesn't like it. And so I actually did watch the update video to make this work. Um, Thank you for the follow from the piece. Is going to be a long one, probably. I mean, it's probably going to be 4 to 5 hours. I don't like to make assumptions, but yeah. Again, that's why we have VODs. If you got to drop off, it's no biggie. Hey, Interplanet. Thanks for the follow. I am a flex. A lot of React apps don't need routing at all. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of them are, going to be kind of self-contained. And with this app, the routing is really superfluous. It really just takes you to an about page, a details page, which doesn't show you any additional details. So it doesn't need to be there. Can we use MVC with React? I believe Leon is going to cover that. We're going to cover how we modify our MVC structure to work with React. I won't be talking about that today, but I do believe Leon mentioned he would be covering that in class very soon. Yeah, I mean, React is a way to implement views, but I think Leon said that very soon we're going to be modifying the MVC structure as we know it to have a slightly different construction. Okay, so I think let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to turn on another light here real quick. All right, we'll see if that helps a little bit. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, so as we did before, if you've watched my storybook tutorial for the other Traversy app that we did, essentially what we do is we just kind of watch the video, and I pause regularly, and we just code along with Traversy, and we kind of talk, and we stop and talk about maybe why things are happening a little bit. That's one thing he doesn't do very much, is he just kind of says, all right, now do this. And it's like, okay, but why are we doing that? What does that mean? What is that for? And so we're going to try to stop and talk about that a little bit as we go. I'm going to change my chat so it's to the left of my head, so it's not blocking the video. So one moment. All right, hopefully that's better and we can actually see the video. And so I'm going to start the video, and there's just a little bit of introduction that he does. So please let me know how the audio sounds to you. So I have how it sounds in my headphones, but that may not be how it sounds to you. So let me know, and I will edit the levels based on what you say. So here we go. Just please tell me in chat how it sounds to you. I'm going to go back a little bit too. Sorry, I think I played for a few seconds earlier. Okay.
Hey guys, welcome to my 2021 React crash course. So it's been about 2 years or so since my last one, and I wanted to create an updated version. And this course is meant for beginners. I'll be explaining some of the core concepts and fundamentals of React. We're going to be building a task tracker application, looking at components, props, state. We're going to use React hooks. And we're also going to be dealing with something called JSON Server, which is a mock REST API, or kind of like a fake backend that we can use. So I can show you how we would use React in a full stack application where we're making requests to an API.
Okay, so real quick, you went kind of fast there, but what we're going to cover today um, is we are going to cover modern React. So what we've gone over previously is React with class components, so using classes. And we're going to go over the modern React here in this tutorial where we use functions and components. And we're also going to hook up a fake backend so that we can use a fake server and send requests to that server and practice how we would do it with our MongoDB databases. Hey, Inachu, I appreciate your concern. This is actually a condition I've had since I was born. It's called strabismus. My eyes don't point in the same direction. It doesn't interfere with my vision very much. Just means I can't play sports very well because I don't have depth perception. But I appreciate your concern. And yes, if at any point your eyes are not normally like this and something happens, then yes, do take an Advil. But yes, it's called strabismus, and nothing to be worried about. Somebody asked about my headphones. Yeah, so these are Sony. No worries, you. These are Sony XM4s. I really like them. I've had them for 2 years now, I think. They work great. Great battery life. Great noise canceling. I wear them all the time. So yeah, highly recommend. Okay, folks are saying the audio is good. I'm glad. I messed with the levels a little bit before we started, so awesome. I have a MacBook and iPhone, so I thought about the AirPods. Yeah, I mean, if you want good noise canceling, these are the way to go, I would say. Xena asks if this is serverless. Serverless refers to replacement routes for the backend, so no, this isn't serverless. Serverless is just the route and controller part of your backend server. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm sure we'll learn more about that distinction as we go. Yeah, and I mean, he does explore using routes a little bit toward the end, like I said, but yeah. Okay, so let's just kind of watch the introduction together, and then once we start getting hands on is when I'll start pausing things, and but as always, let me know if we have questions in chat, and I can pause and we can talk about the questions. So here we go.
We're going to look at routing and a whole bunch of other stuff. So the first thing I want to do is just go through some slides, and then we'll go ahead and jump into writing code. So first off, what is React? The standard definition is it's a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. And you may have heard of it referred to as a framework. I refer to it as a framework. Most people do, and I'll talk about why in a second. Now, React it was created and it's maintained by Facebook. It's strictly front end, meaning it runs in the browser. When you have a web app that's built with, let's say, PHP, you're running PHP on the server, your app is hosted on the server, and then it serves HTML templates or HTML pages to the client. With React, you build what's called a single page application, or a SPA, where you have a single HTML page, and then all of your routing, all of that stuff is done through React, which then compiles to a JavaScript bundle that's loaded by the browser. So it makes for really fast and interactive interfaces. Now, even though React is a front-end framework, so it can't directly, for instance, communicate with your database, it's often used in combination with other technologies to create a full stack application. For instance, the MERN stack, which is really popular, it's MongoDB, which is a type of database, Express, which is a backend framework, React, and then Node.js, which is a JavaScript runtime. You could also use React on the front end and use PHP Laravel on the back end, or Python Django. And what you would do is you would serve JSON data from your server, and you would make requests from React to the server to get data, to add data, update, delete, and so on. Now, as far as being a library versus a framework, most people call it a framework, and that's because it's directly comparable to something like Angular or Vue.js. Now, it doesn't have as much included as Angular does. Like Angular has a built-in routing system, React doesn't. You just have to install an extra package called React Router DOM. So it has an entire ecosystem of packages that you can install to make it function as a full-fledged framework. Now, as far as a library goes, when I think of a library, I think of like jQuery, Lodash, something where you pull utilities in and you use them in your application. React doesn't work like that. It works more like Angular or Vue. And those three are actually the top frameworks in the industry right now. I would go as far as to say React is the most popular. But the other two are great as well. I have crash courses on those. I'll be updating soon. So when you're choosing one of these three frameworks, if you're going to be a front end developer or full stack developer, you just want to compare them, use each one, test them out, see what you really click with, and also look at jobs in your area if that's what your goal is. All right, so
Okay, so quick pause there. So obviously, Traversy mentioned, the MERN stack, which is literally what we're learning, right? We're learning MERN, and finally we're able to put the R in MERN. And so that's really completing the acronym for us. And thank you for the follow, Pan in Person Bot. Welcome. Hi. So yeah, today we're doing a tutorial on React and an intro to React. And so we're going to build a little app and learn about modern React with hooks and functional components. So feel free to stick around if you're interested in that. And El Ray, welcome. I love Vue.js. Yeah, and I like to say on stream, just because we're learning a certain tool doesn't mean it has to be your favorite or it has to be the thing you use all the time. We're basically just learning what's popular, and so it makes it easier to get jobs in, if you're learning the thing that's popular right now. However, like Traversy just said, what's important is that you try these tools, you play with them, and find the right tool for the job that you're doing, right? Whether that's a personal project or something you're doing for a client. It's always about the right tool for the job, maybe not always what's popular. So, important thing is just exposure and experience. Hey, Blip, thank you so much for this. Using those Bezos bucks. Thank you. Yeah. Like we always say, if you have Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, use your Prime sub on whoever you want. It doesn't have to be me, but use it because the goal is to stop Jeff Bezos from going to space again so quickly. So, like we can delay him by like half a second every time somebody uses one of their Prime subs. And so that's the overall goal. Stop Bezos from going to space. So thank you, Blip. You've delayed Bezos for another half second. Oh, but you got a resub for 4 months. Okay, that's like 2 or 3 seconds then. Nice. Oh, Victory Lane. Thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah. Spending those Bezos bucks. I love to see it. I really do. Because it doesn't cost you anything. And it all it does is cost Bezos money, which, I think we can all agree is probably a good thing. Thank you, Victory. Hey, thank you, Gawkwalker. Yeah, I think we're going to have a good stream today. Okay, so any questions on what React is? And what I think is also interesting is that Traversy referred to React specifically as a framework, whereas I believe somebody do correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Leon referred to it as a library in class last night. So it's interesting, different interpretations. I may have that backwards, but I just thought that kind of stood out to me as like, huh, they have it. Yeah, Xena said too. Yeah, Leon specifically said it's a library, not a framework, and Traversy says it's a framework, not a library. So that just goes to tell you how many different opinions can be out there, and who's right, who's wrong. Who knows? We could argue about it all day, or we could learn how to use React. So the great debate. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, yep, absolutely. There's a great debate, like so many things, right? Seems like anything related to coding or video games, you can have endless debates that go nowhere, or you could write some code and play some video games. one or the other. I prefer the latter option. Hey, MD Res, welcome. All right, let's keep going. So, why would we use React?
We know that React is a front end library slash framework. Now, why would you want to use it? There's actually a bunch of reasons, but one of the biggest is it gives you a way to structure the view layer of your application. So, MVC or Model View Controller is a popular design pattern for software. The model deals with the data, the controller deals with the requests and routing, and then the view is the UI, the user interface, the part of the app that the user sees. React is basically the V in MVC. Now, if you've tried to build a large dynamic interface using JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript, it can get really messy. Your HTML, your styling, and your JavaScript logic are just all over the place, and everyone writes vanilla JavaScript differently. React allows you to build your UI using what are called reusable components. So every part of your user interface is looked at as a dynamic component that can hold its own state and data. We also don't have to separate our markup from our logic because React uses something called JSX, or JavaScript Syntax Extension. And this allows us to basically write dynamic HTML. It's actually JavaScript, but it's formatted like HTML. We can even embed JavaScript expressions, variables, etc. Now, the apps that you build with React are very interactive because it uses something called the virtual DOM, which is the document object model. So what this does, it allows you to update parts of the page that need to be updated without reloading it. So if you have a list of users, or in our case, a list of tasks, and you want to delete one of them, it doesn't have to reload the page. It does everything behind the scenes. If you were to build, let's say, a traditional PHP application where you're just serving HTML templates, every delete you make, it most likely is going to have to refresh the page. So this makes things much more faster, more dynamic, and interactive. React also has performance.
So, pausing there real quick to just review a couple things. So, as we've said before, um, how we write React is using JSX, and the cool thing about JSX is that it allows us to write in what looks like a mixture of HTML and JavaScript. So a mixture of HTML tags and JavaScript. So that's how it looks to us when we write it. And kind of when we write components and we reference those components, it almost looks like we're referencing custom HTML tags. However, it's important to remember that under the hood, that's not how it looks when it actually is sent to the DOM. So we're using what's called syntactical sugar. So it's a kind of an overlay for the humans, who are writing the code, to make it look like something we're more familiar with. But under the hood, it does look like something different. However, I mean, we don't really have to care about that. It's just important to remember that we're not actually writing JavaScript and HTML. We're writing JSX. However, we can use many of the built-in HTML tags and write something that looks like that, but it's not. Under the hood, it's not that. Yeah, and as we said before, the advantage of JavaScript is that, the advantage of React is that we are able to write interfaces that can be dynamic and can reload individual components without reloading the entire page, which is useful for reasons we've already discussed. Yeah. And hi to MD Rez, and hi to Hichembo. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Use the Force, Chewy. Good name. Do you know when you have to start putting JSX on file names? I usually say CJS for a lot of them. So, I mean, we are technically writing in JavaScript, so we're going to use the .js extension. JSX is kind of just the markup language that we're using on top of that. But yeah, for all the files we're going to build today, we're going to use .js as our extension. Hey, welcome, Rohit. Hey, welcome, Let's Code. And Rascal, that's a great analogy. So we have started using async await, which is very readable and very friendly to us to read. When we write JavaScript, we use async await instead of handwriting out promises and that kind of thing. However, under the hood, it's still a traditional promise, right? We're just making it look better, syntactical sugar. to make it more readable and writable to us. And Jazzy says you can name the files either JS or JSX. It will compile the same. So that's great to know. Yes. And we're using Babel to render it out to vanilla JS. Yes. The JSX extension is to tell editors and people that, hey, this contains JSX. Yeah. JSX is technically optional, though if you see TSX, which is TypeScript in JSX, it is 100% required. Okay, good to know. Hey, thank you for the follow. AN4CL3TO. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the extra information there. Perfect. I'm sure, because I'm sure many of us will get into TypeScript eventually. All right, let's keep going. Oh, Gogwalker, thank you for the Prime sub. Another half-second delay for Bezos getting to space. Yes. He's going to have to sell one of his crazy, weird cowboy hats at some point, because of all of our subs. I really want to see him sell a hat. Yeah, and Count the Shells gave an example there. So div, our traditional div tag that we know and love, in HTML, it's just a div. But in JSX, it compiles down to create element div. So not something that, we would necessarily want to handwrite out every single time, right? I'm here for the Bezos slander. I'm happy to bring it, Madeline. All right, let's keep going with the slide.
Performance and testing benefits. Another huge reason to learn React is it's very big in the industry right now. Just by the way it structures everything, it makes it much easier to work on projects with teams rather than just having a bunch of jumbled JavaScript. So managing data is also really easy with one-way data binding. All the data in your state is immutable, meaning you can't mutate it directly, and React provides ways to basically recreate your state every time that it needs to be changed. So this helps with debugging and also offers better performance. So what should you know before learning React? This can vary depending on person to person, but generally you want to have a good handle on JavaScript. You don't want to go from learning HTML and CSS and then jump right into React. You should know all the fundamentals of JavaScript, including things like data types, variables, functions, loops, etc. In React and JavaScript in general, you work with a lot of asynchronous code, so you should be familiar with things like promises. Array methods such as for each, map, filter, reduce, these are all commonly used in React applications, so get familiar with those. Doing algorithms, that's a really good way to practice these array methods. And then the fetch API is used to make HTTP requests to either your own backend server or to a third-party API, for example, the GitHub or YouTube API. So get familiar with fetch. Again, I have crash courses on most of the stuff that you can check out if you want.
All right, so I'm going to go back a little bit there. All right, so I would think that most of us who are watching today have at least a decent grasp of JavaScript. If you're new to the stream and you don't know JavaScript, or at least like maybe an intermediate level, talking about data types, promises, and async await, you might want to kind of hold off on this stream and maybe go build your skill level a little bit and then come back and watch it later. There's nothing wrong with that. I just think you might be a little lost if you aren't familiar with the things that are shown here. And there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody's at different levels, right? And so, that's why I have VODs and a YouTube channel, ! YouTube. And so you can always watch this later if you want. However, this kind of tells us the fact that Traversy calls out array methods here. The reason that Leon has been focusing so heavily on array methods for the past couple weeks is because, he knew they would be heavily featured in React. And from what I've seen so far, that's very true. Understanding how, mapping and looping and changing, modifying arrays or copying arrays is pretty heavily featured. Thank you for the follow, Lettuce Bowler. I like that name too. That's a good name. All right, here we go. More introduction. It's okay. It's only the introduction is only about 12 minutes long, and then we get into the actual coding, but I do think this is valuable to hear.
So as I said, with React and in pretty much any front-end framework, you're going to be looking at your user interface as a bunch of components. So here's the app we'll be building. It's called Task Tracker. It's pretty simple. You just add a task with a day and a time. You can set a reminder, and you'll be able to double click and set the reminder to either true or false, which will show this border, and we can delete and so on. Now over here, I just have outlined or created a border around each of the components. So we have the green around the header component, and inside the header we have a button component. We have the add task component here, which we could actually break down even further and create input components as well if we wanted to. Down here we have the tasks component, the purple, which wraps around all of these, and then each individual task is also its own component. All right, and then we have down here the footer component. We're also going to look at routing a little bit. So we have this about link, and that's going to go to a separate route that will show the about component. All right, so you can go to any website or any UI. You go to Twitter and look at the different components, the list of tweets, each tweet itself, the box to post a tweet, all your followers, everything can be looked at as a component. So that's kind of the mind frame that you want to be in when you're working with React or even Angular or Vue. Now,
Okay, so again, quick pause there. So just looking at the way that he's kind of outlined those components. I'm trying to go back to there we go. So just looking at the way that those components are kind of outlined, what does that remind us of? You see the border boxes, putting borders, boxing things in, nesting them. Does that remind anybody of something that we've done before? You could even put a red border around everything to make the components easier to view. Yeah, that's like kind of like something we used to do, right? Back in the old days. Wireframes. Yeah, we're wireframing it out kind of like we used to do for floats. Right? We would, if we wanted to know, if we wanted to know how to structure our floats in order to make them stay where we wanted them to stay. When we're nesting a bunch of elements together, we would draw borders around them and figure, different colored borders and lay them out that way as nested elements, right? And so literally we're doing the exact same thing here for React. We are nesting things, nesting components together, determining how that data is going to flow down into those components. And so it looks very similar to what we used to do with floats. It's just a more complex application of a similar concept. Hey, Terra Knight. Welcome, Georgie.
Vue. Now, as far as how we create components in React, they can be created with both classes and functions, or functions, I should say. Now, we'll be focusing mostly on function components with hooks, which seems to be kind of the more common way to do things these days. In my 2019 React crash course, we focused on classes. So if you really want to dive into class-based components, you can check the older crash course out. So on the left we have a component called header. This is formatted as an arrow function, but of course it could be a traditional function as well. It simply returns a div with an h1. Now on the right is the same component as a class, and you can see it's defined as a class and it extends react.component, which is going to give us everything in the root component class to work with, including the render method, which takes care of rendering it out on the screen. And in render, we're just returning the same thing we're returning here. Now what's being returned looks like HTML, but it's actually just syntactic sugar for JavaScript, which is called JavaScript Syntax Extension, or JSX. And it's similar to the HTML syntax, aside from a few things, like instead of the class attribute, you have to use class name. But in addition to that, you can also put any kind of JavaScript expression into your JSX to make it dynamic. And then once you have your component created, you can embed it into other components with this type of syntax, which is similar to like XML. So we would just have header. We can also pass in props, which are basically attributes. So we could pass in a title of whatever we want into the component and then work with it inside of either the function or the class, whatever we're using.
Okay, so again, we kind of see here the difference between how we have been working with React so far. So in the React docs that we went over in the last two streams, we actually did things class-wise, right? We did most of our components using class header, extends, react.component, blah, blah, blah. Because with classes, we could set state inside of those classes. Now we're going to learn the more modern way of doing React, which allows us to, which we don't have to use classes. We can set state other ways and use hooks instead. Yeah, and Rascal just referenced the older version of the tutorial, of Traversy's tutorial from only like, when I say old, I mean like 2019, um, which is wild, right? Technology moves really fast. And so old is not old. Old is 2019. Um, and so, that uses class components if you want some more experience with that, the more legacy way of doing things. But we are going to do things using more functional components. But again, it's going to work the same way. We're still using syntactical sugar to basically get what we want. And also, too, he doesn't really spend much time talking about this, but components take in props, and we talked about that on Thursday. Components take in props, which are essentially what we know as arguments for functions, right? It's a value that gets passed in, and then the function can take that value and can do stuff with it and maybe return a different value. This stuff moves so fast. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And so when we say props, essentially it's not anything new. It's basically just an argument. Now the difference with React props is that they're immutable. So we take them in and we don't change them. We just return something different. But really, in general, you can think of them like function arguments. Do you know what version of React he is working with? So this video was put out in 2021. And I'm not sure. We'd have to look once he gets to his package.json. We'll be able to see, the version numbers of all his stuff. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure. And Jazzy says 17 something. Yeah. Jazzy says React has changed a lot in the last 2 years. Yeah. Most of the old stuff still works well. They can't go breaking the internet. Yeah, right. Sometimes it's just new ways of writing things. Sort of like we can still use promises, even though now we have async await. Right. Promises didn't stop working. We can just use something better. 17.0.1. Okay. Yeah. And again, when we reference a component, we can do so with almost something down here that almost looks like an HTML tag, right? It's header, we got the carets, and then we can pass in props by specifying the prop literally inside of the tag. So title equals my title, like that would then get passed into the component as a prop. Okay.
Work with it inside of either the function or the class, whatever we're using. All right, so components are not just static markup, they're dynamic and they contain something called state. So state is basically just an object that determines how a component renders and behave. So an example would be if you have, let's say, a collapsible menu that would have an open and closed state. So you might have a state object in your component that has a value of open that could be either true or false. Now, if you have a list of users or tasks or whatever it might be, that's also part of the state. So any data that you bring into your components, that's going to be part of the state. And a lot of times you want to share that data across multiple components. So in that case, you would use what's called either app state or global state. Now, sometimes you end up having just a ton of app level state that gets really difficult to manage. So in that case, you have a few options. You could use the context API, which is built into React, or you could use a third-party state manager like Redux, which is way beyond the scope of this crash course, but I did want to mention it, and I do have other videos on those. Now, prior to React version 16.8, we had to use class components if we wanted to hold state. So function components were actually called dumb components because they couldn't hold state. However, in version 16.8, React introduced something called hooks, which allow us to use state and other lifecycle functions within function components. And that's what we'll be focusing on in this crash course. Specifically the...
Okay, so a couple things there. So talking about state, state is obviously really important. And so like he says, components determine how an object renders and behaves. But one thing he doesn't really talk about is state is important because it's kind of what React uses. So when there's a change in state, for example, somebody clicks on something, or I don't know, somebody types in an input box, right? That state, we can set that state to change based on certain triggers like that. And then that will determine how and when React re-renders specific components. And so with state, we're controlling the behavior of our app, um, basically independently of the rest of the elements on the page. And so we can change the way that our components relate to each other by changing that state, where that state is located, how that state is pushed from parent to child. Literally is like the nerve center of how our React app behaves. It's not just individual components having state; it's parents having state, controlling children, or state being passed from component to component. And so that's really, really important to sort of comprehend that state is the lifeblood of our app. And hi, Rask. I saw you said hi. I don't think I said hi to you. Welcome, Rask. So almost like an event listener. Yeah, I mean, kind of. And it's listening. Yeah, it's listening for something to happen, and then waiting for values to be passed to it. Essentially, it might be like, okay, on click, change a button color from red to green, and so on click, we're going to get probably our component's probably going to have a prop passed to it that says, all right, on click, green. And so we'll see some of those relationships, once we start getting into the code. But yeah, it's kind of like an event listener, except it's unique to individual components, right? We're not reloading the whole page, but we are still performing some kind of an action based on some kind of a trigger. Yeah. Um, And so, yeah, and like he mentions here, prior to React 16.8, we used class-based components, which is really all we've seen so far. In the React docs that we looked at, everything was class-based, and because that was the only way we could set state. But now we have this thing called hooks, which allows us to use functional components essentially everywhere. Which, I mean, I don't know about you, but I much prefer writing functions to writing classes, especially now that we have arrow functions, which are even faster to write. So I prefer this definitely. But there's still no harm in learning the old ways too, because this is just since like 2019 when this has changed, right? And so a lot of places are still going to be using older methods, and so we should understand both.
Components, and that's what we'll be focusing on in this crash course. Specifically, the use state hook, which allows us to return a stateful value along with a function to update it. There's other hooks as well. Use effect is used to perform side effects in function components. We'll be using that towards the end. One of the biggest uses for use effect is to make HTTP requests when the page loads. So if you're fetching data from an API on page load, you'll want to use effect. There's a bunch of others as well. There's use context, use reducer, but those are beyond the scope of this crash course. All right, so if those last few slides didn't really make much sense at all, don't worry about it, because we're gonna have plenty of examples throughout the course and throughout this application that we're gonna build. So we're gonna build out our user interface first, and then also implement towards the end something called JSON server, which we're gonna use as kind of a fake backend, so you can see how React would work if you were building a full stack application and making requests to a backend or an API. All right, so enough with the slides. Let's go ahead and jump in and let's get started with React. All right, so we're going to get started now. There's a bunch of ways to basically start a React application. One of the most common and easiest ways is using a program called Create React App, which is a CLI. It's a command line interface tool to just easily get up and running and set up a boilerplate with all the files and folders and packages that you need.
Okay, so I'm going to pause there. So like you just said, we don't have to install any extra, we don't have to download anything. We don't have to, you know, install any crazy programs or software. Right now, we're just going to do, an npm install, except we're going to use a slightly different command. So we're going to pay attention really closely to the command that he's using here, because it's not npm, it's npx. And he'll explain why. Um, so if everything is a component and components have state, then can we make the state do whatever we want in a sense? I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's limits, but we can define state in whatever way we need to in order to make our app function, I guess. Like we are the ones that define what that state is and what gets passed to which components. Like we define those relationships. I mean, like we saw earlier the borders, that he drew on the diagram of what the end result looks like. Those were borders that he drew. Those were relationships that he put together, and so they were just the relationships that make sense for how he wants the app to function. So we set those parent-child relationships, we set that hierarchy, and then we determine what state elements get passed down. So we're in control of it. We just have to make sure that we are defining that state in a way that outputs the behavior that we want. Vite is faster. Try it out after the stream. Yeah, we can. We're going to strictly follow the tutorial this time, but yeah, there's alternatives out there to create React, definitely. I know of a couple people who said that create React just doesn't really work on their machine. And I mean, I hope that doesn't happen to any of you. But I do know of a couple folks that have to use Vite or Vite, don't know how to pronounce it, because create React app just isn't able. Their machine just isn't able to handle it. So yeah. Okay, so let's see how we do this.
It also has a development server. It has a way to build out your static assets to deploy. So to install this, we need to use npm, which is the Node Package Manager. And in order to use that, you have to have Node.js installed on your system. I'm sure that a lot of you already do. If you don't, just go to nodejs.org, download it, install it. Doesn't matter if you're on Windows, Mac, or Linux. Another thing I would suggest installing is the React Dev Tools. If you're on Chrome, there's a Chrome extension. There's a Firefox extension as well. And it just allows you to kind of see all of the components and props and state of your React application.
So the React Dev Tools are not necessary for this particular tutorial. I mean, they're not like structurally necessary for the tutorial. However, he does reference the Dev Tools a couple times. So if you want to be able to see the same things that he sees, you can definitely install this extension for Chrome or Firefox, and make use of it. And I know some of the other folks that are more experienced in React have said that the dev tools can be very useful once you start building more complex applications. So that's up to you, whether you want to install that or not. But we are going to be referencing it a couple times in this tutorial. Rascal says, create React app is heavy. The advantage being that everything just works. Yeah, it installs a bunch of stuff for you. It's an easy way to just write React without getting into the rest of the needed things, but there are alternatives that are lighter and faster. Yeah. Yeah, Alien. Oh, wow. Yeah, Alien. If you're using vanilla JS, and yeah, that is hard. I had no idea that Odin taught it that way. I hope this is easier for you. Well, I guess we'll see here in a minute. You can start seeing components. You're talking about the dev tools. Yeah. So the dev tools, yeah, absolutely. The dev tools, what they do for you is they install a little widget, like you can see it up here in the top right of my screen. And so, you can see whether a page is using React. And you can also then go into the dev tools and look at specific components, see how they relate, see what components update when you do certain things. Yeah, definitely. So I think good to have, but again, not 100% necessary for the success of this tutorial. All right.
So we're going to install this. We're actually going to use the npx command instead of installing it globally with npm. What this does is it just runs create React app and creates the folder for us rather than installing create React app on.
Okay, and so an important thing to note there is that he said it installs everything and it creates the folder for us. So if you're like me, I normally set up a project folder first, and then I open that folder in VS Code and I start working. I learned when I did this tutorial that it will then create another subfolder inside of your main folder, which can cause problems when you're trying to, install things later. So do note that this will create a folder for you that holds everything. So don't pre-folder your stuff. Just go to where you want that folder to sit. For example, I just want it to be in my documents folder because I'm terrible at file structure. And so it's just going to dump a new folder there. Oh, and Piece of Shoot says you could also, alternatively, you could do npx create React app and then a dot to have it just use whatever folder you're in. Okay, yeah. So if you don't want a double nested folder, if you already made one, you can do what Piece of Shoot said instead. Yep.
On your system. So first of all, make sure you have npm. You can do npm dash dash version. Make sure it's above 5.2 or you won't be able to use npx. And then let's do npx create dash react app. And I'm going to call this task dash, actually let's call it react dash task dash tracker.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'm currently in my documents folder, and again, you can either have it create a new folder for you, or you can do what Piece of Shoot said and have it, use whatever folder you're in. I'm going to have it create a new folder for me. So npx, remember, not npm, npx create React app, and then I'm going to call this. And it has to be lowercase. If you try to use uppercase, it will squawk at you. Traversy React tracker. That's it. I'm just going to call it Traversy React demo. That's what I'm going to call mine. You can call yours whatever you would like.
Because I will be doing a Vue.js and Angular course, and we'll be doing the same application.
Okay, and so you can see already on his, it's installing a lot of stuff, right? This is going to be a big, this is a big installation. You're not just installing a single package here. It's going to be installing a ton. As Rascal mentioned earlier, it installs everything that you need, which is a lot of things. So you're going to see, you'll watch it on my screen. You'll see it's doing a lot. It takes a couple seconds. It might take longer on your machine. Just kind of let it go, and we'll see what happens. All right, so here we go. All right, and it tells you this might take a couple of minutes. Excuse me. And it's installing a lot of things. Yeah, alienated. So definitely try this instead. Try using this nice prepackaged create React app instead of building all the configs manually. That's, like you say, that's just more headache that's preventing you from learning the actual concepts, right? Like, why not just have it build it for you and then, learn the basics, and then later on you could build your config files manually if you really wanted to. I doubt that you'd want to, but I'm not you, so. Yeah, exactly. Like Rascal said, I mean, it's just tedious, right? It doesn't serve any purpose. Why not use the tools that we already have? Exactly. All right, so it looks like it's done. And it gives us some, it tells us that there's vulnerabilities. It's okay. Don't panic. It's just, it's installed so much stuff, right? It's installed a lot of things. So we're going to get that. And it tells us, successful. It gives us some basic commands, some scripts that we can use. Npm start, run build, run test, run eject. And I'm going to go ahead and cd into that folder that I just created. So cd Traversy React demo. All right, and now I'm in there. And it's also, it even creates a local Git repository for us. So it really does everything. What was the command? So you can look here on the screen. The command was npx create React app, and I'll type it in chat as well. Maybe somebody's faster than me. Npx create React app, and then you say the name of the the name of the app that you want to create. So, and that'll also create a folder by that name as well. So npx create React app, and then give it a name. Don't put the name in quotes. I just put the name in quotes to call it out as something you should change. So npx create React app, and then your name. whatever you want to call it, something that makes sense to you. And then after that, once it installs a bunch of stuff, you'll want to do your CD, your change directory, into that folder. So after that, you'll want to CD into the folder that you just created. So let me know when y'all get that, when it's finished installing. I honestly don't know how long it's going to take for everyone. So just let me know when you're ready to keep going, and we'll keep going. All right. Ready, ready, ready. Okay, good. And you'll probably see some, NPM audit is probably going to freak out a little bit at several points throughout this tutorial. We're going to see some errors from NPM audit. It's okay. We're just going to kind of roll with it. It's all good. Yeah, NPX, not NPM. Exactly. NPX, because we don't want to install this globally. We're just installing things locally. NPX allows us to do that. Yeah. The happy hacking message. Yeah. And as we install a couple of things, you'll see some humorous messages. If you look, you'll see some humorous messages hidden inside of the terminal output, which I think is kind of funny. All right, I'm getting some dones here from folks. Blink and you'll miss them. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to take a long time. Yeah, it might take a long time for you. If, it just depends on your machine. It says npm error when you do npx. Make sure that you use the exact command, create react app, and then choose a name. And also no capital letters. If you try to have a capital letter, it will give you an error. So that's a common mistake. All got to be all lowercase. Madeline says, "Love to see it. I love how they tell you to CD too. Yeah, I spent an hour trying to fit my Git push yesterday because it was in the wrong folder. Yeah, very common mistake." And Roscoe says the first time that you have to download and install them all, and then every next time you only need to install, so it'll remember the downloads. Yeah. So yeah, mine went pretty quickly. What was the error that you got, Executrix? Is there anything you can determine from the error? And whether you're in master or main, I mean, that's something you can change using git commands. You can set the default uh, branch to master instead of main. That's a git thing that you can change. It's a little separate from from React itself. So I think if you're in master now, I think that's okay. You can fix it later. Yeah, Executrix. I mean, of course, you can definitely Google the error, but if if you want help with the error, fetch error socket timeout. Okay. Are you? This is going to be a weird question, but I mean, obviously, you're watching the stream, so I mean, you must have a decent internet connection. But the fact that it says timeout is interesting. Do you have problems with your internet connection? Yeah, maybe try it again if it timed out. And Rascal there giving some tips on how to change your default branch from master to main. So that should help you out. And thank you for the follow, Farden0620. Okay, well, we'll be taking a break here shortly. And so Oh yeah, and Rascal says a retry will usually resolve that, or a suggestion maybe Node is sometimes too old. So you're gonna want to, yeah, you're gonna want to update Node. I'm currently running there's two paths when you install Node. There's two paths you can do. You can do the stable build, or you can do the whatever the more recent build. I'm running the more recent build, so you might want to upgrade Node as well. Ah, sir, thank you so much for the sub. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, you can do npm-v to check your version. Let's code Zarina. Wow, thank you for the sub. Man, I'm feeling the love today, folks. Thank you. Okay, let's I think we're just going to do a quick test of this next, and then oh, thank you. Y'all are so nice. I think next we're going to do a quick test just to make sure it's working, that we can launch a React app in the browser, and then we'll take a break because we like to take a break about once an hour so that we can go get a drink. In my case, that's what I'm going to do because I completely forgot to have a drink on hand. Um, and then we'll take 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll keep building. Oh, yeah, and Rascal says actually use node-v to get the version of Node, which is the main thing that we care about in this case. So yeah, if you're struggling, you can try node-v to make sure that your version of Node is new enough. So anything 14, Node 14 or greater. All right, let's keep going just a little bit.
And this is just going to set up all of the files and folders that we need. It's going to install all the packages that we need and so on. Okay, so that's all set. Now you just want to open that folder up in your text editor. I'm using VS Code, so I'm going to cd into what I call it, React-task tracker, and I'm going to run code and then dot, which just means I want to open VS Code in the current folder.
So he didn't do anything crazy there. He just cd'd into the folder and opened it up in VS Code. So that's literally where we're at right now. And actually, I'm going to open that as well. I guess I didn't actually open it. So let's see, Traversy React demo, open. So I just did the same thing, except I didn't use the command line. And so once we do that, we can see that I have a similar folder structure to him. It's already created my public. It's already created my source directory. It's already created my git ignore, package lock, package, all those things that we normally create manually. It has done for us autonomously. Hey, Jack Tree. Yeah, we're basically at the beginning. All we've done is just set up a default create React app. So we learned a little bit about the basics of why we would want to use React. And now we've just set up literally just a boilerplate create React app using the command npx create react app and then our app name. That's all we've done. Just needed to try again. Yay! Good job, Executrix. Thank you for the follow, Lucas.
All right, so now over here you can see all the files and folders. I'm just going to make this bigger for now. And I just want to go over some of this. So package.json, if we look at the dependencies that are included, of course, we have the React library. We have React DOM, which is responsible for rendering our React application out to the document object model, to the browser. If you were to use, let's say, React Native, you'd have the same React library, but you would also have React Native instead of React DOM. Okay, React Scripts comes with the development server, the build tool, and so on, everything that Create React app offers. And then you have some testing libraries, which we're not going to get into in this crash course. Down here we have our start script. So npm start will run the development server on localhost 3000. npm run build will build out our static assets for deployment. And we have test for testing, and then eject will basically allow you to, if you want to like change something in the Webpack config, if you want to expose other libraries and packages that are kind of hidden that run behind the scenes, you can eject, but there's really not a lot of cases in where you would have to do that. All right, so let's go ahead and run the dev server. I could run it just in my terminal here, but I'm going to go ahead and command tilde and open up my integrated terminal in VS Code. So from here, we can run npm start, and that's going to...
Okay, So, oh, Frazee, thank you for the sub. Wow. It's just a sub fest today. I love it. Thank you. That's so kind. Um, yeah, so all I really did there was just look at the package.json and kind of show how much stuff has been installed for us just by using that create react app command. Um, Instead of installing a bunch of packages independently, it's all there. Um, and we could see, just comparing his and mine, how much newer all of my packages are. And so, again, this was done in January of 2021, so nearly 2 years ago. And so there have been some changes, um, but we're gonna roll with it. And X Saratex redeemed. You forgot the comments again. Yeah, we're gonna try to comment things out as we go. But I appreciate the reminder. We're gonna try to make comments and try to pause regularly as we go once we really get into this. And do feel free to to call me out, or we can, if you have questions, we can stop and we can talk about things as we go. That's the point. This tutorial goes really fast. It goes too fast, in my opinion, and so that's why we're going to be stopping regularly. Stream is blurry. I'm going. I should be in full. Should be in full HD. You might try reloading the page if it's blurry. Yeah, I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing any frame drops on my end, so I'm at 60 FPS. Should be okay. Yeah, it's in. Yeah, it's at full 1080. Thank you for confirming, Aaron. So yeah, try reloading the page if you're having blurriness. And Kubi there suggests another streamer to check out. Stephen Greeter. Okay. Greeter. Nearly a year ago is ancient. Yes. In coding terms, a year is forever. That's how a lot of his tutorials are. Yes, all of his tutorials are extremely fast. They cover good things, but he doesn't pause enough. So we're going to try to do that. All right, so let's see if we can run it. And so really the command that we're going to use here is the command we're familiar with. We're just going to do npm start, which is going to run that React start script. So just do npm start, and let's see if we can launch it. And Rascal says, this is another of the initial pros of Create React App. Updating to newer versions of CRA is basically just updating any other node package. And yeah, it'd be really hard to do this manually. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see if we can run it. Oh, something is already running on port 3000. Whoops. That's my other version of this that I showed you earlier. Let's run it on another port. I'm going to run it on another port. Yes. All right, starting the dev server. Hey! So if it works, this is what you'll see. You'll see this funny spinny logo. And it'll say something like edit source / app.js and save to reload. Yeah, it'll give you this sort of default page that's going to render. So it'll also tell you, Webpack compiled successfully. Hey, it worked, Madeline. Nice. A year is forever in code, but not for experience. Yeah, that's the problem, right? It seems like it's always running away from you, isn't it, Ty? Yeah, a year is a long time. Dozens of changes can be made to code bases in a year, but you can only gain experience so fast. Dev server startup might also take a little time too. Once it's up, it should be as fast as the others. Yeah. Awesome. Good job, everybody. Where's the port defined in the project? I don't know. It's in there somewhere, I'm sure. Maybe in the source somewhere. App.js? I don't know. It's by default? Okay. You could set an env variable to override it. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I'm using 3001 only because I already have the project running on port 3000. So it automatically changed me to a different port. All right. So now that we've gotten this far, we've got the basic create React app running. We're going to leave this up and we're going to take a break because we need to. It's top of the hour, or past break time. So we're going to take a quick break here for 5 minutes. I'm going to go get a drink, go use the restroom, get a drink, celebrate your success on launching a basic React app. And then when we get back, we're going to actually start making some changes to this default app, and making it our own. So what's nice is that what they basically given us here is a template, and this template can then be modified to do whatever the heck we want. So pretty sweet. All right, so I'm going to pull up a timer. And I'm going to give it 5 minutes, and I will see you all back here in 5. But seriously, go and get up and stretch and get a drink or whatever. As long as you come back, I don't care. Okay, folks, come on back. We got about 45 seconds left in the break. So get a drink, use the restroom, pet your dog, whatever you got to do. I'll see you back here in just a minute. All right, I've stopped the timer and let's get back into it. Got a lot to do, so let's do it. All right, turn the camera back on. Had a snack over the break. I think we're fine, and I actually have a drink now, so we're good. I can actually hydrate properly. Won't sound so gravelly, hopefully, um, and be able to talk. Okay, so we've got our React running. So now let's see what we need to do next.
Start up the dev server. So when this starts up on localhost 3000, this is the development build. If you look at the React Dev Tools, if you installed them, it says this page is using the development build of React. If you if you build, you'll have all your static assets in the build folder. If you run it from there, it'll say it's the production build. All right, so let's close this stuff up. We don't need that. And I'm just going to, we'll make this smaller so we can see both of these at the same time. And I just want to go over some of the other stuff we have here. So in the public folder, we have an index.html. So this is essentially the single page of the single page application that's being loaded. And it's actually really simple. There's a bunch of comments here that make it look more complicated than it actually is. So we'll just get rid of these. But it's just a simple HTML file. And we have some meta tags and some stuff in the head, but if you look in the body, all there really is a div with the ID of root. So this is kind of the gateway to our UI, to our React application. And the way this works, if we look in the source folder, which is where we put all of our components and state and everything that has to do with our app that we're building, if we look in the index.js here, which is kind of the entry point for React, we're importing React DOM, and then there's a method on React DOM called render. And what we're doing is we're grabbing that div that I just showed you with the ID of root, with document.getElementById root, and we're inserting our app into that div. Now this app comes from app.js, which we're importing right here, and app.js contains the root app component. So remember, I said to think of everything in components. Well, app is the root the root component. So every component that we create, like our header, our events, footer, the add form, all that stuff is going to be in this main root app component. Okay.
Yeah, and so we've seen a lot of this before, right? This mirrors what we've already seen. The HTML file itself, which is in our public folder, index.html. There's a lot of stuff being imported in the header, but the actual body of the file itself, and we can get rid of these comments like Brad did, just to show how simple the file actually is. Again, we just have a title, we have a head, and then we have a root div. And that's really all it is, right? And again, like we've seen before, this root div, its purpose really is just to give our React something to grab onto and place it in a certain location on the page. And so that's really all it's doing. Just a div with an ID of root. I'm going to save this once I got rid of the comments. And then where the magic is happening starts to be behind the scenes. And so the next place he went was the index.js inside of the source SRC folder. Again, showing us what we've seen before, which is that we can hook to that, HTML, that div in our HTML file by saying get element by ID, which we've done a billion times before. And then we render our app inside of that div. So everything that we're going to be doing is just going to be plonked in that div and doing, React stuff in there. Oh, thank you, Roko, for the follow. Much appreciated. Brad told us the folder he was going into, bring out the champagne. Yeah. And just for those of you who have not done a Traversy Media tutorial before, he is going to be doing a ton of file switching. And a lot of times he won't tell you what file he's going into. He's just going to switch it and you're going to be expected to follow. So I'm going to try to help with that and call out what file we're in. If he doesn't, because yeah, he's going to be doing a lot of back and forth. So we're going to have to roll with it, but I'll try to help out with that as much as I can. Madeline says, Maya, do you recommend pivoting our 100 hours project to use React if you want to? I mean, I don't think you have to. It depends on if you think React would be useful specifically for your project. I mean, really just depends on your project, right? I mean, if you're already pretty far along, you might not want to convert. You might not be like, I don't have time, and that's totally fine too. Dev, his code really isn't different than ours. It's just different colors. So you can see like what I have here in my index.js. It's the same. It's the same. It might just be that our windows are slightly different sizes too, and I can move this over a little bit. Oh, come on! I hate it when it doesn't properly attach the windows together. Hang on. There we go. That should do it. So I can make this a little bit smaller. And I mean, it's we got the same code on both windows. Mine is just a different color than his. Probably just using a different highlighting extension of some kind. FEO, make sure that you're doing npx create dash react dash app. So you need to make sure you have dashes in between create, react, and app. They can't be separate words. You got to put dashes in between. Yeah, he does it quickly. Yeah. There are some updates, Bombaloni, but those don't really come into play until we get into the routing portion. So if I assume you're linking to the 13-minute video about routing, yeah, that doesn't really come into play until we get into the routing portion. Okay, so root and render. Oh, I see. So root and render are slightly different. Yeah, but it's okay because we are using the most recent version, so we're right. Yeah, exactly. Piece of shoot. That's specifically for React Router. And so I don't think we're really going to probably get into that today based on how fast we're going so far, which is fine. We're going at a fine pace. I doubt we're probably going to get into the routing aspects, the things that he had to update with that second video. So I think we'll be okay. All right. Oh, and Rask calls out, yes. So I have a little setting enabled on my VS Code settings where it shows me the current folder that I'm in along with the current file that I'm in. So you can also enable that if you want to. We can trust that the CRA will just work. Yep, the Create React app will just work. It'll give us a build that actually works. So we don't have to worry if things look slightly different. And the rest of this, when we start doing our custom code, the rest of this will really be the same. So I think we'll be fine. All right. Let's keep going. Good questions, though.
Okay, and then that is what's being put into that div right here. Okay, so I just wanted to kind of explain that. Now, let's see. I actually just want to change the title here. We'll change it to task tracker.
Okay, so in index.html, right here, we can change our title to just be whatever we want. So I'm going to say Traversy tracker demo. this is my demo version of the app. So that's what I'm going to change it to. You don't have to, it doesn't matter. That's just a cosmetic thing. So index.html, you can change the title if you want. Oh, good. You figured it out. It's Rosa. Nice. Good job. Good troubleshooting. Yeah, capital letters when you're creating your npx create React app, it does not like capital letters. Not allowed. You got to use lowercase for whatever reason. Like it's 1995 or 1990. Yeah. Okay.
And you could put like if you want to use the Bootstrap CDN or something like that, you could use this file for that kind of thing. But we'll go ahead and save that. And this updates right away, or it should. I don't know why it didn't that time. But this will auto reload. So I want to go into now app.js. And this is the root app component. And everything that you see here is coming from this component here. So we're importing logo, which is this logo SVG. It's this spinning React logo. We're also importing an app CSS file, which is just some basic styling. And then we have a function. Now remember, components can be functions or classes. Most people these days seem to use functions with hooks, which is what we'll be focusing on. But this could be a class. I might give you an example of that. But if we look in the return of this function, it looks like HTML, but this is actually JSX, JavaScript Syntax Extension. And there's a few differences. For instance, you might notice class name. We can't use the class attribute to assign a class. We use class name. Same with for. If you have a label with a for attribute, you don't want to use for in React. You would use HTML for, like that. All right, so just keep that in mind. This is also dynamic. We can have JavaScript expressions and variables. Here we're bringing in logo, adding it to the source of the image. What I'm going to do though is just get rid of everything that's inside of this div. And for now.
Okay, so just going over a few things there, reminding us that the fact that we have to use the keyword class name instead of class reminds us that we are not truly, that we're using something different, right? We're not using, class is a restricted word, so we have to use a different keyword, right? This is something, JSX is something different. It's not pure HTML. It's not pure JavaScript. We're doing something slightly different. So we can't just say class, we have to say class name. And so this is not a pure HTML tag. Another way we can tell when we start building out custom components, another way that we can tell that those are custom JSX is they will be capitalized. And so that can help us distinguish between like a div and then like, I don't know, a custom component called button or something like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and clear out everything inside of this div. So everything from app header all the way down to the closing tag. We'll just clear that out. Boop, delete. And now what we're left with is just our basic component, our app component, and the export value for that. Thank you for the follow, Juria. It's obvious because React devs are a bunch of SQL devs never wanting to write anything capital ever again. Rascal, I will say that thankfully, a lot of modern SQL editors allow you to type in all lowercase as well. So my pinky finger gets a break from holding down the shift key. So that does help a lot. React says they like Leon says they use them like Bootstrap. Yep. Refactoring is for closers. Get it done, and then if you want, go with React. Yeah, I like that. I like that philosophy piece of shoot. Get it done first, get it working, and then you can always refactor it later. When the time comes, I make my entire project in React and yeet all that hideous EJS. There you go. That's a good plan. Okay, so we've deleted everything inside of the basic app component. So we'll save that. And it's saying it's compiled with one warning. You're going to see that a lot. You're going to see errors in the compiler or warnings in the compilers quite a bit. It's okay. All that's telling us is that we've imported this logo right here, but we aren't using it. And that's fine. We're not going to use it anyway.
Now, let's just put, if you want Emmet to work in here, you can see it's not working right now. It might for you. If it doesn't, click where it says JavaScript. You can change that to JavaScript React.
Okay, and again, for those of you who use Emmet, I know I do. You can change. You can make sure that Emmet actually works in these React files by clicking down at the bottom on the bottom bar, clicking where it says JavaScript, and then just changing it, typing React into the search bar, and changing it to JavaScript React, and then that will allow Emmet to work again. And so now I can type the word H1 and hit enter and have it give me an H1 tag.
And then it should work. So let's just say hello from React for now. I'm going to save that, and this will auto reload. And we don't need to bring in the logo and app CSS. And we also don't need some of these files anymore. So logo.
Okay, sorry, he was going really fast there again. So let's just pause for a second. All right, so he put in H1, says hello from React. And also he got rid of the import statements. Got rid of the import statements at the top, so get rid of those too. And so now we just have our nice plain function here with an H1. And so let's see if that worked. And it did. Hooray. It now says hello from React at the top of the screen. What's Emmet? So Emmet is basically just like a shortcut, like almost like keyboard shortcuts that allow you to type HTML tags much more quickly. So I can type the word div or the word H1 with no carets or anything, and hit enter, and it will give me opening and closing tags that match what I typed. So Emmet is a useful thing if you're writing HTML or something like HTML, like React. It can give you tags much more quickly than you can do by hand. Emmet should just Emmet should just should work. If you want to enable it on a React file like we're doing here, you can click on the bottom bar where down here. Yours would probably say just JavaScript. So click here on the bottom bar, and then search for just in the search bar here. Just search for React, and choose JavaScript React as the language. Choose JavaScript React as the language, and that will set that language down here to JavaScript React, and Emmet will start working again. Yeah. So when I was doing this earlier, I had to enable it in each file. There's probably a way to do it, like have it be smarter. I didn't really bother. I didn't have enough time to investigate that. So yeah, for now, it's just enable it in each component. I'm sure somebody else knows better than I do, but I just did it in each one individually because I didn't have time to find a better way. So. All right, and so now what he's going to do is he's going to get rid of a few files. So, Create React comes with a lot of built-in stuff, built-in files, and we're not going to use all of them. So we're going to get rid of a few of them to make things cleaner. So that's what he's going to do here. Just select a few things and delete them. So let's see what he decides to delete.
I'm going to get rid of app CSS. I also don't want app test and setup test since we're not.
Okay, so getting rid of app.css, app.test, and you can select multiple files by holding the control key, or I assume the command key on a Mac. So click and hold control while you select each of these files. It's app.css, app.test, logo.svg, and setuptest.js. Those four things, you can get rid of them. So then I'm going to right click and I'm going to delete them.
Not dealing with that. So we'll go ahead and delete those 4 files.
And then all you're really left with in the source folder is just app.js, index.css, index.js, and reportwebvitals.js. Tests, what are tests? Yeet, yeah, we don't need no stinking tests. That's right. We're baddies writing bad code. We don't need no tests. All right, we got rid of those. That makes things a little easier to work with. Okay, now let's see what we do next.
compiles just to clean things up a little bit. Now, when we're returning this JSX here, you can only return a single parent element. So you can put whatever you want in this div, and it doesn't have to be a div. It can be a paragraph, it could be a heading, it could be just a fragment, which I'll show you in a second. But if I go under here and I try to put, like, let's say an H2, and I say hello, you'll see I'm already getting an error here, and it won't compile. So it says JSX expressions must have one parent element. So whatever you return, it has to be a single element, and then anything else, any other components or whatever you want can go inside of it. So I'm going to move.
Yeah, that's actually pretty important. So we need to have one parent, and then we can have multiple children inside of those parents. But when you're building your React apps, you're going to get an error if you try to include multiple parents in a single component. So one component, one parent, multiple children. That's how you have to do it. Otherwise, you'll get an error. Remember, no divs. Use sections for everything instead. Yeah. Yep. I still prefer sections, but everybody seems to use divs, so I don't know. I'm still a section fan. There, that's a fragment. Yeah. What's that meme about how weeks of coding can save you hours of planning? Yeah. There's a joke about how some people are lucky enough to have a production environment that's separate from their dev environment. Yeah. I'm not going to say it right though, so it won't be funny, but yeah. I've been there. But div is shorter to type. True. And Rascal there says you can do emmet.include languages. Adding emmet.include. Okay, I might do that over the next break using that little script that Rascal provided there. I'm not going to do it right now, but I might do it over the next break. All right. So what do we do next?
Move this H2 up into the div, and that should fix it.
Okay, so we're gonna test that theory here. We're gonna do an H2 and see if so we have one parent still, and our parent is this div, and now we have two children, right? Two children inside of our parent. So let's make sure that works, and it does. We have an H1 and an H2. Perfect. Peachy keen. Nice. Okay.
Okay. Now let's go ahead and open up the dev tools here. I'm going to go to the elements tab just to show you what this compiles to. So we have a div with the ID of root that wraps around our entire UI. Then we have this div with the class of app, and then our headings. So we're seeing this right here. Now obviously class name is going to compile out to just a regular HTML class.
Okay, and he's saying a couple of really important things here. So that div there up top, that is what was in our HTML file, right? That's pure HTML. But everything below it is JSX, which is now rendered out to HTML. And so, like you mentioned, that class name that we typed actually renders to just be a plain old class, like an HTML class, like we're familiar with. So that, again, that gives us clues that what's under the hood is not exactly what we typed here. So good to look at, and he went to that by going to the dev tools and looking at the elements.
If you don't want to have a div or any element around like these headings or whatever we have in here, we could just use a fragment or just an empty angle bracket. If I save that and we check this out, it's just the H1 and H2. Of course, we still have the root div, which wraps around everything, but as far as this component goes, it's not going to have a div or anything wrapped around these. But I actually do want a div, and I'm going to have a class name of container for some styling that I'm going to add.
Okay, yep, and we're just going to change the class name here from app to container. And we're going to have some CSS that we're going to drop in here. And I'll help you all with that when we get there. But yeah, we're actually going to have CSS on this app today. Aren't you proud of me? Yeah.
Later. Okay, so you'll see that gets changed to div with the class of container. Now we can add expressions in here, and we can use variables. So for instance, if I were to say const name, and make sure you do this above the return, of course, and set a name to Brad, and I go down here and I put in some curly braces, I can then put name in here, and I get hello Brad.
Okay, so let's try that. This is going to show us how we can pass variables into our, into our code here to render out basically whatever we want. So const name equals mindwolf, and then down here I can just put basically whatever JavaScript I want inside of curly braces and have that render out in the DOM. So let's see it. Hey, nice. Okay, so that's kind of similar to what we've done with things like EJS or handlebars, right? So nothing super crazy yet, but pretty soon we're going to start flexing a little bit and doing more of what React is uniquely able to accomplish. Um, yeah, exactly. It's like the caret percent signs in EJS, or if you use handlebars, it's like the curly braces in handlebars, right? We're ahead of Brad. Yeah. Don't worry, we won't be for long. Unlike EJS, it's not a direct one-to-one. Yeah, there's some changes that are being made under the hood. It just looks similar when we're writing it, but it renders differently under the hood. Yeah.
Okay, I can also do like we could say 1 plus 1, and that's going to render out to 2. I can do conditionals as ternary operators. So let's say const x equals true, and then I could go down here and I could say if x, then we'll show yes, else then we'll show no. And this is just
Yeah. So again, you can do expressions. Const x equals true, and then put it, enclose this expression down here with the ternary. Yes, else, no, and that will evaluate as well. And so, hello, yes, that worked just fine. And it really works just like JavaScript. So I could also use something like one, which is truthy, and that will also evaluate. Hello, yes, and if I change it to 0, that changes it to no. So again, just like JavaScript, nothing new here. I'm curious if I can start using this for my 100 hours without completely messing it up. Yeah, I mean, it depends on your project, right? It depends on if you have something that you can't maybe if you have something that you can't accomplish using the tools that we've had previously, then it might be worth it to try to incorporate React. But if you're able to do everything that you want to do already, I mean, obviously it's up to you, right? But you might not want to go back and refactor that much, at least maybe until after you've already turned it in, and then you could go back and build a version 2. Um, yeah, you're gonna have to learn both React and then how to write your backend to work with React. Um, yeah, I don't know if it's worth it. Yeah, Esther. Yeah, if you need it for your project, then maybe it is worth it for you. Me and EJS are acquaintances, not friends. That's a great description. I would say, yeah, I'd say I'm better friends with handlebars than EJS at this point. All right.
a ternary operator. So hello yes, if I change this to false and save, we get hello no. All right, so you can write JavaScript directly in here, which makes it really nice, really dynamic. All right, so I'm just going to get rid of that. And now we're going to work on just creating our own components.
Okay, again, he's going fast. Watch what he got rid of. He got rid of our 2 variables and this h2. So now we're just back to the h1. So he sometimes deletes things super quickly, and then you don't see that he deleted it, and then it causes you problems later. So just going to make sure that we delete those things and clean this up a little bit. All right, let's see what we do next.
Okay, remember I said to think of your app or your user interface as just a bunch of components. So we're going to start with the header. I'm going to go over to source, my source folder, create a folder called components. And this is where we're going to create all of our components. The first one we're going to call, we're going to call this header.js.
Okay, so let's pay attention to our foldering. Again, we're doing some foldering here, and just like in the last tutorial, it can come back and bite you in the butt if you're not careful. So let's pay attention to where we're putting our folders. We're going to go into our source folder. We're going to create a new folder in there, inside of source, called components. And then make sure that you're inside of the components folder. Be very careful about this. Make sure that you are inside of the components folder and create a new file called header.js, and make sure that you capitalize the word header. So header.js capitalized inside of the components folder, which is inside of the source folder. Okay, so it should look like that, what I have there on my screen, once you are done. All right, I'll give everybody a second to do that. Because yeah, the foldering, the foldering here is not going to be as drastic as it will be, as it was for the storybooks tutorial. Thank goodness we don't have the same, nearly the depth of folders that we did for storybooks, but it will still be important to put things in the right place. Thank you for the follow, Dorfro. Thank you for the follow, Roko, Beniak, and Jario. Thank you. All right, now let's see what we put in there.
Uppercase, oops, didn't mean to do that. Uppercase H, that's just the convention for components. And this could be a class or a function. And there's an extension for VS Code that I'd highly recommend if you're using it, if you're using VS Code. And that's ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native Snippets, which has a bunch of snippets for things like imports, exports, even like loops and just regular JavaScript stuff. But it also has these snippets for components. So RCC will create a class-based component. RCE will create a class component, but it will export down at the bottom here. The one that I like to use is the arrow function. I believe it's RAFCE, this one right here. So it's nice and clean. It's just an arrow function that exports down at the bottom. So
okay, before he closes that, everybody go install this. You're gonna need it. This one's not optional. In order to keep up with how fast he goes, and even how fast we're gonna go with pauses, you're gonna be much better off if you install this. And so the creator's name is D. So you can install extensions by clicking on the blocks over here. So on the left side of VS Code, click on the blocks. And in the extension search, you can search. I actually searched for the creator name, DSZNAJDER, and you can see it brings up a couple of results, but you want the one that's definitely by this person. So DSZNAJDER, it has like 2 point something million installations. Go ahead and install that. And this will give you access to the shortcuts that we're going to be using during this tutorial today. The interesting one that that you say that, Rascal, yeah, it seems like somebody has created a copycat, and so that's why I actually searched for the creator name. But yeah, somebody's created a copycat version that has 250,000 downloads, but I don't, this is the one that we want right here. So yeah, 6.2 million. So it's a pretty good one. Yep. So go ahead and install that. I already have it installed, so I'm not going to do it again. But so install that, and then we'll keep going. Doesn't take any time to install. It's just an extension. All right. Let's see what we do with it.
So what I'll do is just do RA with that extension installed, RAFCE.
Okay. So let's pay attention to what he typed, because you're going to be doing it a lot. You're going to be doing it over and over and over and over and over again. As a few people have already put in chat, that command is RAFCE. Now you notice as you're typing, there's several options, right? There's several things that you could choose, but the correct one is RAFCE, and you can see that what that stands for is React Arrow Function Export Component. And this has all the things that we need in order to do the things that we're trying to do. So type RAFCE, hit enter. Hey! The cool thing is that it auto-populates the basics of everything that we need to build out a component. So pretty slick, a lot faster than typing this by hand. Yeah. Again, RAFCE, memorize that command, because when he does it, going forward, he doesn't even show it. He just assumes that you know it already. So RAFCE is what he's typing every single time. RESPECT. Yeah. Anki card, indeed. Yep. So super useful. All right.
Enter. And that creates just a boilerplate of a component, of an arrow function component. Now this here, it's importing React because this used to be required for every React component. However, we don't need this anymore, so we can actually get rid of it. Now, as far as what I want to output for the header, I'm going to use a header tag as my just parent element, and then we'll put an H1 in here, and we'll say task tracker.
Okay. So he got rid of the import statement up top, and he's going to do that every single time. So you can just assume that that's going to be something you'll do every single time. And we're going to have an H1 here. Here, you get rid of the div. We're going to return we're going to return a header with an H1 inside of it. So I'm just going to really quick enable Emmet here. All right. So header, and inside of that we have an H1, and we can just say I'm going to call it Traversy task tracker. You can call it whatever you want. And whoops, and we'll save that. All right. I'm going to run into trouble if they ask me to make a button using Notepad. Hopefully you don't get asked that. Thank you for the follows, Zelny7. Thank you. RAFCE. Yeah. The React import used to be required every time to power JSX. Now it's only needed when actually using something from it, like a hook. Good to know. Thank you, Rascal. Okay, so now let's see what we do next.
Now if I save it, nothing's going to happen because we just created the component. We didn't put it into our application. So back in our app.js, let's go ahead and import header from, and we want to go into /components/header, and we just embed it just like it was like an XML tag. So header, just like that.
Okay, so now we've gone back to app.js. So we're in our app.js file, and we're going to import the component that we just created, because what we want to do now is we want to reference that component and drop it into our app component. So we're nesting here, right? We're nesting. Our header goes into our app at the top. You know, we're going to be putting other things in here too, but it's going to go at the top. And then remember, the app then is inside of our the app is then inside of our that root div too. So we're nesting already. It's just a different way to think about it. We're used to doing nesting in HTML. Now we're just thinking about it a different way. All right, so we're going to import our header. Import header from slash components header. All right, and then we can call that component header, and just like that. So that's going to reference this component that we just created. VS Code, yeah, and VS Code does do an autocomplete on several things, which is really nice, especially when we start importing some stuff that's native to React. VS Code will just autocomplete it for us, which is really nice. Yep. Sometimes I do it right, sometimes I don't. sometimes I hit the magic keystroke combination that VS Code knows what I'm doing, you know, and then sometimes I don't. All right. So let's see if this worked, right? So now we're calling this component and we're sending it up, and it should populate in the DOM. So let's see if we got it right. Hey, Traversy task tracker, baby. Right? And we don't, and so let's understand this, right? I don't have anything that says Traversy task tracker inside of my app component, right? There's nothing there that says that. All that says, so all we're doing here is we're just calling this component, and that is what contains this text. So it's inside the component. And so now we can start to see how we can make these components be modular and reference them the way we need to. Oh. Shh. Bud, shush. I think my dog hears something. Sorry. Hopefully he doesn't bark. Hey, shh. I might have to mute for a second. Hang on. Sorry. He thought he heard something. He wasn't sure. He wanted to tell me about it. So yeah, he's got a really loud, like, he's such a goober. He's such a goober. He's a wuss. Like, anything, he runs away from everything. But he's got a really loud growl and a really loud bark. So that works pretty well in general. The real mind wolf. Yeah, he's definitely not a wolf. He's just a poodle. But he barks really loud. And there was a loose dog running around the neighborhood earlier, so that's got him a little worked up. Um, okay, someone needs to hydrate. Effective defense. Yeah, he's pretty good. He's really loud when he wants to be. Okay, so this is working. All right, let's see what we do next.
Save it. And now we have task tracker. Now, just to show you a class-based component real quick, I'm just going to comment this out. And if we use a class, we do need to import React from React. I haven't done a class in quite a while. So we could say class, we'd call it the same thing, app, but we need to extends react.component because we need all the lifecycle methods and all that. And then we'd have a render. So render takes care of the output. And then in this render, we would return whatever we want. As far as JSX, I'll just put in H1 and say hello from a class. Now, if I save that, I believe we're going to have to reload since so now we get hello from a class. And let's just make sure we have no errors here. Header is defined but never used. That's fine. All right, so I mean, if you want to use classes, you can, and you can check out my older crash course if you want to just use classes. But I'm going to go ahead and delete that, and let's uncomment this. And there we go. So now we have our header back. Now I want to talk a little bit about props because you can pass.
Oh, and it looks like too. I think in app.js, it looks like I missed the correction where he changed this from a basic function to an arrow function. So let's do that real quick before we get too much farther. So just going to convert this from a basic function to an arrow function, just to be consistent with what he's doing. So I'm changing from function to const, and we know how to do arrow functions, but const app equals, and then we add the arrow function syntax here. So I think I just missed that, sorry. But now we've updated our app we're matching the layout of our header and matching it to the app. So all these are going to be consistent across the multiple files. Yeah, I don't know when he did it, but that's fine. We'll roll with it and I'll save that. And it doesn't change anything, right? It still works. We're just making things consistent.
Stuff in here, like if we want to pass in a title to our header, and for now we'll just say hello. Now it's not going to do anything because we're not handling it, but we can pass anything we want in to retrieve this.
Okay, so here we're passing in a title. And real quick, what is this called what is this, this value that I'm passing in, what do we call that inside of a React component? What is this that I'm passing in? It's a prop, yeah. It's a prop, yep. And so what we have to do now is we have to make sure that our header component is prepared to accept props. So we can pass whatever we want in, but we have to make sure that that actual component is prepared to accept it. Yeah. And Rascal says, obviously that's on you. You blinked. Can't do that during Traversy videos. Yeah, Traversy videos are literally blink and you miss it. Yeah, that's why I'm thankful we can pause. Okay, so we're passing in a prop to this component, but if we look here, it's not set up to accept any props at all. So we need to actually modify the component itself to accept a prop or props. And so that's what he's going to do next here. So we'll do that, and then we'll take another break. And yeah, we're doing decent. Because remember, we're not going to do this entire tutorial. I think we're only probably going to go as far as the start of the routing section. and then we'll stop there. So it's not the entire hour and 48. So I think we're doing really well. Um, how do we pass prompts? Yep, we can pass them straight in the tags. It looks just like a property inside of an HTML tag, except we're actually passing this to a component in this other file. And so let's see now how we configure that component to accept the props.
Prop inside of our component here,
Yeah.
we take in props as a parameter. And then down here, let's say we want to replace this static text with our props dot title. If I save that, now we see hello because that's what's being passed in. Now we can also have default props. So if I don't pass anything in here and I save that, that's not going to show anything because there's no title. However, I could go below the function, the component, and say header dot default props and set that to an object and set the title to task tracker.
Okay, we'll watch it. We'll just pause there for a second and let us do that. So we can set default props if we don't have anything to pass in. So default props, I can't spell. All right, there we go. Default props title can now be set to task tracker. All right, save that. Yeah, we're gonna get away from the default props in just a minute. He's just showing us how the default can work, and we're gonna immediately start destructuring to get away from props dot whatever pretty shortly.
Now if I save that, that's going to show up because that's the default. If I were to again pass something.
Okay, so we save that, and then if we don't pass anything in here, so we take away that prop that we were previously passing in. So no props are being passed in. Header says, oh, I don't have anything. Is there a default? Why, yes, there is. Cool. And then it takes that and displays that instead. So just useful to know. Not really useful for this particular app necessarily, but I think we do use it once. Yeah, we do use default once in this app. So good to know it's an option and something you could potentially use.
In here, it would overwrite the default. Now this props.title, we could clean this up a little bit. Props it's just gonna be an object of whatever props you pass in, so we can destructure. So we can just add curly braces and take in the title. And then down here, we don't need to do props.title. We can just go like that. And that's going to give.
So this is just an example of destructuring, which Leon, obviously told us that was part of our homework, right? Was to read about destructuring. And so what we're doing here is we're essentially pulling apart this props object, and we are essentially extracting what we need from it. In this case, it's the title part of those props. So if we had props that had multiple parts to them, we're just specifying, hey, I want title, and then we can use title directly down here, just like that. Yeah, it's important. It's important to try to keep track of which file that you're in, and I'll try to call that out better. So we're in header right now. We've been doing pretty much all of our work in header. I'm really not switching files unless I have to. He does a lot of really fast switching, so I'm trying to keep it steady. But yeah, we're in header right now. We're making changes in header, and yeah, in header we're just destructuring the props that we're taking in, and that's what we're displaying here in the H1, and that's also where we set our default props of task tracker. Really the only change that we have made, so I'm switching to app.js now, really the only change that we've made there was whether or not we're passing in any props into that header component. Hey, welcome, Lila. I'd love to watch these once I'm up to speed. I'm in the 100 Devs catch-up group. Started it in May. Will these streams be on my YouTube channel? Yes, they will. So they're on Twitch for 60 days, and then they also move to YouTube, where they're archived for perpetuity. Yes, they will definitely be moved there. I usually do them in chunks. Like I'll do like a couple weeks worth at a time, just because it's easier that way. The YouTube export process is uh, interesting. So I like to do it in batches. The timestamp we're on is 28:48. Yep. Welcome, Cranberry. By the way, good to see you. Okay, so we did that. And so I'm going to go back to header.js to match what's on the screen there. So I'm in header.js right now. And let's see what he's going to do next. And I think we're about done with this particular section. And then so that'll be our stop time. We'll take a break, and then we'll come back in 5 minutes. So.
Give us the same exact result. Now, there's also prop types, which is kind of like a...
Okay, so he's starting a new section right now. So let's pause for 5 minutes, and then we will come back and keep working. But we're doing really good. And so, yeah, we'll take 5 minutes, take a break, get a drink, do what you got to do, and then we'll keep going. All right, I'm going to reset the timer here. Hey, no worries, James. Good to see you as always. Take care. Yeah, feel free to catch the VOD later on. No worries. All right, break time. Starting the timer now. See you back in 5 minutes. You got it. It's Rosa. Nice. Good job. All right, I'll see you in 5. All right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back. Jillian says, thankful for the break. I'm like 3 minutes behind the stream, and it's just enough that I can't follow Brad. Yeah. That's another reason why we do breaks, to give people the chance to troubleshoot or catch up a little bit if they need to. Hey, Devil, welcome. All right. Let's get back into it. I'm going to go ahead and stop the timer at 10 seconds. And here we go. Back to the video. So again, before we stopped for the break, we really just set up a few basic components. We set up our global sort of app component that contains all the other smaller components. And we set up our header.js, which is obviously going to be a header, right? Oh, wow. Stereo Say, thank you so much for the sub. And he used a Prime sub too. Yeah, that's the best kind of sub, because you don't got to spend any money, and it stops Jeff Bezos from going to space quite as quickly. So thank you for those two things. Thank you for the sub, and thank you for stopping Jeff Bezos. Much appreciated. What's that? 10 new subs? It's been quite a bit. It's been a sub fest today, so I do appreciate it. Thank you. Why don't I want Jeff to go to space? It's that thing about billionaires and passion projects. I don't know. I feel like there's better spacecraft out there. We'll say that. Also, Jeff Bezos' business practices are predatory, and he takes advantage of his employees. So, yeah, in general, those are the main reasons. I'm like 5 months behind, but trying to keep up. Yeah, no worries, Stereo. Awesome. Thank you for thank you again. Thank you for the sub. Okay, let's see what we got to do next.
A built-in type system for your properties. It's not something you have to use, but it's something that will help you out and make your code a little bit more robust. I'm not going to focus on creating prop types for everything, but I just want to kind of show you how it works. Now, with the extension, the ES7 React extension, you can do IMPT to import prop types. And then what we can do is go down here and say header dot prop types lowercase, set that to an object, and we know we have a title.
Okay, I'm going to back up a little bit so you can see what he typed up there to do the import. He likes to scroll down and then hide things that you kind of need. So we'll make sure you get this done first. Prop type, import prop types from prop types. That autofills for you there. So you got to import that first, and then we're going to use it down here at the bottom. Let me see if I can fit all this on one screen here, so you can see the import, and you'll be able to see what I typed down here. So header, we're going to set some header prop types. And what we mean by prop types, pay attention, it's going to try to autofill with a capital letter there. So make sure that you have prop, lowercase, and then types with the capital T. So you match, well, I guess it doesn't even match that, but you got to type it this way. I'll just say that. Lowercase prop, uppercase T. And what we're going to do here is we're going to sort of, I think this is where we start enforcing some inputs here, but we'll see what he does. Serg asks, Mine, are you working on any personal React projects? Not yet. I'm just learning React now with you guys. So I don't have any history with React. I'm just learning it as we speak. So once I get a little better, I do want to make some personal React stuff. It seems very cool and very relevant. So yeah, I do want to make some stuff. I'm not quite there yet. All right, here we go.
Lowercase, set that to an object, and we know we have a title, so the title, and we can create a type. Do we want this to be a string, a number, a boolean? We want this to be a string, so uppercase P prop types dot string. Now if I were to go back here and pass in, let's say title, and pass in a number. Now if you're passing in a number or a boolean or something, you want to have it wrapped in curly braces. But we'll pass in a 1, and right away down here in the console, it's still going to render, but you'll see we get this warning, invalid prop title of type number supplied to header, which expects a string. Okay, so it's just a way to kind of make your code more robust and catch errors before they happen. And you can also use something like TypeScript with React as well.
So what this is essentially doing is it's enforcing, right? It's enforcing the correct type of input. So here we're saying that our title must be a string, right? Now, where have we seen that before? Where have we seen enforcing input types? We've seen this before. We've seen the ability to specify specific types of input, right? Yeah, we've seen it in our schemas, right? And yeah, you can also do it in forms. That's totally true. Yep, you can do it in forms built in, or you can do it in what looks more similar to this is when we build out a schema for MongoDB, we can also enforce input types that way. So what's cool is that we can potentially enforce input types at multiple points within our application, right? We don't necessarily have to wait for that input to make it all the way up to our schema before we validate it. And so here we can validate it directly within React, which could be useful depending on what type of an app you're building. Mavi says, I started to make a React Native app that just has a picture of a chair. Nice. Yeah, so this does exactly the same thing as what we did for, what we did for schemas. And you can enforce input types in forms by using input tags. So natively in HTML, you can use an input tag and specify the type of input that you want, whether that's text or number. So I thought that's what you were referring to. But yeah, input tags, can also enforce input types as well, but not 100% necessarily. Okay, so that's all we're doing here. Just same thing we've done before with schemas, just enforcing input types.
All right, and then if it's required, you can do dot is required as well. All right, and we have a default prop, so it's not going to give us any error, but if I were to get rid of the default.
So here, again, this is just another thing that we've done with schemas before. We've set something to is required, so if there's no value there, it will give us an error. I'm not going to do this part where he tests that because, we already know what that does. I'm just going to skip. We can just watch him do that.
Default prop and reload. You'll see I'll get a warning down here. All right, so we'll go ahead and keep header as is. And I want to talk a little bit about styling because there's a few ways you can do, CSS within React. So one is to just use a style sheet, which is what ultimately we're going to do. I'm going to use this index CSS. I already have some styles prepared, but you can also use something like style components, which is an external package that is really popular. You can also use direct CSS in JavaScript. So I'm going to give you an example of that. So this H1 here, we could set style, and when you use style, you want to use double curly braces if you're doing it inline like this.
This feels gross when I do this.
And let's say we wanted to change, let's say color, and we would set that to a string of, whatever color value. So if I
yeah, so here we can do inline CSS if we really want to. I don't feel good about this, but notice that we have double curly braces here. So double curly braces, we can specify inline styles this way. So let's try that and see if it works. There we go. As soon as I unhighlight it, we can actually see the color. Yeah, feels icky, but it does work. We can do inline styling this way. Cool.
Set that to red. If I want to add something else, I put a comma, like say background color. Now, it's not going to be background dash color like CSS. It's going to be camel case like this.
Yeah, and the background color there, it's camel case because this is not true like CSS. We're doing JSX, and we're doing styling that way. So there's a few little fiddly differences here and there. So we'll see that.
Yes. And set it to a string, so we'll say black.
All right, we'll do background color black. And this could be useful at times, right? If you just want to really style a specific element, um, this could be a nice, quick way to do it without fiddling around with the CSS file, So background color, black. Let's test that out. Hey, nice.
Save that. Okay. Another thing we can do if you don't want to do it inline like this, you could create a variable down here. We could say our heading, we'll say heading style, and set that, and then just grab both of these, cut that out, put those in here.
So essentially we're just grabbing the styles from up here, and dropping them down into a separate object, and then we're going to reference that variable. So nothing crazy, just referencing a variable instead of handwriting the styles in line. So that might look a little better, depending on what you're building.
And then use single curly braces here and pass in our heading style.
Okay, so important distinction there. We go down to single curly braces, so we don't need the double layer of curly braces anymore, and we can reference our heading style variable and save that, and we should not see a difference. Yeah, so it did recompile. We can see down here in our, as we make these changes, we might not see a difference visually, but if you look down here, you can always see when it compiles, and that will tell you that yes, it did rebuild, but you just don't see a difference because it's working as intended. Hey, C Films, welcome. Used to it because of Tailwind, yeah. If equals equals is bad and triple equals is better, then triple curly braces should be better, right? Yeah, more braces, more. Akram says, super random. Do you think I can make good money freelancing with just HTML and CSS? Depends on what type of client you get. Some clients might just want a WordPress site where you're just dragging and dropping components. That's fair. I would think so. In general, the philosophy I think that I like is that you can do a lot of things, right? There's a chance that you could be just fine freelancing with just HTML and CSS. However, why would you not want to open more doors for yourself and maybe learn some additional things like JavaScript and backend stuff? Um, and widen your horizons and open more doors and more opportunities for yourself to make it easier on yourself to find a client. So, I mean, I'm not saying that you can't. I'm not going to tell you no. I'm saying it might be easier if you have a wider stack. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Melinik. How's the scope working in this? Yeah, so Devil says the variables are being hoisted. Okay, yep. And there are jobs where it is your job to create the user experience. So you could be a designer, and you could build out designs for others to build. Yeah, that's a valid career path. If you are good at design, then yeah, you could be a designer. I'm just saying, that if you want more opportunities, you could learn more things and get more opportunities for yourself. But I'm not saying that you have to. I mean, that's partially why I'm doing what I'm doing right now, is that previously I was just a SQL developer, but a successful SQL developer, senior dev. But I felt like I was limiting myself by just being a SQL developer when I could do so much more. And so that's why I'm learning web development too. Hey, no worries, Rask. Thanks for stopping in. All right, let's go a little farther.
And that's going to do the same thing. All right, I'm not going to be using this except where we have some dynamic styling, so I'm going to get rid of this. But I will keep.
Okay, so he's getting rid of the styling here in the H1. So go ahead and just get rid of that so it doesn't mess up our styles later. in the header here, we're just going to get rid of that style. And then I think he's going to keep what's down here, but we'll see.
This down here, just to kind of remind you that you can do this, we'll say.
Okay, so we can comment out, comment that out and just say, you can style stuff in line with variables if you want to. There we go.
Say CSS in JS. All right, now I'm going to add some CSS. So this index style sheet, we're going to get rid of that, and you can get.
Okay, so next thing we're going to do is we're going to apply our CSS like file, and we can do that just like we can with regular JavaScript. So we can, regular HTML. We can link a style sheet and have that apply within our app. And so that's what we're going to do. If you open your index.css right now, it's underneath your app.js in your file list. If you open that right now, you'll see a bunch of styles in there already. Go ahead and just get rid of all of those. Clear it out. And we're going to start fresh. Now, y'all are going to love me because I have the CSS pre-prepared for you, served up for you on a silver platter. And I will link you to that CSS. Now, you're like, yeah, why would I do that when Traversy's GitHub is linked right here in the YouTube video? So why do I care about Mine Wolf CSS when Traversy already has a GitHub repo? Let me tell you. So Traversy's GitHub repo has unfortunately had some questionable pull requests that have been approved, and there's a bunch of crap in there. I'm just going to tell you that. It's a mess. His official GitHub repo for this video, I don't know what happened, but it's a hot mess. And so I have made some slightly cleaner CSS for you. Yeah, it's bad. I don't know why he would approve some of these pull requests, but he did. So here we are. So I will give you clean CSS, or cleaner. It's not perfect, but there's a lot of extra chaff in there, but it's not going to break anything. So that's what's important. All right. So let me get. I'm going to link you directly to the CSS. You can also, of course, you'll have access to the repo if you get stuck. For the actual finished product, you'll have access to it. And Arwin says, yes, that's valid too. Arwin went back to Traversy's first commit and got the CSS from there. So that's valid too. All right, so this is a link directly to the CSS. Drag and drop it into your project. Or you could do what Arwin did, which is very smart, and went back to Traversy's first commit. So if I need, Fang says, so if I needed a pull request for Huntover, I could go to Traversy. Apparently, there's some wild stuff in there. There's to-do list tasks in like Russian, and there's all sorts of pictures of planets, and I don't know what's going on. So, anywho, this CSS is at least a little cleaner. And my code too, the code that's in my repo that I just linked you to, the code in that repo is much cleaner than the code in Traversy's repo. So yeah, you could do two things. You could use my repo. You could go back to Traversy's initial commit and use that. It's your choice. Yeah. No problemo. Like I said, there's going to be extra stuff in the CSS, but we're not going to reference it, so it doesn't matter anyway. All right, so I'm going to take this too. I'm going to take my own stuff and drop it in. Hooray. All right. Oh, and I think I grabbed too much. Whoops. I grabbed the whole page. That's not going to work. Hang on. 2 seconds. Let me try again. I just want to copy the code, do it right. All right. There we go. Much better. And save. Raw. I know. Yeah. I got it. I always forget that. I always just do a Control A and expect it to copy the right stuff, and it never works. And then I got to grab it with the copy button. Okay. And you can see there's extra stuff in here about like planets and stuff, but it's okay. We're not referencing it, so don't panic. All right, so we've dropped that in.
This code, you can get this whole thing in the GitHub repository in the description. So just grab the styling, paste it in. I'll go through it real quick. It's pretty simple. We're using the Poppins font. We have a reset. The container is going to be 500 pixels wide with a border. Header is going to be flexbox. We're going to have a button on the side, button classes, button styles, events. So our list of events will be styled, our form and form control, and then our footer. So pretty simple. I'm going to go ahead and save that.
Yeah, so his original CSS had 113 lines, and whoever went in here and just went wild, increased the CSS to 438 lines. So I already removed several things. I removed some backgrounds. I removed some image references that break. I removed some weird styling choices, but still, it's a mess. So, anywho, yeah. All right, so I've saved this, and let's see what we get. Yeah, there we go. We get that lovely purple. I chose that color, so if you don't like purple, you can change it, but I do. So now that looks a little bit nicer. It's centered. We have some container styling, rounded corners, etc. Peachy.
And it's going to look like this. Let me just make this a little wider, like that. All right. So we'll close that up, and we shouldn't have to touch the index CSS anymore.
Okay, yep. Now that you've pasted in your index.css, you can close that file and never think about it again, unless you want to. And now we're going to go back to our header.js. So we're in header.js now.
Now the next thing that I'd like to do here is add a button. So next to the H1, let's put a button here. And this is going to say add for now.
Okay. So under the H1, just going to drop in a button and have it say add. Mavi says I'm the queen of purple. Perfect. Good color choice then. Yeah, I would have chosen green to kind of go with my brand, but we're gonna have a button that's gonna be green, so I just kind of moved the cursor around on the color gradient until it landed on something I liked.
So we save that.
All right, so we're gonna have our button. We're gonna save it, and then I think we're gonna also add a class to that to make it look nice.
Yeah, we also want to add a class here of header, because that's what I have in the style sheet. That's going to make it a flex box and align it side by side.
Okay, so let's put in so he put in a header with a class of header there, or a class of header on the header, but you can see it threw an error. So before he reveals it, why did he get an error? You can probably see it, but add a button. We've been training for this. Yeah. Yeah, because JS reserves class, right? It's a reserved name. So he should have said class name. Exactly. Class name equals header. Yeah. Exactly.
And then I also, whoops, that should be class name. And then I also want to add a class name here of BTN. I'm using single quotes.
Okay, we'll do button, and then we'll add class name BTN, class name BTN, and VS Code will autocomplete for you, which is nice. All right.
All right.
So that should look a bit nicer now, and it does. We've got our button. We've got things look a little better formatted now. So cool.
So now we have our button. So as far as components go, you can make whatever you want into a component. So if we want to create a button component in case we want to add more buttons with maybe different colors and different texts and events, we can do that. So I'm going to create a file in components called button.js.
Okay. So here we're just talking about extracting components. This is what we're looking at our code, and we see something that might be useful to have as a reusable puzzle piece that we can use over and over again. And so he's decided to take this out and extract it into its own component, which will then reference inside of our header. So inside of the components folder, we're just going to go ahead and add an additional file called button.js. And we're going to take that component and we're going to drop it in here instead. Hey, good night, Engram.
And we're going to just map out a function here.
Okay, and again, RAFCE, React arrow function component with export. Type RAFCE and you'll get the same template that he has there. Okay, so now this is where we're going to construct our button component.
And we don't need this.
Get rid of the import.
So I'm actually going to copy, or not copy, but cut this.
Okay, so going back to our header, we're going to cut the what we've already written for our button. So I'm just going to do Control X and cut that. And I'm going to then save that change and paste it into, we're going to paste it back into our button file. So we grab that out of header and we're going to put it in button instead.
Out of here, and we're just going to return this button directly.
Okay, so return, oops, dang it, I accidentally, all right, I'm going to have to retype that because I screwed up the clipboard. Hang on. Return button, oh, and give me 1 second. Reacts, okay, got to have my Emmet. Button, and it has a class name of button and text of add. And yes, you could pass in the button text as a prop, and that would make it truly reusable, right? You could change the button text if you wanted to. And we will be doing that. Actually, we're going to make this button text dynamic a little bit later on.
And then in our header, we're going to bring that button component in. So it's in the same folder, so just /button, and then we'll put that here.
And when you're doing your components in separate files like this, you are going to have to import each one each time. Luckily, VS Code makes it pretty easy. It will autofill that for you. So just if you have a component in another file, you have to import it in order to use it. Pretty standard for kind of how we've been doing things so far, but worth repeating. So I've got my button. It does exact same thing, except it's a separate component. We're exporting it, we're importing it, and we're referencing it. So now it should show up on the page just like before. Yep, and it's missing some styling. I think, did I forget to style it? Oops, hang on. Did I not do the style? Oh, I did the styling wrong. Class name, it should be BTN. There we go. That should reference that correctly. There we go. Okay. All right, so we're in header.js now. I just finished doing that reference there.
And we're going to see the same result. Now, I want to be able to take in a couple props into this button. So one will be color. So we'll pass in a color of, let's say, green. We'll have text. Let's say add. Actually, let's change it just so we can make sure that we're actually seeing that.
Okay, so we're going to start passing in some props now, just like we did before with the other one, except here we're passing in multiple props. So we can say color is green, and text is, button text is hello. So to answer that question from earlier, yes, we can customize our button text with props.
So we're passing in a green and text prop into button. So remember, we catch props here. We could just use props and use it as an object, but I'm going to destructure that object and take color and text.
Yeah, so we send in the props, and then we have to have something listening in that component to catch those props and use them to apply them, right? So we're gonna we pass in the props here inside of header, which is the parent of that button component. We pass them down from the parent to the child. In this case, button is the child, and we have it be ready and listening for color and text as props, and then we just apply those props within the component.
And let's add right here, instead of the static add text, we'll add our prop, and then for the color, we'll go ahead and add style and set that to, let's use double curly braces here, and we're going to actually set the background color. So background color is going to be set to color. So we'll save that, and now we have a green button that says hello.
Okay, so again, you went pretty quickly there, so I'm going to go back. You can look at what's on my screen if you want. Let's see if that worked real quick. It did. Yay. So we passed in two props, one for color, one for text. And so we just set some inline style there to catch that color prop and apply it. And then we, instead of just having hard-coded text for our button, we simply set it to wait for that text prop and display whatever we pass in. Piece of Shoot says, I did all this with partials in EJS. The code looks spooky though. Yeah, yeah, definitely. And yeah, what we've done so far, most of what we've done so far, you could probably do with partials. We haven't really done anything with state or anything like that. And so a lot of this could be done with partials. I do think it's a little slicker, definitely slicker in JSX though. Yeah. But fair point.
Set to color. So we'll save that, and now we have a green button that says hello. So if we wanted to add other buttons, we could copy this down, and this one here, this one here, we could say hello 1, this one hello 3, and we could.
And so we can paste, this is showing that reusability of components. So if we go back to header.js, we can reference this button component multiple times with passing in different values each time as props. And so here now we have a reusable component that we can call over and over and over again. What did the what do in the header, Rosalie? Oh, sorry, Rosalind. I'm sorry. What did we do? What are you? Which component are you asking about? That was a little spooky there, Piece of Shoot. So here now we can reference, like he did there, we can paste in this button multiple times and change the text each time. So we can do that here real quick. So 3 buttons, and I could change this to be blue and red, hello 2 and hello 3, save that, and each time it's going to reference that component, pass in the props, and render a new button. So very good for making things reusable and flexible.
Change colors, blue, red. So this is what I mean by reusable components. Obviously that doesn't look good, but you get the point. We can reuse this component with different props. So I just want the first one, and I'm going to change the text to add.
Okay, so get rid of the extra buttons and essentially reset it back to the way it was. Text should be add and color should be green.
And save that. And then in our button, we can also have default props. So we could.
Rosalind, so essentially all we did there was we just passed in 2 props to our button, one color and one text. And then inside of our button.js, which I'm switching to right now, we essentially then grab those props, color and text, and set them to render a button with those properties. So with we said return, I can format this a little better, a button with a style. I shouldn't have had that on a new line, sorry. Return a button with a style of whatever color we passed in, and a class name of button with containing whatever text we passed in. Yeah, that doesn't look, still bad formatting, but oh well, whatever. Hope that's a little clearer there. So essentially it's just going to return a button with that style and that text. Okay. And so now we're back inside of button.js, and he's just going to set, I think, a default value here for that.
Say button dot default props, and we could set the color. Let's set that to, we'll use I don't know, steel blue. And we could also use our prop types. So up here, import our prop types, and button dot. This first one is going to be lowercase. This confused me for a long time. So we have our text, which is
okay. So he's setting, you know, again, defaults and prop types here. In order to set prop types, we're going to need to do an import. So import prop types with an uppercase, prop types, import prop types from prop types, prop types. Okay. And then we can set our defaults down here, button dot prop with a lowercase, prop types, and set that. Lebeobab asks, what happens when we want to change the placement of a specific button? Yeah, I mean, so good suggestions there from Jazzy Pants. You could just adjust where you write it in the parent element, so you can change its placement inside of the parent element. You could have like a div that forces it down to the next line, or a section that forces it into another section. You can style it just like you would with HTML and CSS. It's just thinking about it in a slightly different way. I mean, you can still use the same styling you would have normally used for HTML and CSS. I just changed my buttons to my custom component, and now they don't do anything when clicked. So Dr. Moda, you're going to want to make sure that you have an on-click event, and that it is it's telling the parent when on-click has happened, and that it then knows then the parent is providing an action that the button should do once it has been clicked. And so we're going to actually do that here in just a little bit. We're going to have a button within a parent component, and then the parent is going to dictate what happens when that button gets clicked. So you do need to establish a relationship there between the parent and the child, so that the button knows exactly what needs to happen when it's clicked.
is going to be prop types dot string, and then we have the color prop types dot string. Now we're gonna get into events quite a bit throughout this course, but let's talk a little bit about that now. So let's say I want to have an event on this button. I could just add right here, I could say on click, and set that to a function called on click, and I could go up here.
Okay, so here now we're speaking of, we're actually going to start dealing with on-click events. So how do we make sure that the button responds appropriately when we click it? So we're going to set an on-click event for the button directly, and then we're going to create a function to handle clicks. And then what we're going to do, so we're first going to create the function, and we're going to have it do something to make sure that function works. And then we're going to take that and we're going to move it up to the parent, and then have the parent dictate what the child does.
Here, and create that function. So const on click, and we could do a console log and just say click. So if I go over here, if I click.
Okay, so he goes really fast. So we're just doing an arrow function here, and we're console logging the click. Console log the click. And we're just basically testing to make sure that works. I have an extra parenthesis there. All right, save that. And so now on click, it's going to reference what we just created right here on click and console log the click. And Dr. Moto, if you have an anchor tag with an href in it, you can actually use, you could potentially use the link link component instead, which is actually at the end of this video. And so if you want to learn more about that, you can actually, we can watch the routing portion of this tutorial. Bye, Jazzy Pants. Go knock on some doors. Go for it. All right. So save that, and now let's see what happens when we click the button. It should.
You can see it's going to log that.
So if I go here and I click this button, and I'm going to do an inspect here, inspect, and look the console. Hey, clicky, clicky, clicky. So we can see the clicks counting up there. Oops, count, click, 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 click. So that tells me that that connection is working. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to move that up to the parent where it should be, and have the parent tell the child what to do on click. Oh, Dr. Moto. Thank you so much for the sub. Wow. Thank you for the Prime sub. Let's stop Jeff Bezos from getting to space by another half second. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you for the raid, DN Bull. Welcome. Hi. How are y'all doing today? We are doing great because we are doing a Traversy media tutorial, another one. I think you might have rated me during the last one. I don't remember for sure, but yeah, we were doing this one. This one we're doing. Thank you, Sriracha. This one we are doing a React tutorial. So the basics of modern React using functional components and hooks. Hey, no worries, Madeline. Enjoy the day. All right, so we've got our click working. We've got this on click working, and it's so telling our button what to do when it's clicked. Brad is the best. Yeah, I mean the tutorials are good. They're very fast, and so we're pausing a lot, but they are good content.
Down here, you can also pass in the event object. So if you want to get, you know, the position of the element that's clicked or whatever, there's a lot of things you can access with that.
And so all he did there was just change it from just passing in the word click to actually getting the click event, and which is kind of interesting if you do it. So if you drop that in instead, what you get when you click is a bunch of stuff. You get a massive object that contains a whole bunch of information. And you might have seen like event dot whatever used before. And we actually are going to use it a little bit later on in this app. But it tells you a bunch of information about what just happened. And mostly what we're going to be using in these when we access the event is we're just going to be using the value. But it does tell you a bunch of other stuff, which is kind of cool. Oh, so DM Bull says, this brings back a memory. I remember not understanding React at all and the why. And now that's all I do at work and personal projects. Okay, so all of us folks that are here starting React, DN Bull, go subscribe to them. They do a bunch of React, and you should definitely be following them and subscribing to them. No worries, Quinn. Enjoy the VOD. Enjoy the rest of your day. So that's great to hear, DN Bull. Hearing that you use it so much.
But since this is a component, it's not always going to have the same click. So what we'll do is we'll have that click as a prop, right? So in here, let's say on click.
Okay, so again, he switched files here. We've gone back to our header.js. And we're just going to pass in an additional prop. And so what we're doing here is we don't want that on click to live in the individual component. We want that behavior to be set by the parent. We want the parent to pass that down to the child instead. State should live at the parent so it can control, all of the children under it. And so that's what we're going to do here. We're going to take that and we're going to raise that up to the parent into the header and pass it down to the child instead.
Click. And for now, we'll just set this to a function here called onClick in our header.
Okay, so on click, just adding that additional prop that we're passing in, on click equals on click. All right, and then we're going to take that function that we previously stored in the component, and we're going to move it up here to the parent.
There. So const on click. This isn't going to
No worries,
stay.
Zena. I'll see you again soon.
Putting it here for now, and we'll say console log click.
Okay, and we can, if we wanted to, we can just take the on click from and take it out of the button. Remove that entirely from our button and just drop it into the header as is without having to type the whole thing again. And we'll console log that as a click. Oh, I think it needed to, sorry, I think it needed to stay in the button still because we haven't moved it up yet properly. It's still, our button is still waiting for a click. We haven't passed it in as a prop yet. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Well, we'll watch Brad do it. He's going to do it in just a minute. I don't want to get ahead of things.
All right, now this is getting passed in as a prop, so in our button we have to catch it here, just like we did with the other ones, and we can get rid of this.
So it just needs to be passed in as a prop. Our child needs to be listening for that to be passed in. We do that.
Because what's going to happen is this will call this on click, and it'll get sent up to the header or wherever you embed this button. Now down here in the...
Okay, so I'm going to save that. We're passing it in. And it'll be passed in, you know, from the parent to the child. And once you get how state works, the other hooks are pretty easy. Yeah, I mean, we're just passing things down, right? We set it in the parent and we pass it down to the child as props. Hey, Driftwood, good to see you. Hey, LV, welcome. Hey, Felipe. Hola, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Sriracha and Jay Svigna. Thank you, LV, for the follow. All right.
Prop types, we could add on click. Say we want that as a prop types dot func because it's a function, and we could say it is required because you're most likely going to want a button to click. Well, actually, no. We'll get rid of it. We don't need that. It's required.
Okay, so just changing the prop types there a little bit to validate the click, really. Prop types. This isn't strictly necessary. It doesn't change behavior. It's just additional validation. What's really important is what we did up here, where we passed in the prop for on click and then told the button, hey, on click, do what your parent tells you. Whatever your parent tells you to do, just do it. So
we'll save that. Now if I go and let's just reload that and click add, we see click.
Okay, so let's see if that works. So we've made the change in the header. We've essentially set what happens on a click. We've configured that in the header. And then we are passing it down to the button as a prop. The button is listening for that in its props that it gets from its parent. And then we just set that value there, set that action there. So let's see if it works. Let's see if I did it right. All right, I'm going to clear the console here. I'll just reload it. All right. There we go. So we can see that the behavior is exactly the same, even though that click function no longer exists inside of our button component because the parent is just telling it what to do. No worries, Driftwood. I'm glad you're making progress on your 100 hours project. It's awesome. Okay. Oops. Click in the right place. There we go.
Okay, because we embedded this button component and we had the on click prop just call this function here. Now we're going to, later on, this is going to toggle the form, but we're not going to do that just yet. I just kind of wanted to give you an idea of how events work. I could have made it on double click, on submit. There's a whole bunch of different events that you can add. Now I want to start to talk about state, and we're going to start dealing with our tasks. So let's close up header and button, and we're going to create in components, I'm going to create a new file called tasks.js. So this is our task component. So it's
okay. So in components, we're going to create a new file called um, we're going to create a new file called tasks plural tasks.js. All right, and remember, capitalize. Make sure you're capitalizing your file names. And then again, just like before, we're going to use the RAFCE, sorry, React arrow function export, and drop that in. And we'll take out the import statement, and then we'll be ready to go.
Sketch out a component here, and we can get rid of this. And for now, I'm just going to create a variable called tasks up here and set that to an array. And I'm just going to paste in 3 different tasks. They're just objects.
Okay, so here we're creating a variable called tasks, const tasks equals, and then an array. And here we're pasting in a list of tasks. Now again, they've been kind of messed up in the official Traversy GitHub repo. You could use those if you wanted to. They've been a little bit messed up though by people doing unauthorized pull requests and that kind of thing. So if you want some tasks that do work with the code, that you know will work with the code, you can go to my GitHub, !GitHub, or I can link you directly to it. And let's see, where is it at? Sorry. Components. I'm gonna push that. Hang on. I want to give you the tasks so you don't have to write them out yourself. Where are they at? Hang on. I'm looking at my finished version real quick. Oh, you know what? I never pushed my. Hang on. Let me do a push real quick. I never pushed my my little database file my JSON file that I created. I never pushed it. Whoops. Hang on. Let's see. Git add git commit m tasks task list and git push. Okay, let's try this again. All right, so the task list is in a file called db.json, which is it's at the root here in my GitHub. So you can go right here and open db.json, and you can grab a task list from there, just with some default tasks in it, which have all the fields that you will need in order to get the app to function. Nothing extraneous, just just the fields that you need in order for the app to function. Fort, nice. Welcome to the stream, Gold. All right, so for now, we're not going to have those tasks in a separate file. For now, we're going to be putting them straight into our tasks.js file and just have them listed there. We're going to slowly raise that state until we finally get it so we can store those tasks on a virtual server and reference them that way. All right, so I'm going to take these tasks. I'm just going to copy them and drop them into this array. That's really all that he did there, is just in task.js, created a variable called tasks with an empty array and dropped in the tasks. Hey, Jim, welcome. Getting an error on the button file. So I would check my GitHub. So check both on the GitHub, check both the sorry, in the source file, check both the header.js file and the button.js and make sure that you have all the props that you need. And the description, the error should be pretty descriptive. So try to read the error text and see if it gives you a specific line that's causing the error. So see if it gives you a specific line that's causing the error, and that could maybe help you pinpoint where the problem is. Because the React errors are actually pretty descriptive from what I've seen, which has been really helpful. So I'm going to save that. So we paste it in our tasks.
Objects with an ID, text,
Oh,
day,
thank you,
and a
Gold.
reminder, which is just a Boolean value. All right, now, ultimately, this is not the way that we want to do this. We want the task to be part of our state. So I'll show you how to integrate that into our component in a minute, but I just want to first show you how we can map through these or loop through these tasks and output something based on, for each one. So we do that by creating.
Okay, I think it's time for a break. We're going to go ahead and take a break. And when we get back, what we're going to do is we're going to make it so that we can map through these tasks. We're going to map through these tasks, and then we're going to so we're going to map through these tasks, and we're going to essentially list them out, just like the way they look in the finished product. So as soon as we're able to map through these, they're going to just list themselves out, just as a list here in our task tracker. And they'll render themselves as the appropriate component, right? They'll render themselves however they need to render, automatically using map. Sir, oh, you got it. Okay, good. Jim says, is this another 7-hour stream marathon? I don't know. We'll see. We're not actually doing the entire tutorial. We're going to leave off the very end when we talk about routes, because that gets very confusing, especially since this tutorial is now outdated in terms of routing. It no longer applies. So there is an update, which you can absolutely do if you want to, but we're going to leave off the last section about routing. I did the update. I thought it was worthwhile, but it could be confusing if we're skipping between different videos and that kind of thing. So probably not suitable for stream. All right, let's take 5 minutes. I'll reset the timer. Thanks, Jim. I certainly try. All right, so we'll start the timer here and we'll take 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll learn how to make these tasks actually display on the screen, and then we'll make it so we can apply some actions to these tasks as well. So start applying some CRUD actions, updating things, deleting things, adding new tasks, creating a form, which helps us add new tasks. So that's the next thing we're going to be doing. All right, see you back in 5. All right, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back, come on back. See you later, Cube. Thanks for coming in. And thank you for the information about additional resources. I appreciate it. All right, about 30 seconds left. So get a drink of water, whatever you need to do, and we'll keep plowing through it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop the timer here. And let's get back to business, shall we? All right. So now, as a reminder, what we're going to do now is we are going to take this array and learn how to map through it, pull out what we want, and display that result as a list of tasks here in our tracker.
What's called a list. And we create a list by using the map array method, which is just Java.
So if you're getting an error on click, make sure that you've imported it. So try to read the error text. So look at the error closely, read the text, see so try to read what the error is telling you. So is it saying something's not imported? Is it saying is it telling you a specific line where the problem is? It probably tells you which file the problem is in. So it probably tells you whether the file is in your button or sorry, it probably tells you the problem is in your button or your header file. And so that can help narrow it down where the problem is at. So see if you can see whether the problem is in button or header, and then maybe what line it's on, and any specifics from the error text.
JavaScript, you should be familiar with like for each, map, filter, and so on. I'm not going to really explain those too much, but in this tasks, we actually don't need a div, so we'll just use an empty fragment here. And then I'm going to open some curly braces and take my tasks, and we want to do .map to create a list. Now map takes in a function, so I'm going to use an arrow function, and I'm going to set this just to some parentheses with some JSX inside. Now for each task, I'll call it task, and then in here, let's just for now, we'll put an H1, let's do like an H3, and let's say we want the task dot, is it text? Yeah, so we'll just get the.
Okay, so let's pause there for a second so we can catch up. And so we're just doing a map here. If you've been studying up on your array methods, should remember how to do this, right? All we're doing is we're looping through the list of tasks in the array. And then for each task in that array, we are simply adding H3. We're extracting the task text that we want, and we're adding an H3 around it. So just H3 and task singular text. It's hard to remember. This gets confusing. And then wrapping those in an H3, and then that will allow it to give us something that we can display on the page. Yeah, and that's a good point for Bomboloni. Don't forget your curly braces. That could be a problem as well.
The text for each one and output that. All right, if I save that, nothing shows because we haven't brought in the task component yet. So let's go up here into app.js.
Okay, so go ahead and save this. Save task.js. We have what we need for now. And so inside of that, we have what we need there. We saved it, and now we need to go back to the place where we actually want this component to live. And so where do we want this component to live? Well, if we look here, we want this component to live below the header and below the button. So we want it to live below the button inside of our app container. So the parent for this particular component is going to be our app, the larger container, which is going to hold all that whole list of all the apps. So it's important to not get too in the weeds here and to think about, okay, what is the actual structure that we're going for? The actual structure that we're going for is this is the parent of our list of tasks. So we're going to go into app.js and we're going to reference that component. So app.js,
And let's
got to
say
import it.
tasks, and then go under the header here and say tasks. All right, so we'll save that.
Okay, import tasks, and then we got to reference that component. We're already referencing the header, so that's why it's showing up. And we are going to reference our tasks. All right. And now if I click over into my app, I can see that the task text, I got to be careful how I speak here, the task text is listing itself out with no further intervention from us. We didn't need to like set up a an unordered list or anything because we just set them all as H3s, and so they'll automatically go on a new line and have basic H3 formatting. Um, and yeah, they'll just list themselves out, no problem. And again, inside the parent, all we're doing is we're referencing these two children, header and tasks, and they then display themselves in order on the page. And we can see, but we're getting a warning here, and which Traversy is also getting, and we'll reference what to do about that here in a minute. Hey, welcome, Obi. Yeah, task file. Oh, no worries, Pompoloni. So all we're doing here inside of our app.js is we're just referencing our header and our task list. So this is essentially our list of tasks. We're referencing those two components. And then the actual like logic of the components themselves is in their individual files, right? And so if I go over and I look at, don't forget to also import each component, right? Don't forget to do that so you can reference it. If I look at tasks.js, so if I'm going to click into that file, all we're doing there is we're taking our array of tasks, building a component which maps through it and assigns H3 tags to just the text property of each task. So these tasks have multiple, they're objects with multiple key value pairs, right? And so we look inside of each object and we say, all right, I just want the text key value pair. I want the text value and put it inside of an H3 and map through the whole array that way. Map through the whole array, get just the text value, put an H3 around it, and then when we reference that inside of our app.js, it just dumps that whole thing inside of our app container. Okay? And if you're getting errors on these at any point, you can always go into my GitHub and and compare my code with your own too. So yeah, no worries. I hope that helped, Terra Knight. So yeah, that's what the GitHub is for too. That's why I have it out there, so that you can have more time to compare without me just flashing to it on the screen. Sometimes you got to do a deeper dive, right? So that's really all we're doing there. And so what the advantage of this is that our root container here, our parent container, looks very clean, right? I don't have a bunch of cluttered functions cluttering this up. It's really just showing me exactly what we're referencing and in what order. And if I want to see more about it, I can click into the individual files and see more about what it's doing. All right, so what's next? So we're listing the tasks now, but we want them to have more information and look better. So let's see how we do that.
And notice that it's showing an H3 of each of the task text. Okay, so in addition to that, we have a warning that says each child in a list should have a unique key prop. So when we use .map in here and we output JSX, that's called a list. So the parent of the list, which in this case is an H3, should have a key prop, and that should be something unique. So we'll use the task.id.
Okay, so again, we're going back to tasks.js here, and we're just trying to clear this error that we're getting in the console where it says each child in a list should have a unique key. And he doesn't really talk about this, but keys are important when we talk about dealing with lists in React. And we talked about this in my previous stream when we went over the documentation. But we've seen keys before, right? We've seen them in like certain objects. We've seen them unique IDs. We've seen them in MongoDB, right? We've seen them in documents in MongoDB. Um, and so, why does anybody remember why keys are important when we are working with lists in React? So, while I type this out, does anybody remember why it gives us this error? Um, you know, where it's saying we need a key. Does anybody remember why? If we don't, that's okay. We talked about a lot. Yeah, I mean, in general, unique IDs can help with duplicates, sure. Yep. And Serg says, so it can keep track of what items in a list were changed. Yeah. And essentially that's it, right? And so if we have a list and we make a change to that list, such as maybe let's say the list is in alphabetical order. Let's say the list is in alphabetical order, and I add a new and it's a list of names, like a list of people's names. And I add a new name to that list called Brent. Well, since the list is in alphabetical order, Brent is probably going to be added to the list pretty high up, right? They're going to be maybe second or third um, in the list itself. And so the order of that list has been fundamentally changed by the addition of Brent. And React is going to need to be able to do a comparison of the old list and the new list to determine whether it should update a component or not. And so using IDs allows React to do that direct match, even if the order of the list itself has been changed. Yeah, Mavi. So we're looping through our task list and we're displaying it on the screen. And Piece of Shoot says there's a great visual example for this in the assigned homework. Yeah. So remember, two things were assigned for homework. One of them was this, and the other one was the egghead courses. And so I'm doing this one with you all because I feel like the Traversy um, tutorial is harder to do alone. But yeah, definitely also do the egghead courses as well. I haven't had time to do them yet, but I look forward to. All right, so here we're using the task ID, which is part of the array already, right? We've got 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're using that ID to for React to read against as our unique key. If you're working with a database or something like that, you'll probably have a built-in object ID that you should reference instead. But since we hard coded this, we're just using the ID that we hard coded.
Because those are unique. So if I save that and we reload, that's going to get rid of the console warning.
Okay, let's save it, and we'll make sure that we get rid of the error. Yay, no more error. So React has what it needs in order to work properly with this list.
Down here. Now, ultimately, like I said, we don't want this to be separate from our component. We want this to be part of our state. So what I'm going to do is just cut the array itself and delete this. And to use state inside of a function, we use a hook called useState. So let's say import, and then in curly braces, we want to take useState, and that's from React directly.
Okay, so here's what we're doing is we're talking about lifting state up. So our state should, for our task list, it's a lot of the behavior of our app is going to depend on what's in this list and how it's currently configured. So our state should not live inside of an individual component. Our state should live up higher. And so all we're doing is we're just going to be lifting the state out of this component and moving it up. So I'm just going, all we're doing here is we're just cutting this task list. So I can do Control X and cut it. And instead, we're going to import state into the component. Use state and from React. There we go. So make sure you cut that list of tasks and don't lose it because you're going to need it. We're just moving it up to the parent instead. All right, it's giving an error because we haven't defined tasks, but that's okay. We're good there.
Okay, now the way we do this is above the return, we're going to say const brackets, and then what we want to call this piece of state, which is tasks, and then a function to update the state, which we're going to call set tasks. We want to set that to use state, and then in here is the default that we want to use for this piece of state for our tasks, which I'm going to go ahead and just paste in that array. All right, now if I save this,
well, I guess we're not moving it up quite yet, but okay, in baby steps. All right, so we're setting state here, and for our starting state inside of the app, we want to use our task list, and so that's what he's going to do.
Default that we want to use for this piece of state for our tasks, which I'm going to go ahead and just paste in that array.
So just paste in the array of objects, just like this. Paste in the array of objects and save it.
Array. All right, now if I save this, you'll see that there's no difference here because this tasks variable is still, it's still being used right here.
Okay, it looks like I have an error here, so let's see, or is it just a warning? Oh, it's just a warning, yeah. No unused vars. Okay, so that's totally fine. And so, yeah, I'm setting the state, the initial state, as this list of tasks, and then we're immediately using it inside of the component. We're going to move this up here in just a minute. It's just showing you how the behavior hasn't changed when we call the useState function here. So we'll just double check the behavior hasn't changed. Hooray, no change in behavior. Still working, good deal.
Except instead of having it come from outside of our component, it's now part of our component state. If we wanted to change any part of the state, we would use set tasks. It's important to know that you wouldn't do something like tasks.push if you wanted to add to it, because state is immutable. It's not something that you can directly change. You basically recreate it and send it down. It's one-way data. So,
and that's really important, and he doesn't spend much time talking about it. So remember, state is immutable, and we talked about this before. When you want to manipulate an array as part of your state, you would always want to use something that doesn't change the original array. So you would want to map to a new array or something like that. So state is passed down. It's immutable. It's not allowed to be changed, and it's passed down. It always flows downward from the parent. And so you wouldn't use something like push because that's mutating the existing array. We can't do that. We don't do that. So we wouldn't use task.push. We would instead use the set state function instead, which we'll see in a little bit. We would create a change to the state and merge it in.
So to do that, you would use set tasks instead, and then change it to whatever you want. If you wanted to spread across what's already there and then add a new object, you could do that.
Yes, Jim, I am using the React. Let's see. Are you talking about the repo? I can link you to the repo that I'm using. It's this one. That's my repo for this project. Oh, on YouTube? I can link you to the video. Yeah, it's the 2021. It's the one from January 18th of 2021. Yeah. He has two. One's from 2019 and one's from 21. Yep.
Now, we don't really want to have our tasks in the tasks component because we're going to want to access these from other components. So you could use something like the context API or Redux, where you would have a kind of a store that hovers over your UI where you could pull different pieces of state from. But we're not going to get into that. So What we want to do is just put it in our app.js. That will make it our global state. Then we can pass it down into components that we want as props. So what I'll do is take this, we'll cut that out, and
Okay, so we're cutting the import statement that we just added. Basically, he was demonstrating how state can be used, but we don't want it to live inside of our individual component. As he said, we want it to be able to be referenced by multiple components. And so in order to do that, it needs to live up top. It needs to live globally. So we'll take out that import statement, save that, and it's going to, it's going to give an error for a little bit and we'll fix it.
we're going to instead put that in our app.js.
Okay, so again, we're going to the parent, and if we want to make this global, then we need to import use state in the parent.
And then I'm also going to take this whole thing where we define this task and set task and cut that.
Okay, so we've imported now into app.js. Now we're going to go back into tasks.js and cut out everything from where we define this state right here all the way down to the return statement. So just cut that out. Cut it out. All right. And all we're left with here is just a basic function that is going to need some props passed into it in order to work properly. So take that.
All right, and then we're going to put that in our app. So this is going to break for a second. Don't worry about that.
Hey,
we're going to put that in here. So now this is part of our app component state or our app level state.
Okay, so now we're making it at the app level, and we're just dropping it in just like we did before. Oops, did I paste that twice? I did. There we go. All right, pasted it inside of my app. So now that state can be passed to multiple components all underneath it, because all these components need to work together, right? Our app needs to have multiple components that function in tandem with each other based on changes in state. And so now we can take that state and pass it down to multiple children as props and tell them all what to do at the same time. All right, that's why we did. He doesn't really explain why, but that's why we did this. Yeah, so we're setting our tasks, and then we are going to be able to pass multiple things down to our children down here.
And what we can do is take our task and pass them into our task component as a prop. So we want to set task equals task.
Okay, so now we're starting to divvy out these things as props instead. So tasks equals passing in everything about those tasks down to the children, to the child.
Tasks, it's still not going to work because tasks right here isn't defined, but remember it's being passed in as a prop. We could do props and then props.tasks, or we can just destructure and tasks.
Okay, so now we're passing it in as a prop. We're going to see this sequence a lot, right? We set up the prop inside of the parent, we set it up to pass it down, and then we go back to the child and we set it up so that it's ready for those things to be passed to it. So first we throw the pitch, and then we swing the bat, right? All right, so now it's ready to catch that ball or hit that ball, however you want to think of it. Baseball analogy. Yeah, so first we throw the pitch, and then we catch the ball. All right.
And now it works. Okay.
Okay, so let's test and see if this works. Now that we've taken that task list entirely out of this component, let's see if it still works. Hey, it does. Good stuff. So how are we doing so far? Are we remotely tracking along with this? Kind of figuring out what it's doing. You don't have to. This is not the kind of thing you got to code from scratch. This is the kind of thing that we should just try to understand conceptually. So are we getting the concepts? Mildly. All right, nice. Thank you. Good. And if not, you're allowed to say no if you're not getting it. That's fine. No is an acceptable answer too. One of my managers says that they're always like, you can say, like, no is acceptable to say too. If your button completely disappeared, that probably means that you have um, a like a formatting error, like maybe you're missing a closing bracket or a closing parenthesis somewhere. It could be. And there's no shame in just going to my GitHub and like copying it down, or copying the parts that you think might be messed up, and then trying to figure out where you went wrong, later too. That's fine too. It's up to you. You're getting it? Nice. Okay, well, let's finish out this section.
If I reload, console should clear. So now we have our state where it should be, which is at the top level, because we want to be able to use these within other components, or we may want to. If we keep it in task, we can't. We can only use it in, components we embed in here, or we would have to send it up. It gets really messy. So the next thing I want to do is, instead of just rendering out an H3, for each task, I want to have a separate task component. So let's create a new file.
Okay, so what we're doing here is we're essentially just now, so instead of just listing the tasks as just text, we want to have a separate reusable component that we're going to call multiple times, which contains a bunch of information about the task and some behaviors related to the task. So if we look at the finished product, we've got we've got a little reminder flag, we've got a delete button, all of those things live inside their own component. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to build a component which lives inside of our task list and repeats itself as many times as it needs to. Jim says, how far are you into the tutorial? We are at 4701. Yeah, we're at the chapter of task components. So if you want to start at that chapter, you can. Yeah. All right, so let's go and build a task component.
Called just task singular JS.
Okay, so again, since we're building a new component, we're going to build a new file to put that component in. So we're being very strict about our, where we put our components. So in the components folder, you can do build out a new file just called task singular. So no S, just task singular, and drop that in. And again, what's the command we're going to use? What's our keyword? What's the magic word? RAFCE. Find out what it means to me. Yeah. RAFCE. Quick component generation. Yeah.
And let's create a component. And what we'll do here, how do I want to style this or format this? Let's do a div and give this a class name. Oh, you know what? My CSS, I believe, is wrong. I have events because I was going to use events instead of tasks. So let me just change this. This will be different. This will be correct in your version.
My CSS is correct.
Let's
you don't
say
have to worry about this.
task instead of event.
The CSS that I gave you is fine.
And save that. Okay, so now we'll set this class name equal to task. And then in here we'll have an H3. And we're going to get passed in here. Actually, for now, let's just say my task. And then what I'll do is...
Okay, so let's go back a little bit. Hang on. All right, so we've got our div with class name of task. We have an H3. I don't have that enabled, so whatever. Oh, come on. I hate not having them enabled. H3, and that's going to be, what is this? What is the text here? H3 is
my task.
Okay. Obviously, this is going to be something different, but this is just for testing purposes. Um, there we go. And we can save that. So this is going to be for each individual task in the list. We're going to have a lot of things going on in there.
And then what I'll do is in our tasks, we'll import the singular task component. So that's going to be from /task. And then instead of an H3.
Okay, hang on. So what we're doing here now is we have our singular child component that's going to be repeated multiple times for each task, right? For each task, we're going to have a child component that's going to display. And so the parent needs to be able to call that child component whenever it wants. It needs to be able to call it as many times as it needs to. So in order to do that, we need to import the child into the parent so it can reference it. So we're going to say import task from task, and then we're going to reference it here inside of our H3. So inside of our map, we're going to reference it multiple times in order to display what we need to display. Thanks, Jim. I appreciate it.
3, this is actually going to be a task component. And instead of doing this, instead of wrapping this, I'm just going to get rid of that. Go like that. We're still going to have the ID, but we want to pass in each task as a prop. Okay, so we're looping through them here, and then we're outputting a component, and we're passing the task in as a prop.
Okay, so what we're doing here, yep, as he just said, we're just now, instead of having to call an H3, build an H3 each time, we can reference the component that we built called task. Task, there we go. Task, set a key of task ID, and simply pass in the value of each task into that individual task component as a prop. And then the individual task component is going to take care of any formatting, adding buttons, adding functionality. That's going to be handled by the child as many times, which we can reference as many times as we need to. Gawkwalker, so this was actually, if you're referencing this up here, as far as single quotes, VS Code auto-completed this for me. I didn't type that out. So that's VS Code's way of auto-completing that statement. So it does still work. It's just VS Code just did it slightly differently than Traversy did there. Veranos, welcome to the stream. They say, might I recommend TypeScript for your next React project? Yeah, I know a lot of folks do use TypeScript. We're just getting started with React, so we're trying to get the basic concepts. But yeah, I know a lot of folks do love TypeScript, and I know it has some advantages over just JSX, vanilla JS, that kind of thing. Definitely, yep. I know a lot of folks do like it. Yeah, we're following this tutorial for now, but I'm sure a lot of us will graduate to TypeScript once we get a little bit more experience. All right.
So we'll save that, and now all we're seeing is my task because that's all we're putting here. However,
okay, let's see if this works. Save it. And yeah, so now we actually have some formatting, which is being applied by our CSS. And we can see our cursor is different. And we can now add additional subcomponents inside of our individual task components and deepen that hierarchy even more to create additional behaviors that we want. Oh, thank you for the follow, Veranos. Yeah, we are using hooks here. We're using functional components and hooks instead of the traditional class syntax.
We're going to catch that prop.
Okay, so we're finished with tasks.js for now. We're finished with the container. And now we need to go into the children and make sure that they are able to read the tasks that we're passing into them. And so that way we aren't just displaying my task over and over and over again. This is not what we want to display. We want to display the values of the tasks we're passing in. And so just like we've done before, we set the parent up to throw the pitch, to the kid. And then the kid needs to be watching for that ball to come so he can catch it. It's like a parent and a child. It's like a parent and a child playing catch, right? The parent has to throw the ball first, and then the kid has to be ready to catch it. Otherwise, it's just going to fly right over their head. There was many a time when I was a kid when my dad and I would be playing catch, and I just would not be paying attention, and the ball just goes flying right by. And that's what you get if a child component isn't listening for a prop. All right, so we're going to be listening for it here.
We're going to take in the, actually we don't, yeah, we'll just say task, and in the H3 we'll say task dot, I think it's text.
All right, so we're passing in the task as a prop, and now we can customize this to list whatever task we're currently on instead of that default text. So now we have test 4, task 6, which is exactly the wonky task list that I have. So perfect. That seems to be working just fine. And now we can build it out to have a little bit more functionality.
Yep, so now we're seeing our task text. Task text. I feel like I'm saying a freaking nursery rhyme or something.
Oh, you mixed up the folders.
So in addition to that, we're going to want, let's do a paragraph, and we have the day. So task.day. Save that. There we go.
Okay, so we're going to add below that H3, we're going to add a paragraph tag. And inside of that, we can just say task.day. And this will add an additional line to each task component. There we go. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. Listing out just fine. Because again, remember, what we're doing is we're taking that task array and we're mapping through it. And each time we map through it, we're calling this task component as many times as we need to. I could add 100 tasks and it would map through each item in the task array, add the task component, pass in the appropriate values, and this task component would render exactly what needs to be rendered. Oh, thank you for the follow, Veranos and the doctor. Doctor Who fan, the doctor? Or a different kind of doctor? Or a PhD? Can it be any of those things?
Oh, looks good. Let's see, what else do we want to do? We're going to want to have a delete icon. So I guess we can do that. You could include I'm going to use Font Awesome. You could include Font Awesome, the CDN, in your index.html in your public folder. However, what I'm going to do is install React Icons, which allows you to use multiple icon libraries. So I'm going to leave my dev server running, open a new tab, and say npm install react-icon.
Okay, so I'm going to pause there for a second. I'm going to do things slightly differently than what he does here. I'm not going to leave my server running because we're going to have to restart the server anyway. He's going to discover that you're going to have to restart the server, so I'm not going to mess around with multiple terminals. I'm just going to kill it. Control C, just like you would normally kill your server. And I'm going to do npm install react icons, and this is going to behave similarly to Font Awesome. In which case you can access, like, icons for pretty much everything. Any basic icon that you want, you can get it. So we're going to install npm I react icons right here. It's going to do a lot of things, and it's going to tell you about all the terrible vulnerabilities that you have. That's okay, don't worry about it. We're going to have to roll with it for now. Task doesn't Fang says task doesn't look like a word to me anymore. I know. Yeah. It gets reused so much. Like to do, remember if you did the storybooks tutorial with me, if you did the Traversy Media storybooks tutorial, we said to do, I think, was it to do or something, like so many times, it just lost all, it lost all meaning. Yeah, occasionally we got to kill our servers, Dr. Moto. Yeah, Veranos suggests Thera Fira code. Sure, yeah. If anybody wants to look at that, that's fine too. There's always, what I love about coding is there's always so many alternatives and different ways you can approach things, right? And none of them are wrong, right? And there's just, it's always about, I like to say this, it's always about the best tool for the job. Whatever job you're trying to do, you got to find the best tool for it. Sometimes it's just about playing with enough tools until you figure out, how to use all of them, and you'll know which one is the best tool. Rascal says, good old semantic satiation, indeed. It's not a real tutorial until all your files have the same name. Yes. But that storybooks tutorial, we ended up with so many folders that we couldn't even tell. Like, you had to have that folder notation turned on because we couldn't tell what was what otherwise. Oh, Fira Code is a font style for Visual Studio Code. It's the same tool. Okay. Fira Code, nice. Yeah, I like playing around with extensions and different settings you can use for VS Code. Those can be really helpful sometimes. Okay, so we've installed that, all well and good. Now, how do we use these icons within React? So let's see how we do that.
So that way we can just bring in an icon that we want to use and use it instead of, using a CDN. Okay, so React Icons is installed, and if you look in your package.json, you should see React Icons. Anything you install with npm, as long as it's local and not global, you're going to see in here. So we want to bring in a specific icon. So we're basically using icons as React components. We're going to bring in FA times, which is the X icon, from React icons, and then /FA for font awesome, because there's multiple libraries that you can use with this.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go, let's go within the H3 right here. So after the text.
Okay, I'm going to rewind a little bit so y'all can see the import statement. There we go. Import FA times from React icons and then /FA. There we go. And it automatically knows what folder we're looking into. So we're just really pulling in one icon from that icon set, and then we're going to be able to reference it down here inside of our component.
That you can use with this. And then I'm going to go, let's go within the H3 right here. So after the text, we're going to put in FA times, just like we would put in any component, and save. And I think we have to restart the server after we install React Icons. So I'm going to go back to my dev server and stop that.
Okay, so now don't forget that you will now need to start your server. We already stopped it so we could install the icon pack. So now just do npm start and we should be good to go. There we go. All right, it's restarted, and now we can see we have a fancy little X. So we have that little icon, the same as a Font Awesome, looks very similar to a Font Awesome icon. Now we have our lovely little X over on the right side, which we will then use as a delete button. Well, now we'll just do a little bit of styling on it.
Control C or Command C, npm start. And there we go. So now you can see we have the X icons. Now I want to make them red, so I'm going to add a style to this.
Just a little inline style here.
The color to be red, and let's make the cursor a pointer.
Okay, and I think there's I think as far as the cursor thing goes, I think there's actually some CSS in there already, which overwrites that cursor color, that cursor to a pointer anyway, but there's no harm in putting it in. So style is going to be color red, and cursor is going to be a pointer, lowercase pointer. All right.
All right, so now we have our delete icons.
Okay, so let's make sure that that worked. Thank you for the follow, Sagramore. All right, yep. And so red icon, cursor pointer, good to go. Now we have this set up so it's clickable, but right now it doesn't do anything. It's not attached to anything. So we're going to start adding some of that functionality to have things happen when we click the X or the component itself or other things.
Now we want to make it so that when we click this, it deletes that particular event. But how do we do that when we don't have access to the events here? Remember, the events are stored in the app.js, in the app component. Now, if you were using like the context API or Redux, there's ways to access your state from within components pretty easily, but Redux, I mean, there's a lot of boilerplate and it can be a little difficult to learn like reducers and stuff like that. So in this case, what we can do is just use props. We can send down a function as a prop and then fire that off when we click in here. So
Okay, and we will do that, but it's time for another break. I'm trying to get him closer to the top of the hour. It's time for another break. So when we come back, we will learn how to set up delete functionality in our GUI right here. So if I were to click, sorry, get the right one here. If I were to click this button, I would want it this icon, this item that I clicked on, I would want it to disappear. And so that's what we're going to set up when we come back. How do we have our app acknowledge this click and remove an item from the list? All right, so I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock. And please go get up, get a drink, get a snack. I think I'm going to get a snack. Um, and we'll come back in 5 and we'll start adding some actual interactive functionality to our app. All right, I'll see you back here in 5. All right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so start coming on back. Fill up your water glass, get a blanket or a cup of tea, whatever you need. See y'all back shortly. All right, I'm going to stop the timer there. Give me just another couple seconds. I'm chewing and swallowing here. Let me make sure I don't have anything in my teeth. Sorry, muted. I was just saying, I was eating a Reese's Take Five, which, in my opinion, is the pinnacle of candy, and no other candy lives up to the high bar set by the Reese's Take Five. It is the best candy created by humankind, and I will fight anyone who says otherwise. Anywho, a Reese's Take Five, yes. They're not very popular, and I don't understand why, because it is the best candy ever created. Yeah, appropriate for a five. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Perfect for a 5 minute break. We fancy up in here. Yeah. No, I mean, seriously, the Take Five has everything you could possibly want. It has um, chocolate, peanuts, pretzel, and caramel, all in a beautiful layered package. Why would you want more than that? Fanged asks, might still be early, but do you have plans on what you'll be covering once Leon finishes his classes? Any plans for Huntober? Yeah, I am going to keep streaming. Not going to stop. My content might vary. It depends on where Leon goes with the agency. You know, he's talking about setting up this agency, having sort of, um, uh, new ways to introduce new people to 100 devs. Um, I would love to be a part of that. I think the plan is that I will be a part of that, but I don't know what that's going to look like. So my content might vary pretty highly depending on where Leon lands with his plans for that. And I think we are going to have some kind of a streaming event at some point. Don't know anything about it, but Leon's wants to do a co-stream with a few of the stream team members, things like that. So we're going to definitely still be churning out content during Huntober and after the course is officially over. Don't worry about that at all. I just don't quite know what that's going to look like yet. It's a little bit of everything in a snack. Yes, that's why I love Take Five so much. We ain't stopping until we can fund the Mayan Empire IRL page merch. Yeah, I do. I do want to keep streaming, and I want to be, continue being a part of Leon's endeavor that he's doing here because I think it's extremely valuable in a lot of ways. And so I feel like I have something to offer, and I want to continue being a part of it. It's not like she can't do SQL tutorials. Yeah, no, and I do want to do more SQL. Um, I would love to hear from you. Anybody that's watched my intro to SQL tutorial, if you want to learn more, I would be curious as to what you would like to know more about. So I feel like I covered the basics of SQL pretty well in that tutorial. And for those of you who might be like, what the heck is she talking about? I'm actually a SQL developer in real life. so, uh, so I feel pretty good about teaching it, but please DM me on Discord if there's certain things you want to hear more about, which I could maybe incorporate in my next SQL stream. In real life, are we all currently dreaming? Who the heck knows anymore, man? I mean, ever since like I don't know, March 2020. I think it's been we've all just been coasting a little bit, doing our best anyway. Okay, so before the break, what we did is we configured our app to have an X button that we can click. But of course, nothing happens yet because we haven't wired that button up to any kind of component. Nothing is listening for that click, and nothing is telling any components what to do when that click happens. So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to wire it up to actually do the delete and remove the thing we clicked from the list of tasks. All right.
In the app.js, let's create a function. So whenever we want to delete a task or add or anything like that, it's going to be in this file. So let's say delete task, and we'll create a function called delete task, and that's going to take in a specific ID. And for now, we're just going to console log the task.
Okay, so we're doing in this, we're creating our delete ability inside of app.js because, again, that's the level at which our state is being set. That's the level at the parent to all these child components, and we just pass that down to all the children. So that's why we're setting the delete action here at the parent level, because it's something we're going to want to be able to pass down to all the children. All right, so prior to the return, above the return statement, but below the task list, we can create a function called delete task. And we're going to be passing in a specific task ID, kind of self-explanatory, but basically that task ID is going to tell this function which task to delete, right? Console log, just say that, I think.
Text delete, and
console log the text of delete, okay.
Also log the ID. All right, now we're going to pass in a prop to tasks, because remember, a task where the actual button is, that is in the task.js, and then that's in tasks. So
okay, so we're starting to get a little hierarchy fun and games here, right? Let's remember the order of things. So app is the parent, the parent that holds everything below it, and tasks with the S holds the entire list of all of the tasks. And then each individual task component lives inside of tasks, so that the hierarchy from smallest to largest goes task, tasks, which is our list, and app. So if we set something up in app, we need to pass it down through that entire hierarchy all the way down to the child task component. Okay, so it's important to remember the order of things so we know why we're making changes to files when we do, right? App is the parent, and then task is the child, tasks is the child, and then inside of that we have the individual task components. All right, so let's see, I'm gonna save it here, right?
So we want to pass in, let's call this prop on delete, and basically when that's fired off, it's going to call delete event.
Okay, so now we go into the return statement, and we're passing down into tasks, into the list, saying on delete, then call this delete task, which we just set up. That's wrong there, what he's typed. He'll fix it in a second, but on delete, delete task. Yeah.
All right, now on delete is now a prop of, delete event, I'm sorry, delete task. I'm going to do that a few times through this because I decided to change it to tasks at the last minute. So this is going to be delete task. All right, and then on delete is going to be a prop of tasks. So just like we passed in tasks, we want to pass in on delete, and then.
Okay, so remember the parent has thrown the pitch. Now the child needs to be set up to catch it. Need to have their glove up to catch it. So in here, we need to be ready to catch that on delete when it's being sent.
And that's going to get passed in here as a prop as well, because that's where we want to use it. So on delete equals on delete.
All right, so now the child of app has caught that pitch, and now they're passing it to their kid, which is the individual task component. We're just passing it down the line from parent to child because these things only flow one way. On delete, passing it down the line. So we've tossed the pitch now again, and our task component needs to be ready to catch the ball.
And then in task, again, pass in on delete as a prop. However, we want to call that on a click, right? So in this FA times, let's say on click, and set that to on delete.
Okay, so inside of FA times, and I'll change the formatting a little bit so it looks better. Inside of FA times, after the pointer, we can add this on click and say, hey, on click, reference this function that we've passed all the way down from the app level, reference that and do the perform the on delete action, whatever that may be.
Which is going to basically work its way up to here and call delete task. So state gets passed down, actions get passed up. So if I click this, we do get the delete text, but we also see this event stuff because that's what's being passed in here by default.
Okay, so let's try that and make sure it works. So when I interact with the task component, this is what we're seeing here, the task component. Let's do an inspect here. Look at the console. When I click, I see the word delete and all the event information, which is fine. That's what we want. That's correct. But let's think about what's happening there. I've clicked the X and my task component says, okay, I have an on-click event and it's called on delete. Well, I have that as a prop from my parent, so I can use that on delete. Now, okay, what do I do? Well, I can look for that going up through my parent. I see it's being passed as a prop to my parent. Well, now we go all the way back up to the app level, and here is the actual function I'm supposed to run. All the way back up at the app level, I run this, I get that delete, I write that delete text, and I get the ID information. So like Traversy said, these props travel down and actions travel up. It's sort of like that's just prop nepotism. Yeah, it really is. Just passing things on to your children, whether or not they've earned them. Yeah, exactly. Prop nepotism. I like it. All right. So now now that we know it works, we can add some actual functionality here.
If I want to actually pass the ID in, what I have to do is on the on click here, instead of calling on delete directly, we call a function and then call on delete and pass in the task.id.
Okay, so now what we're doing here is going back down to task, singular, task, and on delete. Instead of just referencing on delete here, what we're doing is we're building out a function and passing in the task ID as an argument into that function. So now it'll register whichever task component we clicked on. It'll register the ID, pass it into the delete function, and we'll delete that one specifically. So we'll see how this works in just a second.
So now, if I click on one of these, I get delete 1, delete 2, delete 3. So we're able to now click on these and call this function, which is in the app.js where we have access to the state.
Yeah, so essentially what we're doing here is we're able to pass an argument into the on delete function, which is called delete task here, all the way up to the parent, which is the app, pass task ID in as an argument and run it with that as an argument. So let's see if this works. All right. Yep, there we go. Delete 1, delete 4, delete 3. Yep, those are the correct IDs for each task. So now that we have the ability to target a specific task and pass through the ID, we can use that ID to perform the delete action.
All right, now in order to actually delete, get rid of that console log, so we want to call set tasks, because that's how we deal with with our mutable state. And we're going to take the tasks that are already there and just filter. So dot filter is a high order array method. You should really know this stuff before getting into React, but basically this takes in a function. So we'll say for each task, I want to filter. So we're going to filter where, let's say, task dot ID. If the task ID is not equal to the ID, that's what I want to show. I don't want to show the task with the ID because we're deleting it. Okay, so this is just within the UI.
Okay, so the question was, Terra Knight says, is on delete also a parameter in the tasks file? Yes, it is. So remember, we're passing this on delete. Whenever we pass props down to children, they have to filter through the entire hierarchy. So what we're doing here is we're saying, all right, on delete, you get passed into the tasks component first. So since the tasks component is a parent of task, singular, it has to go through tasks first. So app, tasks, task. And we'll see that here. We can see that the on delete, it goes into tasks as a prop on delete. We don't actually use it there. We just pass it on to the child task component, which there it actually gets used. It doesn't get used at all in tasks, but we still pass it through. It still filters down. Yeah, so it's a it gets passed in as a prop and then immediately passed on to the child. Yeah. Okay, so we were working an app here, and now we're fleshing out this delete function a lot more. So let's flesh this out, and we're going to do set tasks dot filter. And what we're doing when we say, I want to be clear, what we're doing when we say set tasks is we're setting state. So we're setting a new state here. All right, and we're just saying, hey, only show the task list that is not equal to the item we just deleted, right? If we delete the item, we want to filter it out of the array. And so that's all we're doing.
So if we save that and I reload and I click on the X here, you'll see that it goes away because it's filtering out, it's setting the tasks to the filtered tasks.
Yep, so let's test that. Make sure it works. I'm just going to reload that real quick, clear the console. If I click that, yay. All right, so our delete button works. Now, did I, by doing this, am I actually changing my array? Am I actually changing the array? Thank you for the follow, Minaj, by the way. No, I'm not, right? I'm not actually, yeah, it's immutable. I'm not changing the array that we started with. Exactly. I'm not changing the array that we started with. I'm just filtering it. I'm just filtering what we're passing down to the children to actually display. Exactly. So if I reload this, boop, everything comes back. We're not changing anything. We're not breaking anything. We're just filtering this array to display only what we want to display. But as soon as I reload, then it all goes away. Now, toward the end of the tutorial, we're going to fix that, and we're going to use a virtual server, which is going to store that data for us, and we can do some additional operations there that are actually going to change the data versus just pretending to change it. But yeah, for now we're just filtering.
All right. Now, if I wanted to make it so it shows like a message if there's no tasks, I could go down to here and wrap this in curly braces, and I could say if tasks dot length,
Thank you
if
for the
it's
follow,
greater than 0, then show tasks, else show nothing. So if I save that,
Okay, so all we've done here is just gone to the place um, where we call the task list in the first place. So where we first reference this task list component to in order to potentially bring it in and render it. But if there's no tasks, then there's nothing to render. So what we're going to do is just make a quick ternary here, and we're going to say if tasks. So if our filtered array has a length um, greater than 0, then go ahead and do all the rest of the stuff. Go ahead and render the task list and all that, pass down the props, all those things. But if there's nothing to show, then we don't care. So if there's nothing to show, then there's nothing to show, and we shouldn't try to display anything. And so what we'll do is instead of that, we can just say no tasks to display and display just some static text instead. So let's try that.
wait, what am I doing? If task dot length, else show nothing. No, I want to show no tasks to show. All right, so there we go. So if there's nothing.
So if I go through and I delete all of these, boop, 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 there we go. Then that displays some static text that just says, hey, you've gotten rid of everything. My filtered array is now 0, length 0. I have nothing to show, so I'm just going to display some text instead. And that can be the ability to do this can be super helpful because that can tell your users whether your app is behaving correctly or not, right? If you have some text here, this can be like, users, there's nothing wrong, I just have nothing to show you. So that can be helpful to have from a user experience standpoint, and fairly easy to implement, as we saw there.
There, it's just going to give us that message. If I reload, they're all going to come back because remember, this is just the UI. That's what React does. You can turn this into a full stack application by having a back end, some kind of API that you can make requests to and fetch data from, which we.
You said reload the page, my tasks don't appear. Yeah, we can do that. There you go. So when you reload, your tasks should come back because we haven't made any changes to the array itself. All we've done is filtered what's being passed down to the children. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We might do at the end with something called JSON server. All right, so we're able to delete these. Now, let's do the reminder. I want to be able to double click and add a specific class. And if you look in the CSS, I have a class called reminder with a green border on the left. So basically what we want to happen is when we double click, we want to change whatever task we're double clicking, change the reminder to the opposite of whatever it's set, and if it's true, have that border. So I'm going to again start in the app.js just like we just did with the delete, and let's say toggle reminder, and we'll.
Okay, so again, we're working in. I'm going to put comments here. I said I was going to, and then I didn't. So delete task, and then the next thing we're going to do is toggle reminder. Now, let me just type this first. Your VS Code stopped responding. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, I hope you've been saving. If you've been saving, you should be fine. You can just restart VS Code and restart your app. I hope so. Yeah, if you've been saving along the way, then you should be okay, and you can just restart VS Code and do npm start again and kind of start where you left off. Hopefully. And so, yeah, now we're going to do, oh yeah, Rascal has a good point there. They say even if you haven't been saving, VS Code keeps all the unsaved changes in memory. You can reopen VS Code and it'll all still be there. That's good. That's awesome. VS Code's got our back, right? Uh, all right. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do a toggle. So what that means by toggle, the word toggle might not be familiar to everybody, especially if you're not a native English speaker. Essentially, a toggle is just an on-off switch. So on or off. It has two states. And so in this case, the toggle here is going to be this little green bar that if I double click on one of these, the bar appears and then I double click again and it goes away. It's just a little extra emphasis on the line. So that's what a toggle is. It's an on off switch. It's kind of a funny word though. Thank you for the follow, Minion.
Create a function here. Let's call it toggle reminder. And it's going to need the ID because it needs to know which one to toggle. All right, actually, let's call it reminder. No, that's fine. So toggle reminder. And for now, again, I'm just going to console log the ID. And we need to pass this down just like we did with the delete. So inside task, let's say on, we'll say on toggle and set that to toggle reminder.
And so again, we're going to pass this down through tasks, through the list, and then to its child, which is the task component. So again, same thing, passing it down from parent to child to child. So just like we did before, just like we did with on delete, we're going to pass on toggle and toggle reminder.
And then in tasks, also pass in the prop of on toggle.
Sorry.
Or I should say catch the prop. And then here, pass in a prop of on toggle, set that to on toggle.
All right, so again, we go to the child, which is tasks, and we're passing down each thing that we have taken in. So task, on delete, and now we're passing in on toggle equals on toggle. And now we also got to remember to pass it in as a prop. So it needs to flow in and it needs to flow out. It's flowing in. We're catching that baseball and we're throwing it to our kid. Got to catch it first in order to throw it. Task, on delete, on toggle, on toggle, on toggle. Okay, good. Now we can go to the place where it's actually going to be used, which is down in our task. Mavi says, almost the lyrics to the song I recommended for props. Good to know I'm getting it.
And then inside task, what we want to do is on the div, okay, not on the delete button, obviously. We want to do this on the main div. So I'm going to add, let's say, on double click, and we're going to set that to, and this should get passed in on toggle.
All right, so first we have to be ready to catch that baseball. So on toggle, we're catching it here. Now we can do something with it. We have it in our hands. We can do something with it. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, all right, on double click, when somebody double clicks that div, that's when I'm going to perform the on toggle action.
So on double click, we're going to call on toggle. All right, now again, we need the ID, so let's just do a function and then call on toggle and pass in the ID.
Okay, so we're not just calling it here, we're also passing the ID of the task that was clicked. We're passing that into the function so that it can perform that action on the specific ID. On toggle ID. There we go.
So now ID is not defined. That's because it should be task.id. Because we're passing in the task as a prop. All right, so now if I double click one of these, it's going to show the ID. So when I double.
So let's try it. We've passed in, so we've done exactly the same thing that we did before, right? We created a function in the app component. We passed it all the way down to the task component where it's actually going to be used. And what we're doing then is we're registering which item was clicked or double clicked in this case. We're registering which item was double clicked and then passing that ID back up into the on toggle function. And then that function is console logging that result. So let's make sure. Whoops, I didn't mean to go forward by 5 seconds there. My bad. Let's see if it works. So click. Yay. We can see that my console there is registering which one was clicked. 1, 4, 3. I don't have a 2, so there's no problem there. I don't have a 2. It's working correctly.
Double click, it runs this right here. Now, what do we want this to do? We want this to, of course, toggle the reminder either from true to false or from false to true. So there's a bunch of ways you can do this. I'm going to use, of course, we need to use set tasks. And I'm going to use maps. So we're going to say tasks, which is our state, our tasks in our state. And we want to map through. And for each one, we'll call it task. And I'm going to say where the task.id, so if the task ID that we're, in the current iteration is equal to the ID that's passed in, then we're going to have a specific object, else it's just going to be the task. It's no change, right? Because we only want to change the one that we're dealing with. So for the one that we're dealing with, the object I want to copy, or I should say spread across all of the task properties and values, but I want to change the reminder. So the reminder I'm going to set to the opposite of whatever that specific task reminder is. If it's false, it'll be true. If it's true, it'll be false. So I'm going to go ahead and.
Okay, so he did a lot there. So let's parse that out a little bit. There's a lot that happened there just now. So again, we're using set task to set our state. So that's how we're setting our state here. And what we're doing is we're looping through. So this function here, toggle reminder, is being passed the ID of whatever we double clicked on. So whichever task we double clicked on, that ID is being sent up to it. And then we loop through our task array and find the task with that matching ID. So we're matching on IDs here, matching on the ID. And when we do find it, we use the spread operator to take that task and break it apart. And then we find the reminder value and we set it to the opposite of whatever it was. So if it was true, we set it to false. False, we set it to true. And then if no match is found, then nothing gets changed. It's left as is. So we find the correct task, we dig into it, we spread it apart with the spread operator, dig into it, find the reminder value, and flip it from true to false, false to true. And then that will change the behavior of our app, right? It'll change whether it has that green highlight or not.
Save that. And I haven't even used the React Dev Tools yet. So if we go down to components here, we can see our component tree. We have each task, and if you hover on that, you can see the different props, the task itself, on toggle, on delete. What I want to look at is, we could look at this, but let's look at app, and you can see our state right here, which is our 3 tasks. And if I look at the first one, doctor's appointment, reminder is set to true. Now if I double.
Okay, so let's get there. What we're going to do is we're going to watch that value change when we click on it. So let's figure out how we get there. So inside of my app here, I can click the little chevrons here to the right, and that's behind my head. You can't see it, but let's move it over a little bit. There we go. If I click down here, I can go to components, and I can click inside the app container, and I can click in tasks, and if I so this is what this is showing us, is it's showing the current structure of our app, right? We have a app container with two children directly off of it, and inside of that tasks list, it's showing our individual tasks. And I think if I just see, yeah, so if I double click on that, it's like inside the first task here, I can expand the props and see all of the current settings for that task. So it's a little still behind my head, I'm sorry. So day Monday, ID 1, got this field that we're not using called other, reminder, and text. Now, if I double click on this task in the GUI, my hope is that this reminder value will change from true to false. So let's see if it works. Yeah, there we go. So the dev tools here are helping me see how this value is changing in real time, even though we don't have anything on the GUI set up to show that just yet. So click it again. You see the value changed again. And click it again. Value changed. Did it change that time? No. Okay. Yeah. So we're changing it back and forth here just by double clicking. The power of the dev tools, indeed. Yeah, there's a lot you can see here, and it seems like it makes the layout of the app cleaner. Like I can clearly see here that my parent is app. There are two children, and then when I click into tasks, I can see that it has three child components, all called task singular. This is just that one component that we're referencing 3 times for each of the tasks in our list. So, and how did I get here? I clicked on the chevrons and I clicked on components. Mr. Biggest says, are those the noise canceling Sony headphones? Those things are the bomb diggity. Yes, they are. They are Sony XM4s, and they're pretty great. Yeah, I love them. I love them. I literally wear them like several hours a day while I'm working, while I'm doing chores, whatever. They're so nice. The battery lasts forever. I've had them for about 2 years now, and they've been great. So I would highly recommend them for anybody who wants a good pair of noise canceling headphones. They're also super comfortable. Yep, power of the dev tools trims it down to just the components. Although you could flip a setting to see all the DOM nodes if you wanted to. Nice. Oh, you use yours at the gym, Mr. Bass? Yeah, I use them outside too, and they always stay on my head. So never a problem with that. Awesome. And when I'm writing leet code, yeah, that's the best time to have some tunes jamming in your noise canceling headphones. Puts on sunglasses. Dang it, I don't have any sunglasses here. I do have I do have a hat that says woof. That's cool, right? Leet code, leet code. All right, let me get my windows straightened out here again. There we go. Fantastic headset, indeed, yes. Okay, so we've got that working, and now we can just, all we need to do to set this reminder is really just change the way that function works to actually make that reminder strip appear. So let's do that.
Double click, now it's set to false, okay? Because we double clicked, it called this function, and we set that particular task to change the reminder to the opposite of what it was. If I click it again, it goes to true. So we know that's working, but there's nothing in the UI that lets us know that. So what we'll do is go back into task, and remember we have that specific class of reminder that will add a border to the edge. So let's go. So we have class name equals task. What I'm going to do here is make this into an expression and some backticks, and I still want the task class. That's going to be there no matter what. And then I want a condition here. So in template literal here, we're going to say if the task dot reminder is true, then we're going to have the class of reminder. Else, then it's just going to be nothing.
Okay, so what we're doing here is we're assigning a class conditionally, depending on whether depending on what the current value of that reminder flag is, whether it's true or false. So we always want the task class that's needed, but for the second part, we can use a template literal to literally use a template literal and check the reminder value. Task that reminder. If that's true, then add the class of reminder to the class list. So if it's true, then reminder. If not, then don't add anything. So we always have the class of task. That's really hard to say. And the next thing we do is we check to see whether or not we should also add the reminder class depending on the current value of that reminder flag, whether it's on or off. Toggle, right? We got the toggle. Okay, so let's save it.
So if I save that, you can see the first two have the green border because those are true. If I double click, it goes away. Double click again, comes back. Okay, so this is.
So let's try that now. Let's see if we got that. All right, so immediately when I revisit my app, I hope y'all can see that. I didn't realize, I didn't think about, I think purple and green might be a colorblind issue for some people. So I apologize if you're unable to see this because of any colorblind limitations. There are currently green strips to the left of the first and the third tasks on the list. And that's simply because their reminder flag is set to true and it's grabbing an appropriate class out of the CSS. So if you can't see this, I apologize. But when we double click it, we'll see that class go away. There we go. And it comes back and it goes away. Hooray. So, and that's flipping the flag. I didn't double click. There we go. On these items to change the value of that flag, which then determines whether or not the reminder class is applied. And we're doing all of this without ever reloading the page, right? All of this is dynamic, depending the component only changes if it needs to. And in this case, on click, it is changing. We've changed the state, so the component changes. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Biggest Sir. I'm glad you like the headphones. Although I hope you're following for the content too. All right.
This is coming down from our state, this task, and we're checking the reminder. Okay, so we can just toggle these and we can delete them. Now it goes back to the default because we're just setting, I mean, this is just kind of like static data that we have as our default data. If you were using a back end, you'd be making fetch requests or HTTP requests to your server as well. So now let's start to work on the add form because we haven't even created that yet. So in components, I'm going to create add, let's call this add task.js.
Okay, so now we're actually going to give this add button that we have in the top right corner, we're going to give this add button something to do. We're going to create a form which will only appear when we click the add button. And then that will allow us to add tasks to the list. Thank you, Mr. Biggest Sir. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Chris. I try. All right. So let's go ahead and start putting together our add form, which will actually add. So now, right now we have the U and the D in CRUD, right? We have the well, I guess we have the R, U, and the D in CRUD. We have the read, update, and delete. We are able to update by changing the status of these tasks. We're able to delete. I mean, but not really, right? Nothing of this is permanent yet. but we're building in the functionality. So we're able to read by reading the list. We're able to update by changing the status. We're able to delete by clicking the X. And now we're just adding the create part of that, which is going to allow us to add new tasks to the list. So let's do that. And so in order to do that, what we're going to do is go into our components, and we're going to add a new file again, because we're creating a new component. So we're going to add a new file, and we're going to say add task.js. Okay, so what did they do here?
And we'll go ahead and create a component.
Okay, so again, we're going to use our magic word, RAFCE, which is going to create our default React component. And do that. And we can get rid of the import statement as usual. And now we're going to build out our add task capability.
Now this is going to be a form. So instead of a div, this will be a form. We'll give this a class name of add-form. And then each label and input is going to be wrapped in a class of form controls. So let's say div class name and set that to form control. And then we'll have a label. So this label will just say, we'll just say task for the label, and then input will have a type of text, and let's add a placeholder and set that to add task. Okay, there's other stuff we're going to add to this, but I just want to get the form displayed for now. So
okay, so let's go ahead and populate out this form. I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to enable Emmet here really quickly because I don't want to hand type all this. So change it to JavaScript. I'm changing my file type to JavaScript React, and now I can move a little bit more quickly here. Add a form, add a div, add a label, and add an input. All right, so now we're gonna have to make a few changes here. We're gonna take our form, take the opening tag and add a class name. And that's gonna be, class name is gonna be add form. Excuse me, I need to sneeze. Sorry about that. All right, add form, and then my div is gonna have a class name of form control. I can spell. And then our label, we can take this default HTML4 out of there and just have it be a label task. And then our input is going to be type text with a placeholder value. Remember, placeholder is what shows up when you first load the form of add task. All right, save that. Thank you, Dion. Much appreciated. Excellent first time chat. Yes. Dankeschön. Salud. Bless you. We got all the different languages representing. I like it. Spaghetti says, is that like a delegate? Are you talking about the placeholder? What are you referring to specifically? Which element are you wondering about? Oh, this you mean? Why is the function in a const? Okay. So yeah, so this is a newer way of writing functions. It's called an arrow function. And this is new as of the 2015 version of JavaScript, right? Arrow functions. So you can still definitely write functions the old way, function, saying the word function and then arguments and that kind of thing, and then the curly braces. You can absolutely do that. but this is a slightly newer space saving way of writing functions using arrow function. It adds a little bit of additional functionality here and there. I would suggest reading up on arrow functions because you'll probably see them quite a bit in the wild now, more and more. Um, they can allow you to write single line functions, and but there's nothing preventing you from writing them with the function keyword too. That's fine as well. Those still work, but these are just a newer way to do it. Yeah. Good question, though.
I'm going to copy this form control down twice, and this.
Okay, so what he's doing there, real quick, is he's just grabbing that inner div, so this div right here, and keeping it inside of the form tags. We're going to paste that 3 times. Boop, boop. So 1, 2, 3, 3 divs with the same content, and then we're just going to modify that content to do different things each time. So let's just watch what he does here.
This next one is going to be the day. We'll say day and time. Type is text, and then for this we'll just say add day and time. Then this one is going to be, let's say, reminder or set reminder, and it's going to be a checkbox. So let's change the type to checkbox and get rid of the placeholder. We don't need that. And then I just want to have a submit, so we'll do an input with the type of submit, and then let's have a value. The value will be save or save task.
Okay, we'll pause there for just a second. So we changed. So essentially, what this is going to look like is we're going to have 2 text input boxes, and then followed by a checkbox. So we can change this input to be a type checkbox, which will literally just give us a checkbox, which is that's built in. I mean, that's something that HTML can do for us natively, and we can also use that functionality in React or in JSX. And so the last thing here is we have an input type of submit with a value of save task. Now, I mean, personally, I would probably not use an input here. I'd probably use a button. I mean, but maybe that's just me. I don't know. I would use a button, but they're using an input, so we're going to use that instead. So Dio, do you prefer React, or are there any other JS frameworks you like or see pretty popular? So Traversy actually kind of talks about that at the beginning of this video a little bit, basically saying that there's Angular and Vue, there's but React is probably the most popular right now. Trends come and go, right? But React seems to be the most popular right now. We are so as a group here, we are actually learning the MERN stack. So MongoDB, Express, React, Node. Not saying it's the perfect stack or anything like that, but it is pretty popular right now. So maybe a good one to learn if you're trying to get a job in the field. So yeah, I mean, I'm not super experienced in the field of web dev, but Traversy at the beginning of this tutorial talks about Angular and Vue, and some alternatives to potential alternatives to React as well. Yeah, we're doing MERN. Mm-hmm. In this case, we're not really. We're going to have at the end of this, we're going to have like a synthetic backend, not a real MongoDB backend on this. We're going to use a virtual server, but in previous apps, what we've done is basically have the MongoDB backend and have our whole MVC structure, and then have a user facing front. So building the full stack with MERN, or well, previously before we knew React, it was just the men stack, but yeah, or with EJS, it was the mean stack. But we don't want to be mean. We want to be nice. So we substitute in React and we make it MERN. All right. So we have our form kind of built out. We're using an input for the submit, value of save task. Okay.
All right, so we'll save that, and then let's just we'll embed this into our app.js. So I'm going to copy this down and set that to add task.
All right. And so what we're going to do now is we've built this component, and now we really just need to tell our app.js where it needs to go. So inside of our app.js file, we're going to import this new component. That is an excellent typo, Dr. Moto. That's amazing. Perfect typo. 100% A plus. And Anne Folkman there shared a good resource, the website of the most popular JS frameworks. Nice. Thank you for sharing that.
Set that to add task, and then
He went so fast there. Hang on, hot minute. All right. So we can just copy this import statement and then modify it. Well, actually, I'm not even going to copy it. I'm just going to go import, import. There we go. Add task from components add task, and VS Code will autocomplete for me. Save that. All right, and now we're actually just going to put it where it goes. So in this return statement, we're calling our header. We're calling our tasks component. So just rendering the header, rendering the task list. We're also going to want to render our add task form. Thank you for the follow, Victor.
task, set that to add task, and then right below, right below the header, add task. Now if I save that, we should see our form.
Yep. All right, so now we can just call this component here, add task, and it should just render for us. So let's see if we got it right. So now in order, our components are going to render in this order. We're going to have header first, followed by the form, and then the task list. Hey, there we go. Look at that. Nice. It rendered just as we thought it would. Header, form, and task list. Just in the order that we told it to render. Nice. All right. We're going to do a little bit of styling on the checkbox, and then we'll take another break. Just a little bit of styling. And then what we're going to do after that is we're going to make sure that this form works, that we can actually submit a task. We're going to make it so we can show or hide the form by clicking on this button. Yeah. And then I think after we do that, I think that'll be about the end of the base functionality of the app. And then we'll set up our synthetic server and be able to do proper CRUD operations against that.
One thing I forgot is some classes, just the styling. So the checkbox form control, I also have form control.
Okay, so inside of add task, we've gone down into our add task component now. We're going to add a little bit of styling to our checkbox. So we can say form-control-check. Just to better format the checkbox properly.
I think it's just form control check. Yeah, and then for the button down here, the input submit, let's say class name, and that's going to be set to BTN and BTN block.
Okay, so now on our input, we're going to just add a class name to it. So again, no structural changes here. We're just doing formatting, nothing crazy. BTN and BTN lock. I can spell. All right, there we go. I think that's all for this.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so now that looks much better. The checkbox isn't huge anymore, and we have this nice save task button taking up a pleasing amount of width within the rectangle. So perfect. Checkbox, save task, all the buttons are there. Now we just need to hook them up so they do what they're supposed to do. Shout out says, do you use any form libraries like React Hook Form? Not yet. We're just learning the basics of React hooks and functional components. But yeah, there's tons of libraries out there that you could use. We're just covering the basics right now. But this opens up the wider world of libraries and things like that we can also implement. We used icons today. We used React icons. I think that was the only extraneous thing that we've used so far. Spaghetti asks, already knew about arrow functions. Why do we store it as a const? Is app a variable or a function? Yeah, and Rascal put it really nicely there. They said app is a variable that stores a function within it. Yeah. Usually when we do a function, um, for example, such as app, for example, JS for free creates a var equivalent variable and assigns our app function to it. So with this arrow function, we're creating that variable and assigning the function to it ourselves. All right, so I think it's time for a break. We've got this set up, so now all we need to do is hook the appropriate things up to it and perform the so that when we actually interact with it, with this, it does something. So right now I can click all this stuff and I can enter things into it, but it doesn't do anything. So we'll add some smarts to this when we come back. All right, it's break time. 5 minutes on the clock as before. And I will see you all back here in 5 minutes. Take this time, get a drink, get a snack, something, and get up and stretch. Do your wrist exercises. Don't get carpal tunnel. And I'll see you back in 5. All right, folks, come on back. We've got about 30 seconds left in the break. Grab a drink of water, do another stretch, and we'll finish up adding full CRUD functionality to our app. Alrighty, I'm going to go ahead and stop the timer here. All right, and we are back. Good to see everybody again. What's the matter there, Chris? Using some pretty strong emojis there. Hey, fourth string. Welcome to the stream. Okay. All right. So what we did before the break is we finished setting up our form layout. And I can zoom out a little bit here. Here we go. So finish setting up our form layout. So we have all the inputs that we need. We just need to hook them up so that they behave appropriately and allow us to add tasks to the list. Hi, fourth string. Good to see you. All right, let's keep going.
Make that look a little better. And let's just open up our console, make sure we have no errors. All right, now each input is going to have its own piece of state, component level state, not app level state. So let's bring in use state from, not const, what am I doing? Import use state from React, and then right above the return, we're going to have, first one is text, and set text is the method to update the state. The default is just an empty string, and then we have set day for the day input, and then we have reminder, set reminder, and the default for reminder is going to be false.
Okay, so I'm going to pause here for just a second. So here we're setting component level state, essentially to help us manage what's being entered into this form using React, right? Because we already know that HTML can already control, an HTML form can already control its own state, right? It's updating each time I type something, it's updating itself. We're not using React here yet. We're just, this is all built in, right? So this form being basic, if we just treat it as basic HTML, already has built-in state. However, we want to override that with React so that we can sort of like so that we can make this form play nice with the other React components that we already have. Now, do we remember what is that called when we take some sort of built-in HTML thing that already has its own internal state, and instead we say, React is going to manage that for you. You don't gotta, you're not going to think anymore. React is going to do the thinking for you. What do we call that? Does anybody remember? What do we call it when we take when we take a component and we essentially turn React into its brain instead? Remember, this particular type of control is like a fungus, like a cordyceps fungus. Rascal says parenthood, good guess. Spaghetti says override, also a good guess. Anybody remember? It's okay if we don't remember. We learned a lot of things over the last few days talking about React. It's okay if we don't remember. Remember, it's a fungus. It's a cordyceps fungus. It takes over and takes control of the component's brain. And so since we know that cordyceps fungus can control an ant or a wasp, then the zombie fungus wants brain. Parasite. Great guesses. Manipulation. Yeah. So when we have React take over the state of an existing component, we call that a controlled component. We call it a controlled component. Yeah, just like the fungus controls the ant. No worries, all very good guesses, and all basically synonyms for the same thing, right? You get the concept. It's all synonyms for the same thing. It's a React rabies. Oh goodness. I really think it's more like that cordyceps fungus. You know, it still keeps all the basic functionality. It's just not letting the component do its own thinking anymore. The state is maintained by React instead. Reabies. Nice. Fourth string says, any way to re-upload your BOB nested comment stream? Nested comment stream. Sorry, I'm trying to remember. Re-upload your nested comment stream. Are you talking to me or Rascal, fourth string? Are you talking to Rascal, right, fourth string? I don't have one. Okay. All right. I was like, I don't have one with nested comments, I don't think. Sorry to remember the things that I've streamed about, sometimes. All right, cool. No worries, fourth string. It's okay. I just want to make sure you weren't talking to me. All right, so what we're doing here is we are creating a controlled component by setting some local state here. And we're basically just telling this HTML form that you don't get to think anymore. React is going to do your thinking for you. So use state from React. We're bringing in state and applying it to this form. All right, so now in our add task component, we're going to set up our state. And our state is going to be text and set text. Use state. So we're basically taking each individual portion of the form, so both input boxes and the checkbox, and we are creating state values for them. So day and set day and reminder and set reminder. Now, this set text, set day, and set reminder here, these are all just different ways to say set state. So each time the state updates, we're going to call set text or set day or set reminder to make that state change. I'm following both of your streams. Sure. Better get used to the bootstrap. All right. Now, for our checkbox, we're going to set that default value of our checkbox to false. So by default, we want our checkbox to be unchecked. Now that we've set this, now that we've created the state for each of the components here in our form, we can apply it and control those components using this outside state. So we're going to take our fungusy tendrils and spread them into the brain of our form and start controlling it that way.
All right, so we have that now down in the input, the first one of text. Let's go right here, and the value of this is going to be the text from the state, but we also need an on change, because when you start to type in the input, that's going to fire off this on change. It's a controlled component. So this is going to have a function. We're going to pass in the event object and directly call set text from here and set it to e.target.value, which is going to be whatever's typed in. All right.
All right, so I'm going to stop there now. And we'll see what the heck are we doing here? How does this work? So we have our input again. So we're looking at the first input box right now, the type text and the one where we actually type in the task information. And we're adding a value field here. So value is going to be text. And what we're doing just by this particular action right here is we are overriding the default behavior of the form. So by default, this value would just be, whatever we're typing in. But instead, what we're doing is we're taking that out of the form's control, out of the input box's control, and assigning it to the state instead. And so the value is going to be whatever the text value of the state currently is. But in order to trigger that change, we essentially add one more value here saying on change equals E, which is the event, the thing that just happened, like the latest keystroke, set text E dot target dot value. So what are we doing here? Well, we're saying every time there's some kind of a change, like an input, like a keystroke, like someone does anything to the input form, we're going to update the current state with whatever that change was, whether it was a backspace, adding a letter, whatever. We're going to set the text with that new changed value. And then we're going to immediately assign that value back to the input box. So it behaves exactly the same as it used to. No change in behavior, but now the state is owned and operated by React instead of natively by the form. Making a family-only social network called OnlyFam. Nice. So this is kind of wild what's happening here, but essentially we're just pulling that update behavior out of the input form, out of the input box's control, and assigning it to React state instead. And the viewer doesn't notice a thing. The user doesn't notice any difference. To them, it works the same.
So I'm going to copy this value and on change and go to the next one of day, except this is going to be day instead of text. And the function to change that is going to be set day. And again,
okay, so again, let's look at this. We're going to format it out. So input type is text, got the placeholder value, and then we can just drop in the same values that we used before, except I'm going to change this value to day because we want to take the appropriate property out of the state and apply it to the box. So every time they type something into the day and time box, it will update itself based on the current state.
Again, it'll be set to the target value, which is whatever's typed in. So checkbox, I'll paste that in. This is going to be the reminder state, and this will be set reminder, right? And then instead of target.value, because this isn't an input, it's a checkbox, we can get current target.checked, which will give us either a true or false value if that's checked or not.
Okay. So first off, thank you so much for String Stooge. Thank you so much for this. Much appreciated. I'm really feeling the love on today's stream. So many subs, so many follows. That's why I do like streaming on days that I don't normally stream sometimes, because I pick up some new folks who haven't had the chance to be here before. So love picking up new folks and seeing their contributions. So thank you so much. And thank you so much for String Stooge for this. Much appreciated. Good to have you here. Your teaching style works well for me. Oh, thank you. Good. So glad to hear it. I'm always trying to get better at the kind of content that I teach. And so, yeah, I do appreciate the feedback. Thank you so much. All right. So the last thing we're doing here is we're improving our checkbox. So we have our form control, check, our label. And so let's modify the input box to rely on the current state. So current state has a reminder value. And then on change, we're going to set reminder. And this is going to be a slightly different value. So we're going to look inside that event object. We're going to get the current target, and just natively, every time we click on a checkbox inside of the event object, we're going to have a true or false check value that's going to be passed. So we can use this directly inside of our set state. So we can just grab it straight out of the event and apply it to our state. Now I do want to check something really quickly, no pun intended. I do want to look at something really quickly. I want to look at my, so I made a small mistake here in my second form box. So in the daytime form object here, I set my state wrong. This should be set day instead of set text. So if you're following along, please change that. It's correct in the GitHub, but I just messed that up there. So set day and then set reminder. So we have our three state setters: set text, set day, and set reminder. Now we have all three of those. Line 29, did I make a mistake? I did. Yeah, good catch. Thank you, Gawkwalker. So I accidentally went outside of my input box's closing tag. Good catch. There we go. That's fixed. Thank you. Good catch. A plus. A plus for attention. All right. Let's see what's next.
All right, so that should clear up if I reload. Now to check this, if we go to our React DevTools, so down here where it says components, we can see all of our components, and if we go to add task, we should be able to see our state. So right here you can see each one of these is the three inputs. If I start to type in the text, and I say text because that's what we called that piece of state, we can see it down here. If I type in a day, we can see that. If I check set reminder, you can see that changes.
All right, let's test that. So we can now use those React DevTools to see whether or not our form input has now become a part of our state that our React DevTools can pick up. So let's try it. All right, so I'm going to do an inspect here. Going to pull this up. Oh, I might have an error here. Let's see. Console. Functions are not valid as a React child. Okay, maybe I have maybe I'm actually accidentally calling a function somewhere. I have no idea. Let's just see what happens. Wait, add div task. Okay, let's see. Add task. 2974. Oh, maybe it's fine now. Let me clear the console and try again. Let me try. Yeah, I think it was because I had that mistake on line 29. And so let's try it. Let's just try it and see if it works. All right, so I'm going to do components here. And I'm going to go into add task. And so we can see oh, that's behind my head. Dang it. I don't know. Let's see. I'm sure there's a way I can change this layout, but I'll just drag it over. It's okay. All right, let's see. If I type in this, let's see if the state gets updated. Hey, look at that. Watch that. Watch while I type. So that updates itself as I'm typing. And it's going off the screen, but you get the idea. All right. And I can do here, state 2. State is getting updated. First try. Yeah. And then here, if I click the checkbox, we can watch the state on that flip as well. True, false, true, false, true, false, true, false. Nice. Okay, perfect. And you might be like, big whoop, like what did we even do there? It still works the same. It still does exactly what it used to. But again, the important part of this is that we've taken the control of state out of the control of the form itself and moved it into React, where we can now use that state in other ways. Ellipsis at the top right. I think I'm fine now. I didn't have any more errors after I reset the console. So I fixed the problem originally, and now my console doesn't show any errors. So I think I'm okay. I think I'm all right. Oh, I see what you're talking about. So you're talking about the layout of the inspect tools. Okay. All right, I'll have to mess with that a little bit later. I don't want to do it live, but no, I'll definitely mess with those settings and see if I can get those React Dev tools to be a little bit more friendly as far as layout goes. And Rocco says set check property on input type checked to pre-select checkbox. Yes, so we could pre-select the checkbox if we wanted to. Yeah, we could. In this case, I don't think we want to. We want the person to be able to choose whether they set their reminder or not. But yeah, we could have this be one or the other, depending on what we want. Yeah. All right, so that's working. The wires are there. Now we just need to make it actually add a task, right? So let's see how we do that.
All right, so we know that's working. Now, as far as submitting this, we're going to have a function in our app.js because we're going to be dealing with our tasks. So let's put this above the delete. We'll say add task, and let's say const add task.
Okay, so we're going back to app.js because we're dealing with our task list here. And so in our app.js, above our delete task, we can, so we're kind of just putting all of our CRUD operations together here in our app.js. And so we're gonna do the same thing for add, and we're gonna say const add task. Again, using an arrow function here, but we don't have to. We could use a regular function if you really wanted. We're just being all, hip with the kitties and, using arrow functions because we're cool. All right. Thank you, Topo. Thank you, Victor XDBR, for the follows.
So
I like to think that
for now,
I like to think that Topo followed because they want to be cool like me. I'm not cool. All right. Here we go.
Let's do a console log. It's going to take in, as far as what this takes in, we'll just say task. And yeah, we'll just console log that. Now we have to pass this in, or we have to pass a prop into add task. Let's say on add, and then that's going to call add task. Okay, now in our add task.
Hang on, we're going to back up a little bit there. Okay, so again, just like we did before, we're now going to pass these props down from the parent to the child, right? Flowing downward. We're already calling add task here, so we can just pass an additional prop here on add, and then we're going to carry this prop down as far as we need to until we're ready to apply it. So on add, I'm going to do something.
That's going to call add task.
Okay, on add, we're going to call add task. That'll perform that add task action when we're ready to call it.
Okay, now in our add task component, we want to take in on add.
Okay, I'm going to take in, so add task, we've thrown the ball to our add task component. Now we need to be ready to catch it. And so we've caught the ball here on add. Now we have the ball in our hands and we can decide what we want to do with it. Do we want to keep passing it along, toss it to the next person, or do we use it here? Well, in this case, we're going to use it here.
And what I'm going to do is add a submit event here. So on submit, and set that to on submit. And then on submit is going to be defined in here. Const on submit, because there's a few things we need to do. So we're not calling on add directly. So on submit, that's going to take in the event object because we need to e.prevent default so it doesn't actually submit to a page. And then once we do that, I just want to do a little bit of validation for the text, the task text. So let's say if, and we'll say if not text, then, whoops, and we're talking about this piece of state which is connected to this input. So if that's not there, then let's do an alert and say, please add a task.
Okay, I'm just going to pause there before this stuff goes off the screen. So first thing we did there was we brought in this on add prop that we passed from the parent. We caught the ball. Now we're ready to do something with it. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to apply this. We're going to apply this on add, but we're going to pass it through an additional function first. So when we click submit on the form, when we click on the save task button in our form, we're going to run a function called onSubmit, which is going to make use of that onAdd function, but it's not going to call it directly. So let's define this. Const onSubmit. And what we're going to do is we're going to pass in the click event there. And when we submit a form, just a basic HTML form, when we submit a basic HTML form, by default, that form is going to try to go somewhere. It's going to try to take you somewhere, try to, redirect you to another page or something like that, just by default. And so what we want to do is prevent that default behavior because we ain't going anywhere. We're staying right here. So the first thing we do is we say prevent default and just stop it from trying to submit. The next thing we're going to do is just a little bit, as he said, just a little bit of validation. So we're going to see, make sure that the form is not empty. So if it's empty, we don't want to try to submit it. So we're going to add an alert and say, please add a task. All right.
And then return. All right. If that passes, then we're going to call on add. And we want to pass in into on add, we want to pass in an object with the text, the day, and the reminder. Okay, then I also want to clear the form, so I'm going to just call set text again and clear it. And then we want to clear day, set day, and then set reminder, which is a Boolean, so that's going to get set to false. All right.
Now, okay, so pause there. So we're calling this on add. This is what we passed in. This is what we want to do. We want to actually add the task, but we are doing some additional things around it. So we're preventing default behavior. We're checking to make sure that they've actually filled in the task field, right? And then we're doing on add, and then after that we're clearing the form. Oranon says your door looks like CM Griffin. CM Griffin, you mean? Yeah, the other streamer. Well, I'm honored. They're always so fun. I like to raid them. Like to watch them. They're always entertaining. Yeah, so I'm glad my I'm glad my door looks like. Does it look like their door, or it doesn't look like them, right? I hope it doesn't look like them, but no, it does it look like their door? I guess I've never paid attention to the background. Yeah, they're always just so I've never paid attention to the background. That's interesting. I don't remember what their background looks like now. Dang, gonna have to watch some more of them, I guess. All right, so let's pass in text to Anna. Let's pass in text, day, and reminder. And we'll set text. We're going to basically reset the state of all of. So after we add a task, we're going to set the state of all those forms essentially back to empty, to nothing. Reset all of their states all at once. So, oh, the door maybe looks like their beanie. Yeah, it could be. They seem like kind of a rustic, like sort of a rustic kind of a person. Yeah. Except they do coding, so it's a cool kind of a cool intersection of classic and coder. Now they're always fun. All right, so we've done that. Add the text. Set all these back to 0. Oh, his profile pic background is a door that looks like mine. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now this door is vintage. Well, by American standards anyway. This door is vintage 1948. Vintage 1948 door. Yeah. Good stuff. Old house by American standards. I know that Europe, all the Europeans are laughing at me right now, but you know, America's not that old, okay? All right. So we've said all these things. I think we're about ready to try them out.
Now I want it to be unchecked if it's false. So down here where we have our checkboxes can take in a checked value, which will be true or false. So I'm going to say if reminder. So if that's true, then actually no, you can just set it to reminder.
Okay, so now we've set our value. We're going to set checked, adding this additional property to our checkbox. Checked is going to be equal to reminder, true or false, whether or not it's checked.
Yeah, so we'll save that. Okay, now when I submit this, what should happen is it should check to see if text is there. So if I don't have that filled in, I'll get an alert. Then it should call on add, which is just going to call add task, which up here is going to console log the task. So let's open up our console, and we're just.
All right, let's try it out. Let's see if it works. So we'll see. So our add task, as we've been doing for the last few components. Let's see. Sorry, our add task function here inside of our app.js is currently just console logging. So once I finish typing and I hit submit, I would expect to see that value be console logged for me in the console. I'm forever associating CM Griffin as an actual door in my mind fiction after this combo. Yeah, but next time we raid them, we're gonna have to be like, so I heard you like doors. Really confuse the crap out of them. Yep. All right. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was trying to see if this works. Okay, I'm gonna pull up the console here. Console, and a component is changing an uncontrolled component to be controlled. Okay, well, let's clear that. We'll see if it works. All right. Test and test date, and we'll just set the reminder as checked. Let's see what happens. Hey, check it. Look at that. So as soon as I clicked submit, it console logged. So what that tells me is the appropriate values are being passed into my function here. So that's 95% of the battle. Now we just need to write it to the appropriate place. Hey. Yeah. Love non-contextual insider jokes like that. Yes, those are always the most fun. Just have the raid messages knock knock. Yeah, there you go. Thank you for the follow, Hikari. Good to have you here. All right, cool. Now let's see what we need to do next.
I'm going to type whatever in here and save. So the form also cleared, and down here you can see that we have our data. Now instead of console logging, we want to add this to our state. So in order to do that, I mean, there's a bunch of ways we could do that. I do want to add an ID, since we're not dealing with a back end where it creates an ID on its own. I'm just going to do something really simple here and use math.floor, which will round down math. We'll say math.random. We'll make it up to like 10,000 and +1. So that should just give me a random number. So if we console log ID and I just submit this, it should just log a random number. Good. So we have an ID. So now I'm going to just create, let's say, new task. And this new task is going to be an object with that ID. And then I'm going to copy whatever the task text, day, and reminder, which is passed in here. I'm going to add that to the object as well.
Okay, so what we're doing here is we're adding tasks. But if you recall from a couple hours ago, when we tried to create a list, if that list didn't have IDs or keys, React didn't like it. So our list items do need to have some kind of unique ID value, and so that's what we're doing here. We're just sloppily, it's a very sloppy way of doing it, but we're assigning an ID value that we can then use as a key in the list, and React will be happy. We're going to eventually switch this to a artificial server, which will assign values for us, ID values for us, so we don't have to worry about it. But for now, just badly assigning IDs using math.random. Brad being a baddie. Yep. Yeah, just being like random numbers. Random number generator. It's been a while since I've used this one. Math, random. It's a good way to generate random numbers. Not necessarily the best application, but there you go. All right. +1. Okay. All right. Const new task. And what we're doing here is we are essentially taking the ID value that we just created, and we are spreading the existing task list, right?
All right, then we want to use set tasks, and we're going to set it as an array. We're going to copy the current tasks that are already there, but then we also want to add the new task onto it.
Yeah, so we're taking the values that were just entered, so the task, the day and time, the reminder fields, and we're essentially appending the ID to them as an additional field within the object. We can do that because we're using the spread operator. So essentially, it's like we're taking this task object, we're breaking it apart, adding the ID value, and then smashing it back together in a new object, which is called new task. So we're breaking it open, we're shoving the ID value in there, and we're sandwiching it back together. It's kind of like when you're making a sandwich, and let's say like you forget the cheese or something like that. So you kind of peel apart the sandwich, and you put your cheese in there, like American cheese or whatever, and you smash it back together, and that's how we make our new task. And so after that, we have our new task, and now we just add it to our existing state containing all the other tasks. So we just add it in there. And again, we aren't using push or anything like that, because that state is immutable. We are amending. We're making a change, and we're merging it with the existing state. So instead of using push, we always have to use our set state function to do that. New task. There we go. So we're taking the existing task list of like all this whole big list up here. Again, breaking it apart, shoving the new task in there, and smashing it back together. And now our set tasks, our task state. Our task state is going to contain all of the original tasks plus our new task. All right, let's make sure that works.
All right, so let's save that. And now we should be able to add a new task. I'll just say test1, test2, set reminder, save task, and there it is. And we can...
All right, let's do that. So I'm going to close the console here. Hopefully, it's behind my head. Let's move it over. All right, so I'm going to call it task 10 because I can. We'll have that be Sunday. Set reminder, and let's save it. Hey, there we go. So it added itself to the state. passed that state into the task list, which then rendered out the appropriate number of individual task components containing all of that information. And there we go. And I can do all the same thing as I can with the other ones. I could delete it. I could uh, toggle the reminder on and off, whatever I want to do. There we go, on off. It keeps trying to highlight the that word there instead, but it works as intended. We're going to be overqualified full stack devs and Subway sandwich artists by the end of this stream. Y'all are going to want a sandwich. Yeah, definitely. I didn't intend for there to be any, as much sandwich talk, but it just kind of came to me. So, all right. So we now have all of our CRUD operations in place. I'm pretty sure. I think that's all the CRUD we need to deal with right now. But let's see. And Infoman says you're on a roll. Could throw user select none CSS on the element to prevent that text selection thing. Ooh, nice, good tip. Let's try that out. So on the I wonder what element this is. Oh boy. Okay, container, header, button. I think it's task. I think it's this one. We'll try it. I think it's that. Maybe. Common to use on things that get clicked or dragged. That's a pro tip right there. I like that. User select none, so people can't accidentally select text when they mean to drag. I like it. Nice, thank you. All right, let's get back to it.
And change the reminder. We can delete it. So now we're able to add it. Cool. So the next thing I want to do is this button here should toggle this form. We want it to start off not showing, but then we want to click this, show it, click it again to toggle it. So we're going to have another piece of state in our app.js. And we're going to call that, let's say const, let's say, what do we want to call this? We'll say show add task, and then set show add task, which is going to be a Boolean. So set this to use state, set it to false by default, and then.
All right, so what we're doing here is we're just setting up another piece of state with two parts. So show add task, show add task, and then what's actually going to change that state. So again, every time we say set something, it's equivalent to set state. It's just a state changer. Show add task, and it's either going to be true or false. Either we're showing the form or we're not. Showing or hiding, one of the two. All right, use state is going to be false. By default, it's going to be hidden. All right, save that. Okay.
And this form is going to be dependent on that piece of state. So down where we're embedding add task, let's wrap this in curly braces and say if show add task is true, then show that component. Now this is just a shorter way of doing a ternary without an else. Okay, we don't need an else. We just want to see if it's true. If it is, do this. If not, nothing.
Okay. So here all we're doing is we're just wrapping our add task, again, which is just, when we say add task, we just mean this form. It's just the form. So we're just wrapping the form in a quick little expression here, which is going to check to see whether or not that show add task value is true or false. And if it's true, then we show the form. And if it's false, we don't show anything there. So show or hide, really, it's just a quick way to show or hide that form. And Akram says, hey, do you have any idea how much time it would take for a solo dev to make do you mean software as a service? SaaS, software as a service? Are you trying to build a whole like platform from scratch? Or are you trying to build like more of like an API? What are you hoping to build?
So we'll save that, and now it's not showing. Now if I set the default of that show add task to true, then it's going to show it by default.
Okay, so here all we're doing is we can manually set this state true or false and show or hide the form. So if I set it to false, like it is right now, if I, let's see, did I save that? No, I didn't save it. That's why. There we go. All right. As soon as I save it, it hides the form. And then if I toggle this back on, it shows the form. So show hide. Now we just need to make the button toggle it instead. So you're wondering about like a tool? Yeah, I mean you can do anything if you set your mind to it, right? Um, if you're trying to make a whole like it depends on what you're trying to make, right? Are you the complexity level, what your current skills are like, what code, what language you're using, what your audience is. Um, there's a lot of variables there that could influence the amount of time it takes you to deliver a finished product. It really depends on a lot of things. I would say that if you have a passion project that you want to work on and you want to learn the skills in order to complete that passion project, then absolutely go for it. Just know it will probably take more time than you expect because there'll be things that you'll encounter that you just don't know that they exist, right? And so be careful when setting time limits on yourself or telling others that you'll have something done in a certain amount of time. It's like Scotty from Star Trek. If you've ever seen Star Trek, there was an engineer who worked in the engine room of the Starship Enterprise, and he would always tell the captain that there would be an emergency, and the captain would be like, Scotty, how long does it take to fix the warp core? And he would always say 2 hours, Captain, and the captain would be like, you know you have 30 minutes, right? And Scotty said later that his secret was always that he would, double or triple the amount of time he would actually need to make himself, actually, and then the captain would shorten that time frame to the time frame it would actually take him. So, you know, long story short, it's probably going to take longer than you think, but it's not. You shouldn't see that as a barrier to trying to build something on your own. Okay, so we can toggle this state manually. We can toggle the state manually on and off. And now let's make our button actually do that action instead. Yes, and I really like Star Trek, in case you hadn't noticed. My shirt might be Doctor Who, but I really like Star Trek. All right. You can probably make the rest of the form shown when not show add task to show either adding the new task or the current task. So, yeah, we can make the form conditional on what type of action we're performing, certainly. We're going to use this button instead to toggle it on and off. So we're gonna hook it up to this button instead. Now, thank you for the follow, Typhy and not that guy 2081. Thank you. All right, so let's hook it up to the button.
All right, now we want this button to toggle that, so we're going to have to do a couple things with that. Now that button is inside of the header, so if we go down to header, let's have a prop called onAdd. Now when that's fired off, we'll have a function and we'll call set show add task. We want to set it to the opposite of whatever the value is. So the opposite of show add task. Now onAdd is going to get passed into header.
Oh, let's rewind there. All right. So we're going to take our header, which we previously haven't we haven't passed any props into the header previously. But now we're going to, because we want that button that we have in there to have some functionality. So on add, we're going to set show add task to the opposite value that it previously was. So if it was true, it was false. If it's false, it will now be true. Show add task. Okay.
Task. Now on add is going to get passed into header as a prop. So it's
Yep. And just like we've done before, as soon as the parent throws that baseball, the child needs to be ready to catch it. So in this case, our child that we're sending it to is the header. So the header needs to be set up to catch it. Akram says, how do you code for 6 hours? I don't really work much per sitting. The only thing that's going for me is I'm very consistent. And that's fine too. You don't got to be like a, you don't got to be in it for the long haul, right? You find what works for you. Some people do 20-minute pomodoros and then they're done. Um, and that's what they do. I don't always code for hours and hours at a stretch, although my day job, I'm a SQL developer. So I do spend most of my day coding already. So I'm kind of used to the feeling, used to the grind. But that's not everybody's cup of tea, and that's totally fine. If you're consistent, that's better, actually, in my opinion. That's better than inconsistent, crazy long stretches of coding. If you're consistent, that's a wonderful thing to be. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, and consistency is key to forming habits. So if you're consistent, you've formed a habit, and you will be just fine. Don't worry at all. All right, so we're passing in. Um, we created that new prop, and we're going to pass it in here to our header.
say on add. And right now the button on click is just set to this right here, on click. We just want to get rid of that and change on click to on add.
Okay, so we're getting rid of this on click function that we created before. We don't need it anymore. And now we can just say, all right, whenever somebody clicks this button in the corner, the on click action should be on add, which is going to display or hide the form.
So if we save that, and let's just open up our console here as well. So if we save that, I click add, it shows the form. I click it again, it goes away.
Yeah, so now whenever I click this button, it's going to take the state of that show hide for the form. It's going to take that state. It's going to flip it true or false. And then our app.js is saying, all right, if that state is false, I don't render the form. If it's true, then I do render it. So let's see what happens. Hey, hey, hey. It works. Nice. All right. So we're using state here to essentially really just, and let's pay attention to what's happening here. The whole page isn't reloading. The only part of this page that's changing is just the form part. The tasks are staying the same. The header itself is staying the same. The only thing that's changing is whether or not this form is being displayed. So we are showing or hiding this particular form component depending on whether its state is true or false. Nice. So yeah, it's important to remember that's part of one of the main goals of React is to have these components be able to change themselves independently of each other. What's the project? Well, I can share that with you. Here's the link to the video. We're building a task tracker app using React. Here's a link to the YouTube video tutorial that we're following, and you can see the GitHub code in my repo right here. And the finished product has some additional components that we're not going to do today, but you're welcome to look at those in my repo. It has some additional routing that we're not going to have time to apply those today, but we are going to finish with the basic CRUD operations with this particular app and the basic React fundamentals here. All right, so that works.
Okay, now I think we should also change the button if it's open, change the text to close. We could even change the color. So to do that, let's see, we'll go back to app.js, and where we have our header, in addition to the on add prop, let's also just pass in whatever the value of show add task is.
Okay, so here we're going back to app.js again, and we're passing down an additional prop. So right now we're only passing in the set show add task here, and then we're going to change the behavior of our button by just passing down the show add task true or false value. And that we can use that to change the color of our button. So we're passing it in as another prop.
So we'll set show add task to whatever show add task. Actually, we can just call this prop show add. All right, and then back in the header, say show add.
All right, so again, we're passing props down, parent to child. Starts out in app.js. We toss it to the header, and it needs to be ready to catch the baseball. So show add, catch that
and
baseball.
It's just going to be either true or false if it's being shown or not. So if it is, let's see, so the text right now just says add. Let's change that to be dynamic, and we'll say if show add. So if that's true, that means we want to show close, right? Because it's being shown. Else, then we'll show add. So save that, and now it says close.
Okay, let me slow down here a little bit. So again, all we're doing here is we're making some of this styling dynamic based on the values that we're passing in. So let's see. So text is going to be show add close or add. And this will just change the text on the button depending on whether the form is visible or not. So we'll see how that looks in just a minute. Okay, I think that's right.
If I click it, now it says add.
All right, so let's see if that works. So I click the button, and we can see that the text changes. The text changes depending on whether the form is visible or not. Nice. Okay.
Now I'll also change the color. It's set to green right now, so we'll change that. Let's say if show add, then let's make it red. Else, then we'll make it green. So now it's red.
Okay, so again, just adding some dynamic styling depending on that, whether the form is visible or not, as indicated by that show add true false value. Ah, Cranberry! Kids want to name the kitten Oreo. Now, which kitten? I don't know if you saw my previous stream. There's a really cute little kitten that's black and white that would be a great Oreo. And I could probably show her here. I think there's a perfect. I can show a picture of her after our next. We're due for another break, so we're nearly done with this, and after the break I can show you a picture of the kitten that I think would be a perfect Oreo, like 100%. So thank you for redeeming that. And for everybody else who's watching, I foster kittens for the Humane Society. I have 3 kittens right now. And one of them has been named Fig. There are 2 remaining. And Cranberry has just claimed a name, so they'll get to choose their preferred name when we come back from break for their preferred kitten that they would like to name Oreo. So mustache kitten. I don't have any mustache kittens yet, Mavi. It's still the same 3. They're just putting on those last few ounces before they go back to the shelter. Yeah. Thank you for that redemption there. Thank you for that redemption there, Cranberry. I'm excited. I like that. I'm glad that that we're the majority of this litter is going to get names. Nice. Okay, so our form should now. This button should. Oh, I didn't save it. Hang on. There we go. Now our button changes color. Our button changes color depending on whether the form is visible or not. My add task form isn't hidden before I press add, but then does it hide itself once you do? Because if the behavior is still right, you might just have your ternary backwards. So you might just have it be, you might have the values in the wrong order. It doubles? Oh, that's interesting. It doubles the form? That's very interesting. Haven't seen that one before. Multiplying forms. Oh no. Well, then that's probably something in your let's see. That's probably let's see. If it's the form, the form lives in so the form lives in on an add task. All right. Trying to think of how would that work? How would it so check your app.js, I guess, and make sure that your show add task looks like this. Yeah, check your app.js in the return statement here. You can always check my GitHub and compare it with yours and make sure there's nothing wrong there. I don't know what else would cause it to double. That's wild. Yeah, double check the return statement in your app.js and make sure it looks like the one in my GitHub. Yeah, that's a fun error, I gotta say. All right, we're about done with this section, and then we'll finish that up. Then we'll have a break. And then we'll see a kitten or two, and Cranberry can choose which one should be named Oreo. I think I know which
Close
one's going
it.
to be.
Now it's green. So you can see this is where React is really valuable. It allows you to make really dynamic interfaces, and no pages are being reloaded or anything like that. So I mean, this is a really small application, but you can see the value in this. And I mean, it might be a little intimidating at first, but you really get the hang of it, and you see how valuable it is. To do stuff like this in vanilla JavaScript it's just very messy and unorganized and much more difficult. So let's see what's next. We can show our add form, we can add, we can delete, we can set toggle. I think that we're pretty much done as far as like just the UI goes. I would like to get into some HTTP stuff dealing with a back end. There's something called JSON server that we can use as kind of a mock back end. So I think that will do that. But before we get into any of that, like making requests, I just want to show you how you would actually build your static assets out. If you're ready.
Okay, so yeah, this is a good stopping point. We'll take 5 minutes, come back, see some kittens, name a kitten, and then and like Traversy said, like this is essentially the UI is now perfectly functional. It does everything that we want it to do. The only thing it doesn't have is changes that we make to the tasks. If we add tasks, delete tasks, set reminders, none of those changes stick, right? They go away as soon as we reload the page. None of it is saved anywhere at any point. It just defaults back to the original state. So nothing is being stored. And so what we are going to do is we are going to use a like a virtual server to practice making real updates to actual data that's not stored inside of our app, right? Kind of like how we first started when we made, when we first started making our first APIs and things. Like originally, we just stored all of our data inside of our server.js, right? Storing massive arrays inside of server.js before we learned about MongoDB and other places to store data. And so that's what we're going to do here. We're going to move that data out of our app.js and onto a virtual server. So um, that's what we'll do when we come back. But kittens first, right after the break, and then we'll talk about that and talk about ways to make our changes persist. So, all right, 5 minutes on the clock. See you back in 5 with a kitten or two. So, because Cranberry's got to be able to choose, right? We got two remaining kittens that don't have names. I'm pretty sure which one she's going to pick, but fair, we've got to give fair choice. All right. See you back in 5. All right, folks, come on back, come on back. and I've got some little friends to show you. They're hanging out with me right now. So hurry on back if you want to see them. Two little friends for Cranberry Cat to choose from here. And N. Folkman, looks like you found your error. You had duplicated the add task component, once with show add task and one's without. Okay, all right. Yeah, wow, good catch there. Good troubleshooting. Great work. All right, I'm going to see if I can juggle these kittens here and get my camera switched back on. It's more of a challenge than you might think. All right. Here you go, sweet pea. Okay. I'll stop the timer and I'm going to switch my view here and turn camera on. There we go. And we're back. And I am here with two little kittens who need names. I'm going to try to get them on camera here. Yeah. So these two little babies are the two that still don't have names. They're both purring. Don't worry, they might look a little wide-eyed, but they are both purring extremely loudly right now. They're both very happy. Oh, okay. Goodbye, I guess. Yes. So they're both very sweet. They're both purring right now, trying to climb on me. Um, you all may have seen the one in this hand here on my last stream, who's falling asleep right now. Yes, they're both extremely sweet. Shoulder cats are my fave. Yeah, these guys are super friendly. I mean, they just totally relax whenever I pick them up. They just relax. Um, you can tell this one's literally falling asleep. They love being held. Rascal says, I wonder which one is Oreo. Yeah, I think I can guess. So, but just to confirm, Cranberry, you probably want this one, the one facing the camera, to be named Oreo. Is that correct? Yes, you little babies. Yes. All right. So, if anybody else wants to name this little kiddo, um, right hand one. Yes, exactly. I got you. So this one would be Oreo. We have two food named kittens right now. We have Fig, who is not here, who's still in the other room at the moment. I don't have three hands, unfortunately. We have Fig. We have Oreo, who's currently asleep. Um, and we have this little kiddo right here. Come on, face the camera, sweet pea. There we go. This little kiddo, who's really a standard issue tabby, except for one white foot right there, has a little dip of white on the foot. Just imagine how many things they will knock off counters in their lives. Yeah, these kiddos, I mean, they have a lot of energy, but they're very chill. They mostly just love being like they just love being around people. So, every kitten has their own personality by default. They're born with personalities. They I raised these guys since they were just little chicken nuggets. Um, and they kind of come inbuilt with personalities from their parents. And these guys are less likely to be the kind that's going to knock stuff off counters, I think. They just like being held. They like staying pretty low to the ground. They don't try to jump on things or get into things. They just like chilling, especially with a human. Yeah, they're very pudgy. They're pudgy little kiddos. Um, yeah, they got some pudge. Name him standard issue. I'd love to if anybody wants to name the one here in this hand. I would love some kind of a food name or something like that to continue the trend. Of course, it can be whatever you want it to be. If you want to name this kiddo right here, it can be whatever you want, um, as long as it's not obscene. Hey, no worries. Oh, the kids are happy. That's good. Yeah, tell them that Oreo says hi once she wakes up. She's very asleep right now. Yeah, I know you're sleeping, aren't you? Yeah. Oh, thank you, Amen. Pudgy peanut, yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna put these kiddos back so we can actually finish finish doing our JSON server for our app here. But I thought you all would enjoy that. They're both. I think they're both asleep right now. All right. Well, okay. I'm gonna see if I can get a hand back here. Okay, here you go. Hold on. All right. Okay, you can climb up there so I can have a hand. All right. Thank you, Enzito. Thank you for the follows, Enzito and Christian. I assume they're kitten-based follows. I'm totally okay with that. You will see a lot of kittens on my stream. Every time I get a new bunch of foster kittens, I like to show them on stream. So, yeah, you'll see more if you follow me. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Gonna switch my screen back here and camera back on. Okay. I mean, those kittens are sweet enough that they could probably. I mean, they could probably just hang out with me, like while I'm streaming regularly. If I didn't need two hands to type, they could hang out with me during the regular stream. Glad you enjoyed that. Maybe they will copy you and want to walk across the keyboard. Maybe so. You've come to the right place if you want to see. Yes, in Zito, if you want to see kittens occasionally, you've come to the right place. All right. So essentially, what we said before the break, right, is that we have the basics of React all functioning perfectly well in this app as it's currently written. Um, Really, the only other thing that we're going to do here is kind of a little exercise in making real changes to the data using a virtual server here. So that's the next thing we're going to do. So it's a little bit of a shift um, in what we're doing, but I think it's fun to explore. Previously, all the changes that we've made have been just local changes. And every time we reload the page, it resets. We're going to fix that using another tool. So let's watch what we do here. Also, if you're new to the stream, and you want to see what we're working on, we're doing a Traversy media tutorial. I'll share the link to the video. And we're also, if you want to see the code, the finished code, you can do exclamation point GitHub. So in chat, you can do exclamation point GitHub for my GitHub. And you can look at the Traversy React repo, should be the most recent one, to see the finished code with a few extra features that we're actually not going to go over today, just because we don't have time. So finished code plus a few extra features, you can find that here in my Traversy React repo on my GitHub. All right, let's keep going.
Ready to deploy. So, and it says right here, use yarn build or end.
Oh yeah, and sorry, the first thing that we're going to do before that is Traversy is just going to show us how we can. So right now we've been working with a development build of Create React App. So we're using Create React App and we're working with a development build. So if we wanted to actually deploy this build to production, we would have to do that separately. So he's just going to show us really quickly how to do a production deploy of our app.
npm run build depends on if you use yarn or npm. But if I go ahead and I'm going to stop the server for a second, and you'll see that this, if I reload, doesn't work. And I'm going to run npm run build.
Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to kill my server and I'm going to say npm run build. All right.
and it's going to create an optimized production build in a folder called build. And this is going to be your static assets. This is what you would deploy. And this used to confuse me when I first got into React, or any framework like this. Do I deploy my components folder, or does the browser see that? It was kind of confusing, but no, that's all your development stuff. Build is where your build folder. That's where you push to production. Now, if you want to try this locally, you could install the npm serve package globally. So we can go ahead and do that. So
let's just take a real quick look at that. So you notice that npm builds command created a new folder for us with all of our static assets in it. So this would be what we would, everything in this build folder is what we would actually deploy with a production version of our build. So we haven't really talked about that too much. So it's more of just an FYI, right. We're not gonna mess with that today. We're just going to know it's there, and this is what you would deploy. Everything in this build folder is what you would deploy if you were actually building a production app. Obviously, I'm sure there's a lot more that goes into that, so we're not going to bother with it today. Just know that it's there. And Traversy is going to show us how to do a local deploy here, and you could do that. I'm not going to do that, but you can do this part if you want.
Say npm install -g. Actually, I have to use, if you're on a Mac or Linux, you'll have to use sudo for permissions, because we're installing this globally, and then serve. And this is just a basic HTTP server. So I should now be able to serve, let's say serve -s, and then the build folder. And then I want to serve it on a port, let's say -p8000. All right, so now if I go to, and remember, localhost 3000 isn't working, that's our dev server. If I go to 8000, there it is. All right, so this now, if you look at the React DevTools icon, it's blue, not orange, and it says this page is using the production build. So this is your production build. This is what you would deploy. I could delete all the rest of these folders right now, and this would still work because this is our production build. All right, I hope that makes sense. So I'm going to stop this, and if you want to stop here, that's fine. I'm going to keep going so that you can see how to deal with kind of a mock backend. Now
okay, so I'm gonna pause there, and what Brad there says is true. If you want to stop here, you can. Nothing wrong with that. We've covered the basics of these operations with React, and we're just gonna do, like I said, we're just gonna mess around with the mock backend for just a little bit longer. I think this section is, let's see, yeah. So we're gonna go. It's another 15 minutes of video time. So who knows how long that'll take us, but just FYI, it's another 15 minutes of video time. And then we're going to skip the last section about doing routes because that's a little confusing and it's out of date anyway. So we're not going to mess with it. However, my finished code on the GitHub has all of the correct routing in place. So if you want to see what routing with React looks like, up-to-date routing, you can check out the repo on my GitHub. Again, !GitHub, which has the completed code with correct routing in place. Zena says, I'm trying to catch up to the live stream, but it just keeps going. Yeah, Zena, you just missed some kittens. Did you miss the kittens? Did you see them? I know you're interested in naming one. But yeah, I just showed off the 2 remaining kittens that need names, and Cranberry Cat claimed one of them and named it Oreo. So if you want to name the remaining one, you certainly can. You can take a look once they pop. Once you get to that point in the stream, you can take a look and see if you want to name that one or if you want to wait for the next litter. It's all up to you. Okay, so feel free to drop off here if you would like to. If not, we're going to learn how to do a fake server.
There's a really cool tool called JSON Server. And it basically allows us to create a mock REST API with our own data. So we install it.
Fang says, will you cover how you did the routing in the future? So um, the routing in this tutorial is a little complicated because he does cover the routing in the last section, but it's out of date. So he did put out an update video, but it assumes that you already have done it the old way, right? So it assumes you did all the routing work the old way first, and then it takes that and it updates it to the new way. So if you just want to get a feel for how routing works nowadays, you can underneath the tutorial, you can click on this update link here that Traversy posted, and that can at least give you an idea of how routing works currently in 2022. So that might be your best resource so far, um, without having to do it the wrong way first and then the right way. And yeah, we might go over routing more in the future. I don't think it's really the best choice at this point. Almost 7 hours. I know. We're hitting the home stretch soon, though. All right, so we're going to use JSON server, and yeah, that's how we're going to power. That's how we're going to run our little fake server here.
We're not going to install it globally. We'll install it locally. And then you can create a db.json with some resources, and you can make post requests, put requests, patch, and all that, just like as if it were a real back end built with, Node.js and Express or Django or Laravel or whatever it might be. So before we start our React server back up, let's say npm install json-server. And this will install it locally, so it's going to get put in our package.json.
All right, so the command there was npm install or npm I json-server. And we're installing it locally, not globally, so we can watch it install and package.json. Can't believe it's not CRUD. Yeah, it's like CRUD light, right? I like it. Yeah, and I'm sure Leon will touch on. I'm sure Leon will touch on React routing at some point. And I would say I would wait for that explanation rather than trying to go through the Traversy explanation here, since it's kind of outdated and convoluted with the update to the current version. So I don't know. You can definitely take a look at my GitHub code and look at the finished product, and then maybe wait for Leon's explanation. All right, so again, we got vulnerabilities. It's okay. We can overlook them. It'll still work.
If you clone this repository, it'll be included in here. Now, we need a way to run this, so I'm actually going to create another script here called server, and this is going to run json-server and --watch, and then the port, I'm going to run this on 5000 because I believe the default port is 3000, and we also have to put the name of the file, db.json. All right, so this will run.
All right, so we're just creating a new script here. It's going to tell our server what to do. So we want it to watch db.json. JSON. And you might be like, wait, that sounds like a file name. I don't have a file name called db.json. Oh no, what's going to happen? Well, let's find out.
On our server, we can pretend that this is like a real backend that we created, a REST API. So let's run here npm run server. And
thank you for correcting my spelling there, Fang. Oh, hey, Irad. Yeah, we are live. This is not my usual day. Just because we have the super review tomorrow, I really wanted to get through this Traversy tutorial before tomorrow, because the super review is going to be many hours. It might not be any longer than this tutorial, though. We'll see. I don't know. It's a toss up at this point. All right, so let's do npm run. So we save this script. Make sure you save JSON server watch db.json port 5000, and we don't have a db.json file. So let's see what happens when I do. Excuse me. I think that was, what was that? That was npm.
And you can see it npm run
yeah,
server.
npm run server. So let's do that. npm run server. Okay. So we get a cute little robot here. We get a cute robot that says hi. And then it says loading db.json. And it says, oops, db.json doesn't seem to exist. Creating db.json with some default data. So it's being very nice to us here. And it's saying, aw, you forgot to create a file. Why don't I just give you one, huh? And so it actually created a file for us with data in it, which is pretty nice, right? I mean, MongoDB doesn't. Well, MongoDB has sample databases, but it doesn't automatically populate our collections with documents, right? This is actually pretty slick. Yeah, it's Butler service, right? It's like, ah, you forgot a file. Let me just help you out there, buddy. And it drops one in there with some data in it. Hey, thank you for the follow, Foggy Canadian.
And you can see it actually created a db.json with some posts. We're going to delete this stuff. But we also want to run our dev server as well. So I'm going to open up a new tab and run npm start. That's our React dev server.
All right, yeah, and so previously we stopped our server to do those installations, and so we're just going to fire it back up. And I'm just going to, and to do that, I'm just going to open a new terminal here, git bash, and I'm going to do npm start to start my dev server. So we have both our backend and our dev server running at the same time, just in different terminals here, and that works just fine. So they're both running at the same time in two different terminals on different local hosts.
And the idea is we want to get data from here into here. So first of all, let's change this data up. So this is going to be tasks. And we'll get rid of that. We just want our brackets. And then
okay, and so what I can do for you is if you go to my if you go to my GitHub again, you can go straight into the repo here, open db.json, and just copy. You don't got to do all this stuff here. Just grab that. Oops, sorry. Copy it and replace all the text in db.json with what I have in my repo, which I'm going to do right now. Yay! All right, so that's all set up. It's just the same task list as before, just saved here in db.json. So I would suggest just go straight to my GitHub, go to db.json, copy all those tasks, drop them in your own project inside of your db.json folder, and you'll be good to go.
I guess what we can do is just copy, excuse me, copy from app.js these objects. Oops. These task objects. We'll cut those out, and this is the use state right here for tasks is going to be just an empty array. If I
Okay, and so the one change we are going to have to make is we're going to have to go into our app.js and just delete this task list that we're storing there, right? Get those out of there because they're now in our db.js file, and so we're going to be referencing that instead. So it's just the same as when we used to store things in our server.js. We move those out of there and we put them into MongoDB, right? It's the same practice. We're just changing the storage location to a better one. All right, so use state is going to be empty.
Save that, we're going to see no tasks to show, and that's fine. So here I'll paste those objects in. However, we need to change these to JSON objects.
Yeah, and so what Traversy has to do here that you don't have to do if you copy from my db.js in the repo is Traversy here has to stringify every single one of these because JSON objects have quotes around the key values and the property values. So we don't got to do that because we're cool and we used what was already in the repo. So you're welcome.
Which means that the keys have to have double quotes and any strings have to have double quotes.
So we just get to watch him do this for a minute.
We'll just add these. And no trailing commas either.
What can I say except you're welcome?
Now, JSON Server actually creates IDs for you just like a real database, just like a real backend would. So we're not going to even have to worry about creating IDs. All right, so that looks good. Now, let's see, close that up.
Okay, so we're gonna kind of clean things up here a little bit, and we're gonna close everything except for app.js for now, just to make things easier to navigate here. So close, close, close. All right, just app.js.
So the first thing we'll do is let's fetch our tasks from the back end, and you can even do this right from your browser, HTTP localhost 5000 / tasks. And there we go. And we can also make post, put, and delete requests. So in order to load them when the page loads, we're going to use a hook called use effect, which is used to create side effects or deal with side.
Okay, so we're going to update our import statement here. Not only use state, but also use effect.
Side effects. And it's often used to, if you want something to happen right when the page loads. So we'll use this right below where we did our use states, say use effect, and this takes in an arrow function.
All right, I'm gonna get that updated here. So use effect, and then, so essentially what this is gonna do is it's going to do that fetch as soon as the page loads. It's gonna fetch our data down for us automatically. So use effect, arrow function. All right.
And we're going to be using the fetch API with a sync await. Now we can't do a sync like this on this function, so we have to create one in here. Let's call it, let's say fetch tasks, and set that to a sync. And then here, let's say const response or res equals await, because fetch returns a promise, so we want to await that promise, and HTTP localhost port 5000 / tasks.
Okay, so here what we're doing is we're essentially, again, like you said, we're creating a fetch request to our fake server that we just created. We're doing a fetch, which we're very familiar with at this point, right? We've all done a bajillion fetches, and we're just awaiting that fetch response, await fetch, and we're fetching from our local host. So let's see, I should be able to grab that real quick. So localhost 5,000. I just want to make sure that this path works. Tasks. Yeah. All right. So if I go to localhost 5,000 / tasks, what I see there is just a plain list of all my tasks. So I'm going to grab this path and I can drop it into my fetch, make it a string, ta-da, and that will be able to fetch from that URL. Nice.
Okay, then we want the data, so const data equals, we want to await res.json, that'll give us the JSON data. We'll console log the data, and then of course we have to call fetch tasks. All right, so we'll save that.
All right, so we're going to console log the data and just make sure that we're getting the right thing back. I expect that we will, but either way, good to check. Always console log first and console log often. All right, we're doing the fetch. We get the data back. We await that data. We drop it into a data variable here, and then we console log it. And then the last thing we need to do is actually call fetch tasks to make it run. So fetch tasks. So use effect is essentially just going to call fetch tasks as soon as it's triggered.
We also want to add a dependency array here. If you have a value where you want this to run, if that value changes, you would pass it in here, like user or something. We don't have any dependencies, but you want to pass in just an empty array. All right, so now.
All right, let's test that out. See if it works. Ooh, zoomed in. Okay. So let's see if I reload. All right, let's inspect and console. Yeah. All right. So, yep, I actually got it back twice because it saved once and then reloaded. And so I can see that what's being console logged here is all of my tasks that are coming from my server. So that they're being fetched from the server, and then that data is being console logged. So that tells me the fetch is working, and now I can actually do stuff with it. Hey, thank you, Exirus. Thank you for the follow. Rascal says, yep, don't think about what the code is doing. Make it tell you. Yeah. Console log all the things. Indeed. Yeah, physically listen to the electricity and decode the binary from that from the alternating current. Figure it out from there. I don't know if that would work. Probably not.
You can see as soon as the page loads, we're getting this data. And we're getting it from our JSON server, which you could replace with any backend. So instead of just console logging, we want to set this data as our state. However, I don't want to have fetch tasks in useEffect because I might want to use this somewhere else. So I'm not going to call set tasks right here. What I'm going to do is return the data. And then I'm going to take this out. I'm going to cut that out and just put it right below of useEffect. Fetch data from, actually let's just say fetch tasks. Okay, and then what we'll do is instead have a function called get tasks, and it's going to be async because we're going to call fetch task, which returns a promise. So here, let's say we'll do.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there for a second to let us catch up. So essentially what he's doing here is just extracting this function here, extracting fetch tasks out of the useEffect and putting it below. And then changing the console log to a return. And then changing the body of useEffect to be a different function, so called get tasks. Let's see what he does with get tasks here.
We'll call this tasks from server, and then we want to await fetch tasks, and then from there we'll call set tasks, which will add it to our state, and we want to add tasks from server, and then instead of calling fetch tasks here, we're going to call get tasks.
Okay, so there's a lot going on here, but essentially what we've done is taken this function out, the actual fetch, into its own function, and then we're calling it from inside useEffect. So task from server, we're just awaiting that fetch and then calling get tasks instead. So just moving it up one layer. And let's see, await fetch tasks. And then, so we fetch the data, then we actually set the task list. So this is allowing us to set our state with what's on the server when the page loads. So when the page loads, we call set tasks to grab the task list from the server and plug it in as our starting state. Eleanor says, I think one of my favorite Tom Scott videos, I love Tom Scott, is finding and tracking people's locations by cross-referencing electrical network frequency. Wow, that's wild. I got to watch that one. Man. My favorite video of his is that one on when he talks about making a mistake in SQL, because I almost did something like that. So it's like his most embarrassing mistake or something like that. I forget what the video is called, but it's brilliant. It's very short. It's like 5 minutes. And I love that video so much because I almost very nearly did this exact same thing. As a SQL dev, I very nearly made the exact, except my saving grace was that the database was so large that it couldn't the mistake couldn't finish being made before I caught the problem and canceled the run. But yeah, Tom Scott is very entertaining. Rascal's got the, yeah. So it's the video there that Rascal just posted is very much worth a watch. And you can keep in the back of your mind that I very nearly made that exact same mistake one time. The worst typo I ever made. Yep, it's a very easy one. So if you're at all interested in SQL, you should keep that in the back of your head. It's a very the typo that he made and the typo that I made. It's a very easy one to make with catastrophic consequences. Um, yeah.
All right, so if I save that, what's this? Each list should have a unique key prop.
So I don't know what he did here, this error that he's getting, but we shouldn't. I don't think we're going to get the same error. So let's see. So I don't see any errors in the console. Yeah, our tasks are showing up. I'm going to reload here. Yeah, no errors in the console. So here he's getting an error. I didn't get an error both times. This is the second time I've done this now. I didn't get an error. So he made a mistake somewhere. He made a mistake somewhere, and so we can just ride this out while he fixes his own mistake. But I'm not going to make any changes because I'm not getting an error. So.
This should have a unique key prop. Should have the ID. Let me console log what we're getting.
Console log
here.
all the things. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have the ID, and then in our component tasks, key ID. I'm not sure why. Not sure what I'm missing here. I guess we could use the index if, let's say index.
Again, we don't have to change this. It works for us.
All right, so that gets rid of that. So we're able to fetch our tasks from the back end and display them. So the next thing I want to do is be able to delete them. So we already have a delete, and it's going to delete from the UI just fine. But if I reload, they're back because we haven't deleted them from the server. So let's go down to where we have our delete. So we have.
Okay, so the issue that he was having was something to do with like a missing ID value somewhere in the list. And I'm not entirely sure what it was, what his problem was. But the code as written should be fine. He must just have a missing value somewhere or something. The code in the GitHub is fine. Jim says, "Hey, I called it 7 hours marathon stream." Yeah, yep. We're just about done. We got about like what we got. Oh yeah, like 8 minutes left of video time left. So we're powering through it. We're gonna finish it out. All right. So now we're gonna just figure out how to delete stuff from the server.
Delete task, and this is going to be pretty simple because we just need to make a simple delete request right before we filter through the UI. So let's go ahead and make this an async function, and we're going to just await. We don't need to save it in a variable because we're not getting any data back, but we're going to call fetch, and here we're going to use backticks HTTP localhost 5000 /tasks/ and then the ID.
So here we're just doing a fetch on the specific ID that we want to delete. So that's the only change here. So I'm going to go back up and I'm just going to copy this fetch from up here. Oops. Fetch. I don't want to retype that whole thing. And then we're going to go back to our delete here. I'm going to drop it in the ticks. And I'm going to fix this. Boop. And boop, tasks, and then we have a template literal here, ID. There we go. And so what that's going to do is it's going to retrieve the specific task that we tell it to.
Now we want to add a second argument of an object where we specify the method of this request to be a delete. All right.
And now here's all the stuff that we haven't had to do in so long because we've been using all these built-in methods to help us build these our request bodies automatically, right? This is essentially we're building like the request body, the request information ourselves here. So we're gonna have to specify the method. We're gonna have to specify the content type, all manually, which is something we haven't done in a very long time.
All right, so we'll go ahead and delete that, and it will filter from the UI. So let's save that, and let's delete food shopping. So it deletes from the UI. If I reload, it's gone, okay? And
all right, so set task, blah, 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 task filter task. All right, let's try that. All right, so I see my task list here as is. I'm going to try to delete Thursday. All right, it's gone there. And it's gone from my server. So now we're actually for realsies deleting something here. It's gone forever. Oh no. And if I look in my the interesting thing is if I look in my db.json, it's gone there too. Like this is just a local file. So if I look in db.json, that task is gone. It was there before, now it's gone.
We should see, if we look in where our JSON server is running, you can see all of the different requests that are made and all of the responses. So we'll just keep that open as well. So next thing, let's see, we're able to list them, delete them. Let's do we'll do the add. Okay, so we want to be able to add a task and have it persist to our back end. So let's see, we have our add task right here. Now again, we're not going to need to create an ID because it assigns an ID for us. So we can actually just, what I'll do is I'll comment this out just in case you guys need it. And I'll go above it. Okay, so we're going to want to response, and we want this to be async, and then await fetch, and we're adding a task, so the route is going to be http localhost 5000/task, and it's going to be a post request, so we want to add here a method of post.
All right, so
since we're adding data,
I'm going to copy a lot of this from here and just change the route and change the path and the method a little bit. So I'm going to grab the fetch and I'm going to drop it right here. We can change this function to async, and we're going to await just a fetch on all tasks, and we're going to change the method to
data. We need to add headers because we need to specify
that method is going to be post. And we're going to need post, and we're going to need to add a couple of additional components here. We're going to need to add header. We need to add content type, something else I forget.
Content type, and that's going to be application/JSON. And
okay, so we've got our method of post, and then we need to actually manually add our headers. It feels so like old-fashioned to add our own content type and all this stuff. It's an interesting exercise. Application JSON. All right. That's our header.
And then we also want to set, outside of headers, we want to set the body that we're sending, the data we're sending, which we're going to wrap in JSON.stringify, which is just going to turn it from a JavaScript object into a JSON string.
Yep. And if I don't know if y'all remember, but we used to have to stringify our stuff too. When we manually built these, these the request body and stuff like that, we would have to stringify our content. So we set the header, we set the method, we set the header, we set the body.
And what we're sending is the task, and that's getting passed in here. All right, so that's the request response. Then we want to, let's get the data here, say res.json. Now the data that's returned is just the new task that's added. So then once we do that, we want to call set tasks again. We want to set it, remember tasks is the entire array. We're going to take the existing tasks and then we're going to add onto it data, which is the new task that was just created.
All right, so what did we do there? Well, the first thing that we did was we set our post request and containing the body of the new task that we just added, so that we are hoping to add. We write it up to our server, package it up, write it to the server, and then we get a response that contains essentially the task that we just added, all of that we just added. And so what do we do with that? We take that and we add it to our task state. We add that to our task state to the existing, existing state list. We then merge in this new task, adding another, slice of cheese to the sandwich or whatever. First, we spread apart the existing tasks, and then we add in the new data. So it just adds it seamlessly into that list.
So let's save that, and let's go over here and we'll say, I don't know, we'll say take test Monday and set reminder. So we'll save task.
Oh, I think I missed something here. All right, let's see it. All right, test. Oh, I forgot to do const res. Const res equals await fetch, blah, blah. All right, there we go. I just forgot to set my variable as my response. So all good. Okay, so now we should theoretically be able to add a new task. We'll see.
All right, so that didn't seem to work. Okay, so it did work on the server side, but this part didn't work. Oh, we didn't await. So this is a promise. We have to make sure we await res.
Yeah, and I love that little slip up that he made there, because it illustrates an important concept, is that these are all promises. That whenever we're fetching, getting data, from these outside, from the server, from somewhere else, we should always await. We should always stop, stop whatever's happening and wait until we actually have that data in hand before we finish rendering. Yeah, that's what you saw happen there, was that the components deployed and rendered themselves before all the data was present, before we had gotten that new task back from the server. So we need to make sure that we're awaiting at the appropriate points until we have all the data we need before continuing. Yeah, we could make this less verbose and write a helper function that kind of takes in like a method, and yeah, this could be much much improved probably. But that's okay. It's just a virtual server anyway, right?
JSON. All right, so let's delete take test. That should persist, and then we'll say take test. We'll say Friday this time. And
all right, let's see if we can go ahead and add a task. So finish Traversy tutorial Saturday. Set reminder. All right, save task. Ooh. Oh, it's giving me that key thing. Oh no. I didn't get this before, but now it's happening. Okay, that's fine. So we'll have to do that same fix that he did in his code. Fun. All right, so I'll probably have to update this in the GitHub repo too, if it's a legit issue. I shouldn't have skipped it, but I did. I got cocky. Okay. I got to remind myself what he changed. Let me just scroll back here a little bit. Is it before this? Okay, yeah, I think it was right here. Yep.
Not sure what I'm missing here. I guess we could use the index if, let's say index.
Okay, so let's see. Inside of task, all right, inside of task, I'm going to look at my return statement, return, and look at const task, da, 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 da. Oh, wait, sorry, this is tasks, wrong one. It's like, why doesn't that look right? No, it's in tasks, all right? And then my key is going to be the index instead. There we go. Okay.
All right, so that gets rid of that.
And we're going to be passing in task and index to the map. Okay. Task and index, pass it into our map here, and then we can use our key as the index value instead. All right. So let's try again. Clear the console, reload actually, and try a new one. Okay. Okay. I think, oh, I didn't save my app.js. There we go. Third try. Yeah. I didn't save app.js. And yeah, now it's fixed. Okay. Well, we'll double check the JSON, but I think it's fine. Yeah, all of my IDs are present. Not sure why I didn't like it, but that's okay. We fixed it. Well, we'll do one more just to be sure. No reminder on this one. Save task. Yeah, we can see it popped in. Perfect. ID 6. Awesome. Yeah, so it added just fine there. Yay. It works. Okay, we'll skip forward again.
And let's go over here and we'll say
Added. You fixed that problem.
We'll say Friday this time. And there we go. So now it gets added to the UI, or added to the server, and then added to the UI. Okay, so that's all set. Now, one thing I noticed was in my db.json, the second one here just had a D and not an ID. And I think that was the reason why I was getting that key error earlier. So just make sure that each one has an ID. All right, now the last thing we want to do here in terms of working with the server is updating the reminder. So if I double click that, it works in the UI, but it doesn't. We haven't made a request to the server. So that's going to happen in toggle reminder. But first, I want to be able to get a single task from the server. So I'm going to go up here where I have fetch tasks and just copy that. It's going to be very, very similar, just called fetch task.
Okay, so going to go back to app.js there and grab fetch tasks, copy it down, and in this case we're just going to fetch a single task in order to flip that reminder toggle on and off.
task singular, and it's going to take in an ID, and we want to change these to backticks and do /ID. Okay, so we have fetch task, and then we're going to go down to toggle reminder, and it's basically.
Okay, I'm going to back up a little bit there so you can see what. So essentially, passing in an ID and just appending that ID here to the end of the URL.
And do /ID. Okay, so we have fetch task, and then we're going to go down to toggle reminder.
And yep, then we're going to go scroll down a little bit and find toggle reminder, because remember that's what flips our that's what flips our reminder on and off.
And it's basically just an update. We're not able to update like the name. You can add that on if you want. We're just updating a single field, but it's done the same way, really. So let's first go ahead and create, we'll say task to toggle. So which one do we want to grab? So that's going to come from, let's say, await fetch task singular and pass in the ID. Now this has.
Okay, so we're going to need to change this function to async in order to do an await. So async and const task to toggle await fetch task by ID. Task, there we go, by ID.
Has to be a sync. So we're going to get the task to toggle, then we're going to put it into a variable, the updated task, which is going to be an event. It's going to have all the same properties of task to toggle, so we're just spreading those across here. In addition to that, we want to change reminder to whatever the opposite of task to toggle dot reminder is. We want reminder. Okay, so we haven't made any requests.
Okay, so again, what we're doing here is we are grabbing the essentially the singular task. We're fetching a singular task, and we're assigning it to this task to toggle variable. Then we're taking that singular task and we're breaking it apart into its individual components, and we're only updating the one that has to do with the reminder. So updating this single part of the task, task to toggle reminder, and flipping its value.
Or anything, we're just getting the task and then creating the new task and putting it in a variable. Now, let's say const res equals await fetch, and let's see, we're doing an update, so we're going to want the ID, so HTTP.
Okay, I'm going to grab that path from up here. I don't want to type it out again. Thank you for the follow, Gohaku. So we're going to fetch that.
Localhost port 5000 /task /ID. Then we want to add a method of put, since this is.
Okay, I'm going to grab the body as well. So I'm going to grab the body from our post, which is up here. So I'm going to grab all this body. Look at that body. And grab the opening close there. All right. All right, and then I'm just going to change the methods as needed. This is going to be a put because we're doing an update.
It's an update. We want to add headers since we're sending data. We want the content type of the data we're sending.
Thank you for the follow, expertise.
Application /JSON.
Good to have you.
And whoops, not here, but under headers, we want the body, which is the data we're sending, wrapped in JSON.stringify to turn it into a string. And it's going to be the task.
It's going to be, so the only change we got to make here is, so we change the method and we're going to change what we're stringifying. In this case, it's going to be the updated task. So update task is stringified.
I'm sorry, the updated task. All right, then we want to just data await on the.
Okay, I'm going to close off my fetch there. All right, and so then we're going to await the data.
Response JSON. And then the only thing we want to change right here is the reminder. We're setting it to whatever the data reminder, because the data that we get back is just the updated task. So whatever that is, true or false, we're going to have here if it matches that ID. So let's save that. And
okay, and I think so. That's a really subtle change that he made there, and we should be aware of it. So setting the task.map task task ID, blah, 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 checking that, spreading the task. And instead of flipping the data, instead of flipping anything in here, we've already done that, right? We already updated our task and assigned it to the variable. So we've already done that. We've already sent it to the database. We've gotten a response. And so we just need to change this output very slightly to not flip anything back again. We don't want to accidentally flip this back again. So reminder now is just going to be data.reminder. So we're just taking that in. We're not flipping anything at all.
let's open that up. So I'm going to double click meeting at school. You can see down here, put request to task 2, 200.
Okay, let's see if it works. Yep. And so test 4 was previously unclicked or did not have the reminder value set. And so if I reload this and I want to look at what task was that? Test 4. Now it's set to true. It was previously false. Now it's set to true in my database. And I click it again and I reload. It's now set to false. So that's very clearly writing that data as appropriate and changing the state as appropriate as well. So it's doing both actions just fine.
Response. So if I reload, it stays off or it stays false. If I make them all true and reload, that stays. All right, so we're now able to interact with our server in all ways. We can delete, we can add, we're fetching our data. So this is what you would do in a full stack app, except instead of using JSON server, you would build your own REST API with whatever language and framework you choose. All right, now one thing we haven't got.
Okay, so we're going to stop here. But it's important. The last thing that he said there was that, we're using a mock-up server here, but you could very easily translate this into a full stack app, just using what we've learned so far, I think. The fact that we can communicate with a virtual backend means that we should be able to communicate with a real backend, theoretically. So I feel like he's given us kind of the first step there with being able to actually add our own real backend instead of a virtual one. I mean, he's shown us how we can communicate with it, do all the CRUD operations, create, read, update, delete, store our data elsewhere and access it as we need to, and then also have those changes, be permanent, right? So writing permanent changes to our data storage solution. So theoretically, that's something we should be able to do. We'll need a little bit more practice before we can incorporate React fully into our full stack apps. But I think this brings us pretty close to it. Oh, thank you, 123gov. I appreciate the follow. I've had so many follows during this stream. I appreciate it. Thank you. So yeah, this is pretty exciting what we can do here. And like I said earlier, you're welcome to build out the rest of this tutorial if you would like to. Just know that everything onward from this point in this YouTube video is out of date. It no longer works. You will get errors. However, if you build all of that out and then you would like to correct those errors, you can watch the follow-up video, which is in this pinned comment right here, which then corrects all of those errors. But if you don't want to bother with that, then you can go to my GitHub and see the finished product already fully functional with routes in place. so you don't have to watch uh, the out of date video version part of the video and then the correction. So if you want to see the working version, you can go to my GitHub and look at this repo and see how routes can work in React with the most up to date terminology. All right. So, any questions before we go? I know this was a very long and time consuming stream. I appreciate you sticking with me. Um, you can always watch the VOD if you would like to go back, review. If you missed part of the stream, it's totally fine. You can go back and watch the VOD. It's on my Twitch channel right now. Um, and it will be moved to YouTube eventually, but not for a while. Is this the 2021 crash course? Yes, it is, Gohaku. Yep. This is the 2021 React.js crash course, not the 2019 version. So this has the more updated hook and component syntax for writing React. So you can do it with functions and hooks instead of class. No worries, code. X White says, "Are we Java developers can just write our own REST API with Spring?" Yeah, and we've learned, we can write our own REST APIs with in JavaScript as well. Yeah. There's so many different ways to do this stuff, and that's the cool part about coding is that you can really mash the puzzle pieces together in whatever way you choose. And that's the cool part. That's my one of my favorite things about coding anyway is that there's so many different ways to do things that you can really find the tools and the processes that work best for you, and you can come up with some pretty cool stuff. Yeah, Gohaku says I saw there's a 2019 crash course as well. And the important distinction is that the 2019 crash course uses the old methods of writing React, such as classes, um, and no, not using any hooks at all. If you want to learn the older ways, then absolutely watch that one. Sometimes corporations and businesses can use a ton of legacy code, and if that's something you encounter regularly, then you might want to watch the 2019 version. Or if you just want to know both ways of doing things, then do the older version too. Yeah. Just know that the 2021 version does use newer methods of working with React. No worries, Gawkwalker. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for sticking around. Um, yeah, again, this will all be available on YouTube. So feel free to watch at your own pace, or it's on Twitch for much sooner than it is on YouTube, so you can watch it on Twitch right now. But feel free to go at your own pace, stop and start. There's nothing wrong with that. And yeah, again, check out my GitHub for the finished code and to fix any errors that you might encounter along the way. No worries. All right. Any last questions? While y'all, if you're thinking about any questions that you might have, um, the last 15 minutes was crazy. Yeah. With that whole server side thing, doing actual updates against the server. That's nuts, right? Um, I'm going to find someone for us to raid so we can spread the love. But if feel free to ask any other questions that you might have um, as we uh, as we wrap up here. Yeah, Go Haku. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Feel free to check out my older stuff. Absolutely. Do exclamation point YouTube in chat if you want a link to my YouTube channel. Exclamation point YouTube for a link to my YouTube where I keep all of my older videos. All right, let's get a raid going here. So what's your stream schedule? Normally, Gohaku, my stream schedule is, you can see it on my Twitch channel homepage, but my normal schedule is Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern and Sunday at, it varies slightly because I wait for another stream to end before I start mine. But it's normally around 4 p.m. ish. Yeah, it can vary slightly. You can watch my Twitter for any schedule updates, such as today's stream, which is off schedule. Um, so I do have a Twitter as well where I post my stream topics and my schedule ahead of time. So exclamation point Twitter. For you can see my Twitter handle and follow me there if you would like to. I really just post about my stream schedule mostly, um, which can be helpful for some folks. But yeah, so probably no stream tomorrow, since we'll have the class that most of us are involved in, 100 devs, is going to be having a super stream tomorrow. So I probably won't be following that because it's likely to go well into my normal scheduled streaming time. So I'll probably take tomorrow's stream off the schedule, and assume that today's stream was kind of a replacement for that. I hope it lived up to the expectations. All right, let's find someone to raid. So we've got a few choices here. We can do our friend CM Griffin, as always. I think we just recently rated them. Midnight Simon. They also do software and game development. We've got Team Vash. They do game development as well. Time Enjoyed is doing some art. Low Poly Princess is doing software and game development. Oh, Midnight Simon is doing data structures and algorithms. Yeah, heck yes. Let's hit up our friend Midnight Simon. Hey, thank you for the monster of the stream. No worries. I kind of had a feeling it would be a long one going into it, so I planned accordingly. Took my dog on a big long walk so he wouldn't be bothering me, and I have some snacks just out of frame. I have like 6 different snacks, so that's been keeping me going. So it's all good. I prepared. Y'all can't see my desk. Monster Mayan Madness. Yes, suitable name for the season, indeed. All right, let's queue up Midnight Simon here. Let's give them some love and see what they're doing with their algorithms, data structures and algorithms, which is always fun. All right, starting the raid now. I will see you all again tomorrow for the super review. Hope to see you there. But definitely next Wednesday for something else, whatever that may be. All right, 75 years ready to raid. Let's go.